And thank you so very much for joining us and continuing to support us here for Black Futures Month 2022. This is Dejan Sneed here, founder of Subsume, and I thank y'all so very much for being a part of our programming. And what I wanted to do is create a new section and a new segment where we want to take a look at some of our best and brightest and find a continuous way to not only find out what they're up to with a futuristic look at the work that they have, but also set us in a space and a place that we can support their future endeavors and know exactly what to look for on the horizon. So part of the optimism of the future is knowing that good things are just around the corner. And with this next creator we're going to bring up, we have a historic legacy already in place and know that the future is bright for this young man. So with that, I'm going to give full on support and readjustment here for one of the most top 100 influential Africans in the world. I mean, I love that. I love that for you. So I have to keep saying that every time I see you, Mr. Roy Okupe of Unique. And with that, just for those who have not had a chance to know about you and your legacy, please introduce yourself. I'm gonna give you all your credit up front.
Most definitely. Hi, everybody. My name is Roy Okupe. I am the CEO and founder of Unique Studios. We are a entertainment company that does comics, animation, and slowly now we're trying to figure out our way into TV and film. But the thing for us is that all our stories are inspired by African history, culture, mythology. I was born and raised in Lagos, Nigeria. So for very obvious reasons, this is something that's very important to me. One thing that's really exciting is that 2 years ago, well, a year and a half ago, it just feels like I can't even count the years anymore with everything that's going on. A year and a half ago, we signed a 10-book deal with Dark Horse Comics, which was just huge for us. And that has really, really taken us, into the stratosphere of this comic book industry and put us in places that, as a kid, I could only dream of. So really excited to, talk about some things that have happened in the past and what we're coming up with in the future. And just in general, I am so happy to be here. Yeah.
No, you always honor us with your time and your examples. So again, for Unique Studios to be really one of the great success stories, not only just from the crowdfunding space, which you were a very early adopter with crowdfunding and Kickstarter, and definitely paved the way and showed a constant and consistent model for success. So we want to thank you for that. But then likewise, it was just the consistency of your work. I feel like is also a legacy that I personally take and into great consideration. Right. The nice did one thing to do the work, but always to do great work, and then to do great work consistently is why you're one to always look to. And I think I speak for our independent comic community and the Subsume community in some, thank you for that. So with that, that's what we want to know. What's going on over there at Unique, and again, where you're in the middle of a 10-book deal, and you said, you got us with some legacy work already, with EXO, with the Malika, and I was trying to think of the Ianu, right?
Yes.
Exactly. So I was thinking that poster came out. So I'll let the master speak. What's going on, man? We got this ahead.
Before I get into it, for me, it's always important to sort of just talk about personally just my journey. And if there's something that I can say that can help one person, I feel like my job is done, even above and beyond selling, books or anything like that. So I like that you mentioned the word consistency, because I think that's something that's very important to any endeavor, be it creative, be it comics, be it your job, whatever the case may be. I'm a big fan and a big believer that consistency usually triumphs anything else, whether that's talent, or whatever the case may be. And for me, that was one thing that I felt from the very get-go that I could control, right? I may not be able to control how many people buy my books. I may not be able to control what publisher or what studio likes my work. I may not be able to control how many people like me on social media. One thing that I can control is continually putting work out there on a consistent basis, Because if you think about it, we live in a world that moves so fast right now. And people are just bombarded with so many things. And I feel like the people that do get recognized are the people that start and stay consistent for a very long time. So I want to advise really quickly anybody out there who maybe you're just getting into comics, animation, whatever the case may be, or you're trying to figure out, I'm stuck, I need to grow. Keep your head down, keep doing what you're doing and do that. Excellence is also very important. I feel like excellence combined with consistency is usually what gets people to where they, want to go. So I just wanted to make sure I put that out there. But in terms of Unique Studios, like I said, there's so many exciting things, that are happening. I'll take a little step back for people that don't, know a lot about Unique Studios. So we started out, I founded the company in 2015. And like I said, we focus heavily on stories, fantasy, superhero, sci-fi that are inspired by African history, culture, and mythology. My goal from day one has always been to empower African creatives and the creatives and the storytelling as well, which is one of the reasons why, I would say about 95% of the people that work on my books, like outside of me, the artists are all based back home in Lagos, Nigeria, where I was born and raised, because I think it's important for me to shine a light on on the continent and the amount of talent, that's coming out from, there as well. But yeah, we over the last 5 years, we published over 10 graphic novels spread across our main titles: EXO, The Legend of Wally Williams, which is more like a sci-fi Afrofuturist story that takes place in a near futuristic Lagos, Nigeria. It's funny, I'm gonna have to stop saying that because when I wrote it 5 years ago, it was based in 2025, and now we're in 2022. So it just sounds weird saying near future because that's just 3 years, but that's besides the point. But then, next thing we came out with was Malika Warrior Queen, which is a historical fantasy epic story that's actually inspired by a real West African queen, Queen Amina of Zaza. And for me, one thing that I've always been proud of is not just figuring out a way to entertain people, but educate them at the same time. And I feel like my books bring both of those things. And then, one of the most recent and now, honestly, the most popular title that we've been able to release is Iyanu, Child of Wonder, which is this very, magical, high concept fantasy story that, is inspired by West African mythology, specific Yoruba culture, which is, my culture in Nigeria as well. So the great thing that happened is that we originally self-published these books. And then after a period of 5 years, Dark Horse took notice. And then we signed a deal with them to sort of republish his books. But now go after, republishing them, going into some new titles. So with that being said, Malika Volume 1, EXO Volume 1, and Iyanu Volume 1 have now been released by Dark Horse. You can get that anywhere books are sold, online, in stores, Barnes and Nobles, Target, Walmart, your gas station. I'm only kidding. But yeah, it's everywhere, which is great. So, if you love titles like this, please go out and support them. But the thing that I'm really most excited about is that in April, we're going to be launching the first brand new title, not just under Dark Horse, but Unique Studios as well, which is The Windmaker, which was a fan favorite secondary character that was in Malika that people had been screaming into my ears, like, when is this guy going to get his own book? Finally, that comes out, in April. And just to give you a little bit of a synopsis on that, it's a story that takes place in a fictional West African republic called Atala. And you have your main character who all of a sudden is imbued with this spiritual gifts to be able to manipulate the wind. And the twist is that he's actually the second in command. The chief of security for a dictator. And when he gets his powers, he realizes that he has to do better. And the book at the core of it talks really about the cost of blind loyalty, and what's that sort of can lead to in terms of the detriment of other people, in terms of just following people, blindly. And I think that's something that's very, very apropos to just everything that's going on with us right now, like in the world, and how we question our leaders and things like that, and how we try to be just more prudent with how we just give anybody, our loyalty as well. So that's really the exciting thing that's coming out, in April, that I feel like both old and new fans of Unique Studios would really appreciate as well. I'm gonna shut up right now because I can keep going.
No,
endlessly.
It's well, we won't go on the inside scoops right now, so that's great. So already with an April drop, and I know that again, like you say, that time in getting your stories out is so precious. So
Yeah.
congratulations on making it to that point.
Yeah.
Obviously, to be able to diversify the uniqueverse, right?
Yeah.
To go ahead and bring that individual story in from there.
Yeah.
Now, anything else that you got kind of on the hot plate for maybe comics or otherwise? I know obviously you got other endeavors.
Yeah. So what I can talk about is that luckily with everything that has happened for us, we're at the point now where we're starting to have some conversations with studios and people who are interested in the IP, for TV and film. Very early stages, but that's really exciting to be able to start this 5 years ago. And animation was personally my first love. One of the reasons I got into comics was to be able to create IP, tell a story my way, and then hopefully be able to graduate that story to other mediums while still doing the comics. So those are some exciting things that are going on. Unfortunately, I can't say too much about that. Hopefully, sometime in the future I can talk more about that. But one thing that's really exciting is that for the first time, I am creating a new story called the Asiri that takes place outside of the Unique universe. So the Unique universe is the core universe where all our titles so far have been released. Malika, EXO, Ianu, and the upcoming Windmaker. But this is a book that is a space opera that's inspired by West African mythology, specifically the Akan and the Ashanti. And this is, it's such a, this is a book that I'm so passionate about because it, one of my biggest things ever is Star Wars, right? And figuring out a way to create an epic world like Star Wars that's rooted in African history, culture, and mythology has been something that I've been working on for a very, very long time, because it's a vast world, right? You're not only talking about Earth, but talking about different planets and things like that. So for me, it's a story that's very in the very early stages. I've shared a little bit on our social media, so you can check us out at Unique Studios on all platforms. But yeah, like the series, something that I'm very excited about. And I can't wait to share more with people about where we're going with that.
Perfect. So you're again always got some good things coming up, and again, while we're proud and excited to not only see what's already been set, because there's a remastering of the original Unique release graphic novels through Dark Horse, correct?
Yes, thank you for mentioning that. In my just losing my trail of thought. Trying to say so much, I forgot to say that the books that are being re-released with Dark Horse, yeah, they are remastered. Some of them have actually all of them have updated lettering. Some of them actually we did brush up some of the pages, and in both Malika and EXO we added additional content. So Malika has 2 one-shot comics, and one thing that I was actually really excited about is that this is a collector's edition, right? So what I did as a self-publisher, I had Malika Part 1, 2, 3, and 4. What Dark Horse has done is that they put Part 1 and Part 2 together to create Malika Volume 1, and they've put in Part 3 and Part 4 to create Malika Volume 2. Malika Volume 1 in it of itself is 336 pages. Wow. It's just like I said, it's a collector's edition. And not only does it have all these bonuses in terms of, never before seen art and sketches. I also did an interview in the book that's exclusive to the book that talks about this is really what inspired the Malika series. This is really why I went into comics. These are some of the things that I did as a self-publisher that I hope other people can learn from. And the same thing again is in EXO Volume 1. It's a combination of my self-published Part 1 and Part 2. And then we also threw in another one-shot into that. And there's also bonus content, bonus interviews. So I always tell people, even if you've bought the Unique versions of these books, I encourage people to check out the Dark Horse versions because you're getting a whole lot of things in there for a great price as well. So yeah, the dark horse versions are definitely remastered. They look great, they read great, and it's something that I'm super proud of, and I can't wait. For more people to start to, because even now people are coming from different parts of the world. I have emails from the UK, Australia, people saying, "Wow, finally I can walk into a comic book shop, I can walk into a bookstore, I can go into a WH Smith in Paris, and I see Unique Studios books." So yeah, I encourage people, if you've been an old fan, a new fan, go out there and check the books out and decide for yourself whether or not it's for you.
Oh, it will be, and I know I can personally and professionally vouch for the not only the content but
Yeah,
understanding that, particularly for the remasters, just Dark Horse really just sets the precedent
yeah,
for graphic novels and just their hardcover prints edition.
yeah,
So
yeah.
I personally cannot wait, and I'm very excited to get in on those. So just one last time, just where can people follow and find and support you for your work here and forward?
Yeah, so you can check me out on at Unique Studios. That's spelled YOUNEEK, and then the word studios. Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok. You can definitely check us out there, or just go to the website uniquestudios.com as well. We also have a YouTube channel, so just search Unique Studios in YouTube. We have a lot of behind the scenes, like exclusive videos we do on our titles and things that you wouldn't necessarily see on social media. Our YouTube channel, dives deeper into so many of these.
And thank you so very much for being a part of Black Futures Month 2022. My name is Daniel Sneed, founder of Subsume, and I appreciate your time and opportunity to be here with us as we share our look at the innovators of creativity, technology. And thank you so very much for continuing to join us here with Black Futures Month 2022. My name is Daniel Sneed, and thank you so very much for joining us here at Subsume, where we're the intersection of creativity, technology, and community, and looking at celebrating the innovators, not only of Black history, but also of Black futures, and looking to talk about story and storytelling, as well as how we'll share ourselves and our culture in the years to come. And so, with that, I am very pleased to continue our conversations with some of our best and brightest. And to that, I think we should call to the stage none other than the Jane of all trades, Miss Afua Richardson. Hey, Dr. Fu, how are you
Everyone.
today?
I am so good. It's always so good to see you, my friend.
Oh,
How are
but
you feeling?
honor and pleasure is always mine. So, Afua, good to see you. And to that, uh, as always, I want to just part the stage to offer an opportunity for you to share of yourself, all your many talents and abilities. I know that in itself could be our show, but just to kind of make sure you get your proper introduction, I'd love to allow you to introduce yourself for our folks here at Black Futures Month.
Oh, hello, hello. Happy History Month. My name is Afua Richardson. I am a comic book illustrator, a musician, a singer, a songwriter, an author. Now I can add that thing to the list. Hooray! And for the past 16 years, I am one of the few African American Indigenous women at Marvel, DC, Image, Kodansha, HBO, Fox, and just a number of amazing companies. Blizzard as a penciler, inker, and colorist. And I've had the pleasure of working on HBO's Lovecraft Country as an illustrator for the actors. And before doing comics, I was a singer, a songwriter, a background singer, a voice actor for commercials. I basically employ my passions, and I feel very fortunate and very unfortunate. Art is a very hard job to do this for a living. And I I've been trying to get more sleep because I do so many things that I've been trying my best to relegate my time, because right now I'm working on my first creator owned in almost 16 years, called Aquarius, the Book of Myrrh, where I am writing, illustrating, and making an album for each issue. So I'm taking everything that I do and consolidating it into one space, because I did so many things that I separated myself, that now I'm like, okay, this is the one place where I want to put my storytelling, my culture, my music, my experience, my skills, and funnel it into one place that I think expresses not only who I am and my story and my history, but some of the things that I like. Because I feel like throughout my career, my artistic opinion has been formed by the jobs that I've had. And now this is an opportunity for me to tell my story and propel that forward, and let others know that their stories are important as well. The whole purpose of the Book of Myrrh is to take mermaid myths and legends from all over the world, and from cultures that we may not know even have um, water mythos and mythologies, where we're usually given the Greek and Scottish and Irish and European stories. There are indigenous cultures everywhere that have their own archetypes. They have their own, their own Apollo, their own um, monolithic icons, and they're beautiful and they deserve to be told. And so I'm consolidating, my story and um, world stories in Aquarius, the Book of Myrrh. So I'm excited to be working on that.
Oh, just such a great resonance of story and opportunity, and as you say, and I love like employ your passions to make this thing happen. And again, with all those years of great art and talent and giving of yourself, to now come to a place where you can tell your story your way. How important was it for you to have this exist in so many different mediums, right?
Oh man, it's vital to me. Like my growing up, I was reading books that were featured on Reading Rainbow. So having media that was multimedia was what I expected. I was like, wait, my book has a narrator and a soundtrack. My Bringing the Rain to Kapiti Plain is not just a book that I give a voice to in my mind. This is narrated. This is beautiful. This is the first time I've seen images of Africa that were not starving children. This is beautiful farmland. This is just a story about life. And I love this. It makes me proud to be from this place. And that's so powerful. And even just listening to music and whatever it was that I was going through, all of that disappeared. And I could imagine that there was beauty in the world because this song painted an image in my mind. And that was so powerful to me because that let me know that, you know, I can decide how I want to feel, how I want to look at things, how I want to live my life, but I'm going to have to work towards it. But changing my circumstances first required changing my mind, because if I didn't think it was possible, then it's not very probable. So the importance in storytelling and the importance in just having this in multimedia facets engaged more of my senses and prompted more of my imagination. So being a classical flautist who went to LaGuardia for the performing arts and did an undergrad at Juilliard, and being a singer, but then also a gamer. Like I'd go down to Chinatown and like play video games, and I'd read comics and magazines and novels and manga. And I was thinking about it yesterday. I always lived so far away from where I went to school. My father was he was an officer in the Coast Guard, but he was a physics teacher, and he taught at a high school in Lower Manhattan. But I lived on a military base in New York, all the way at the edge of town, at the tip of Manhattan, Governor's Island, this military base in between Brooklyn and Manhattan. And so I would travel through Wall Street and see all the Wall Street folks, and then travel through Chinatown, and then travel through the Village and see all the punks and ravers and the rockers, and then travel through, you know, Midtown, and then get to school. And then when I lived in Harlem, it was coming down the other way and just seeing all of these cultures and all of their different stories, and then hanging out with different people and saying, oh, well, who is this? And it's like, oh, well, this is our version of what you know as is this icon. And I was like, well, that's so cool. What's their story? You know, and embracing that and bringing that into my life, and then appreciating that. And now being able to say, okay, you know what? I make music and I make art as well. You know, these mediums enable me to experience a story in different ways. Like film kind of gives you your senses, you know, other than smell. You've got sound, you've got the story being told to you, you've got the music. All of that is pushed on you at once, and you're experiencing it. When you read a book or when you read a comic book, you have to kind of actively tell the story and give the characters a voice. So it's really up to the reader how they pull the soundtrack or the voices or whatever it is that you give your characters from the media. So if you give them just a little bit extra, there are more senses that can be engaged when engaging your story. So I love just giving just a little bit more to paint, you know, with colors that aren't available on paper. This is painting with sound. So making music for my comic is, I don't know, it really means a lot to me, because stories, like songs in many cultures, are sacred in that they hold information and they hold, you know, philosophy and things that are learned and lessons that can be taught. And we learn through music. You know, when you ask someone to say their alphabet, you ask someone to say their ABCs, they start A, B, C, D, E, F, G. They don't say it, they sing it, because memory is anchored to sound. Memory is anchored to music. And it's such a powerful tool for learning and a powerful tool for carrying information, you know, that I want to share and carry some of the things and some of the stories that I'm finding that way also. So.
No, again, that's just such a a brilliant insight. Again, the idea of song and voice being able to carry information and being able to carry messages and culture, alongside these other points. And so the idea of transmedia, which I'm a big fan of, and again, why not only for yourself and the space of this work of being able to exist in so many different spaces at once. Do you feel like this is something that thinking ahead is going to be something that's more normalized? Because right now that's very contemporary, right? Releasing an album, as well as writing, as well as providing the visuals for your work. A lot of times you only get one, but for yourself to be
Yes.
ambitious and create a multitude of things at once. Do you feel like for you as a creative, as an artist, do you feel like this is going to be your template forward, or do you feel like this is just in this moment something to appreciate?
I think this is how I want to create as much as possible. It takes time and it takes resources to be able to do all of those things. So I know I won't be able to make a song for every piece of artwork that I make. But lately I've been doing song journals and so on, sort of going back over my history as an artist and letting people know that I do make music, that it was a part of my life and I was a professional doing so. That I think I hid, not that I hid, I just didn't talk about that part of me because I thought that, even though I had gone to school and became a background singer, opened for Alicia Keys, Parliament Funkadelic, I was on Soul Chain, I was on Late Night with Jimmy Fallon, I opened for Outkast and Keith Urban at the Orange Bowl. I got to travel to Europe and sing on this amazing venue on the track of the Grand Prix called the Sporting. With the Russian ballet opening, I had gone to so many places. I worked at Sam Ash Music while Stevie Wonder was trying out some keyboards, and he was like, "Hey, fool, is that back? Are you back there singing?" And I sang Tuesday Heartbreak while he's trying to figure out different, MIDI sounds in a Roland. I had so many different stories and experiences that I was concerned with the destination. I was concerned with making it, and that because I saw Rihanna when she first came into the studio. I'm like, oh my gosh, she's gorgeous. She's going to make it. And that because I wasn't at that level, that I didn't make it. So I didn't share it because I thought, well, why would I share a failure instead of really appreciating the journey? And so now, instead of separating it, I want people to know that this is who I am. This is always who I've been. And remembering, reconnecting those pieces, innovation. This is something that when I was working with Sir Melvin Van Peebles, rest his soul. Melvin Van Peebles was an amazing man, a World War II pilot, a freaking stock trader, filmmaker, a composer who didn't actually know music. He knew intervals, so he didn't know A flat, B, C. Like, he didn't know music theory, but he understood intervals. He understood the space between the notes. So it's like 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 4. And he was able to write music with numbers. I got to work with him on a 3-man show called he took a truncated version of Sweetback's Badass song and called it an unmitigated truth. And I was 6 characters in this show. Like, we performed at the New Eurekan, at the Apollo, and a bunch of different places. And before I went full steam ahead in comics, it was one of the last major gigs that I did. And I would come out and I would sing a song and I'd run downstairs, change. I only had a minute to do so, change into a completely different character while Melvin Van Peebles sat on a throne that was also a toilet and William Spaceman Patterson was playing a guitar. But when I would talk to him while we were in rehearsals, I'd see the Grammys on the wall and the Emmys and all of these different things that he'd done. And he had half of a Winnebago, soldered into his wall. And I'm like, and he handed me the manuscript for a graphic novel that he had just finished. And I was like, Melvin, you are in your 70s. He was in his 70s at the time. I'm like, did anybody ever tell you that you should pick one thing and just stick to that? And he says, oh, absolutely. Because it's difficult to do. If it were walking and talking on the phone, then or walking and breathing. Well, that's something that everybody can do. But I wanted to make music. I wanted to make film. I didn't know how to do it. And so the first time I made a film was, I didn't know how to use a camera. So I learned how to speak French and made a film on the set of my first movie. You don't learn from wishing that you did it. You learn from doing it. And I didn't want to make another video where the man, is infringing on my life. I wanted to make a story about life. I wanted to make a story about, a soldier who falls in love. Because I know what the struggles are, but I don't want everything that I make to be clouded by why I can't make it. I want to make what I want to see. And you got the same 24 hours in the day, young lady. How are you going to spend it? And I was like, okay. He's like, it's very difficult to be a master at many things because you've got to divide your time up. And it's really impossible to be a master at anything because you are going to evolve the form. There will be a new form of mastery because people are always changing. People are always growing, and they bring new things to the medium. So what are you going to bring? And I was like, oh man, okay. No pressure, Mr. Van Peebles. Like, call me Melvin. You don't have to be so polite. And I'm like, yes, sir. It's funny. He passed away very last year, I believe, and the last time I saw him, he was suffering from Alzheimer's, so he couldn't really remember. He couldn't really remember me or who he was. But when I started singing his music, his eyes lit up, and it was like the record of his life started playing. And that's another reason why I think music is so powerful, because even when he forgot who he was, he remembered what he made, and he remembered like who he was in the moment that he made it. So music has always been such a part of my life, starting to play the flute at 9. And even before then, I have a lot of memories from 2 and 3 years old. And I remember my babysitters telling my mom, well, you got to sing it, baby. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, if the radio's on, I'm going to sing along. Isn't that what you do? You participate in the song. And I feel like I'm coming back to that. And I'm glad. I feel like I am a more complete me instead of just sections of me.
Wow, that's what I feel like. This was that story was a great origin, not even a great origin story, but just more of a good sum of with great power comes great responsibility, right? So all these things you got to go out and web sling between projects to save us from the mundane parts of life, right? With our creativity. And like I said, the burden of telling your story at all costs.
Right? No one's going to get it right.
Right.
No one else is going to know your story. Like, even though we have a lot of shared experiences, who you are and what it is that you have to bring, you've got to cultivate your space. I was just speaking with someone about what it means to take up space. And, I was making all of these analogies, but then when I really thought about it later, creating a creative space is like tending to a garden. You have got to nourish it, and you've got to make enough room for the things that you are planting to grow and bear more fruit. But you've also got to protect it against pests, and you have to put in the effort and roll up your sleeves to do so, but you've got to protect it. You've got to protect it from the elements. You've got to protect it from pests, and you've got to protect it from yourself. You have to know how to see when the things that you are doing are helping, helping yourself or working against you. We can be sometimes our own worst enemies because we're so concerned about things being absolutely perfect. And yes, perfect practice makes perfect, but we don't get to the point of innovation if we just do everything exactly the way someone else has done it. You know, we have to take all of our experiences. We don't have to do anything, but innovation comes when we take disciplines outside of the one that we have and then bring it to raise the water so everyone's boat rises, you know? And so I feel like now, especially now, when who you are, what it means to be you, is being defined by other people's stories. And it's okay. It's okay if that story is not yours. That is an opportunity for you to tell what isn't being told. And that's kind of what I felt about the Book of Mer. I was like, wow, you know, I had no idea that the Micmac had Sabawa Ilnu, or halfway person mermaid. I had no idea that Inuit had Sedna, who was this basically mother of all sea creatures. I had no idea that France had Melusine de Lusignan, basically a dragon fairy mermaid elf who is the lineage of all of the royal families. What? Why have I never heard of this? I didn't know that there were Ningyo and Kappa in Japan, or that the Jeju Islands had their own, you know, mermaids, like deep sea divers in Korea. That in Juzu were the mermaids of Zimbabwe. That Mami Wata was, you know, the queen of the ocean in Ghana. That Yemoja was the freshwater deity. That Adargatus or Astaroth was the earliest patron deity of ancient Babylonia. I had no idea, because we get the Little Mermaid, and that's fine. That's a great story with a great song and a really cute crab. But there's so many more stories, and there's so many others that from so many different places that you end up seeing like the same archetypes, the Cinderellas, the fairy tales that we hear over and over again, just replaced with Black characters or Latina characters, you know, Latinx. What it's, instead of saying, you know what, I've done a little research and your story is amazing and worth being told. So that's what I want to do. And I'm mixing them also with my own family history, the dreams of my great grandfather, you know, the stories of my grandfather in Tuscaloosa being one of the first Black forest rangers and one of the only forensic photographers in Alabama, taking a photo of Martin Luther King when he was 27 years old. Like, those are incredible stories. There's so many amazing people here in my own family, contractors. I had an ancestor who was a Choctaw man. He was Native American, and he wore a bowler cap with a feather in it. And his name was actually George Washington Carver, no relation. And he was a builder, and he helped build the White House, but he fell off of the roof and broke his back. And they sent him on a train 300 miles from home, so he had to walk home. That's insane.
Wow.
What crazy stories. This is my story. These are my relatives. This is my blood. This is what I am made of. I am made from people who faced incredible odds and survived, and not only survived, they thrived. So what they paved for me, what they have done as individuals, you know, is literally a part of me. But what I do and how they've impacted me, I want to, you know, expand that outward from the things that I make and give people that psychological permission to say like, yeah, why not me? Why wouldn't I be a filmmaker, a musician, an artist? You've got to put in the work. You need the resources, but it's so much easier now more than ever. I think about, when I was coming up as a musician versus being an artist and really getting into the comic industry. I felt like there were so many barriers then as a Black woman who sang like eclectic alternative soul. I was into like Bjork and No Doubt and Stevie Wonder and Sarah Vaughan and Stone Temple Pilots and all of these different influences. When I went to the music industry, I went to the, Sony BMI and spoke to all of these A&Rs and all of these different incredible people. And I had such amazing people behind me. But what I wanted to make hadn't been made yet. And they didn't understand the vision because I wasn't a producer and I couldn't produce what it was that I wanted to make. I was a singer and a songwriter, but I didn't have an iPhone. I didn't have, a microphone to be able to stack and record my vocals. The technology is catching up, but some people don't have access. Some people don't, have a means to get to that. But I think about what my ancestors were able to do, just people in my family with even less. They were incredible. My dad was a farmer out in Mobile, Alabama, and his mother became a nurse. He became a physicist. He was invited to Argonne Labs and Harvard and helped develop MRIs and string theory. My older sister, she can't even tell me what she does or she'll have to kill me. She's an engineer. She's one of those hidden figures. She is actually one of those hidden figures. Like I can't even like mention her name. It's like the things that we were able to do considering our circumstances. The stories that my father told me about the things that people who were enslaved were able to do despite their circumstances. I said to myself, okay, life is hard, but I have to be harder. And what is my excuse? Because I've been homeless. I've been without resources. I've been without hope. But my mind said that I had to say to myself, I am not this situation. This is not who I am. This is not the definition of me. I am what I repeat. And what I repeat is creation. I am a creator. So I need to create new circumstances for myself. And that's going to take a lot of work. And I may need help, but I will be appreciative of that help and I will make myself ready. So when that opportunity comes, I will be there. So I went to Conway and got some button-down shirts. And I was like, well, when I get a job, I will be ready for it. And so I became a secretary, and that computer that I worked on, which I taught myself how to use at the library. Thank goodness for the library. So I was able to use that computer and then get a job. Thank you, Gregory McCants, for the opportunity. And I taught myself Photoshop. And in between my lunch breaks, I'd pack my lunch, make sure I didn't get crumbs on the computer, and taught myself how to draw. Because as a musician, I needed flyers, I needed a website, I needed a way to promote myself. And art is a service. It's necessary. It's necessary to transmit information. So this was essential to my well-being. And after a while, even though I was very passionate about it, it made more sense to do artwork, because trying to become an R&B singer during the early 2000s, or just being an eclectic singer during the early 2000s, the the people who were in the way of that happening, like, I don't want to call them gatekeepers because they were also door openers.
Right.
You know, if who I was and who I wanted to be, they didn't understand. And because my vision wasn't clear and the way I communicated it was not clear, they didn't get it. So they didn't want to take a risk on something and invest in something that they didn't see a clear plan to victory. But as an artist, I started going to comic conventions and I was like, wait a second. The editor is right here. The artist is right here. I was like, that's the CEO of the company. They're right here. I don't have to get an appointment. I don't have to have a manager I don't have to have a lawyer to speak to a manager, to speak to an A&R, to get a demo done, to get a showcase. I'm in control of this.
Mm.
Oh, yes. This is happening. This is all I have to do is figure out the techniques and study perspective and just it's never going to be perfect. I'm always going to think it's terrible. It's never going to be good enough because what's in my mind and what I envision is always going to be ahead of my capabilities. But until I start putting in that repetition, I'm never even going to get close. So it's either do the reps just like I do scales and then get a little closer to what it is I want to do, or do a job that I hate and be miserable. Now, granted, I'm still working things out, like doing all of these things and managing time and being protective of your energy and who you allow in your circle. That is also essential to you being a successful and healthy artist. Because if you suffering from artist block and all of these different things, if you're working, then you sit down to draw and you feel exhausted and you don't have anything left, then that means that you are running on empty. You can't draw from an empty well.
Right.
So I felt like I wanted to do all of these things, but I wasn't nourishing myself and prioritizing my health and wellness to be able to give to my art. You can't give to your art until you give to yourself. So there's still things that I'm learning, and this is an ever learning and ever expanding journey. But I feel like I'm finally getting to the place where I'm just like, okay, I need to figure out my story, like me as a person, and then I can make new paths.
Beautiful. And so where can we keep up with you? And again, thank you so very much for that. Was just such a stream of brilliance. It begs for us to say, how can we follow you in your story from these points here? Where can we find the book before it comes, and how can we follow and support your time and talent?
Thank you. It will be coming out through Image Comics, and if you head to afuarichardson.com, I have a store there where I'm selling prints and I'm taking pre-orders for the Book of Myrrh. And I just moved and I'm just recovering from a little stint in the hospital, but I'm getting back to strong me and working on a new date for the release. I want to finish it first before, putting out the new date, because I'm still mastering the album. And there's actually one other form of media that I'm going to be adding to it. So but I won't announce that until it's actually come to fruition. But I'm really excited about it. But I'm on Instagram as Afua. That's AFUA_Richardson. I'm on Facebook under my name, Afua Richardson. I'm also on Twitter. Happy History Month, guys. Like it's really exciting to see how many new innovations have come just in the time that I've been a creative. I'm like, there's room for all of it. Like let's form Voltron and save the multiverse.
Oh, absolutely. So with that, thank you so very much for it's always a privilege to chat with you. Obviously in passing, even as ex neighbors now, we'll get you back at some point in fair.
I gotta come back to the South. I'm not made for this snowy weather. My Southern bones hate it.
Oh no!
But there's something nice about it too. There's something
Mm.
nice and peaceful about the snow, except when I have to shovel it.
That's true. That's true. That's true. It's so beautiful to look at, right, from afar.
It is from the inside of my
Exactly.
home in the warmth with a mug
Absolutely.
of a tea.
Absolutely. So thank you so very much, Abu. And thank you everyone so much for continuing to join us here for Black Futures Month 2022, looking at Black history in the making, just with Ms. Afua. So thank you all so very much. Stay tuned and stay included. We'll be right back. And thank you, everybody. I appreciate you yet again. So we are right back at it here with Black Futures Month 2022. Of course, my name is Dejan Sneed, founder of Subsume, and we welcome you and thank you all so very much. As you just heard, we just talked with the Jane of all trades, Ms. Afua Richardson, on her work with Book of Myrrh. Prior to that, we talked with Kingwood Comics CEO. We talked with Kingwood Comics CEO David Crownson. Prior to that, we had a first look at the Black America's Futures Chat with Yul Anderson and Dr. Ronaldo Anderson. That is going to be a program held at Carnegie Hall next week. So we already kind of taking that vibe and moved forward. And from there are excited to have day 3 of Black Futures Month, where we're looking at the intersection of creativity, technology, and community, and how the innovators of today are realizing Black history in the making. And so with that, I'm going to bring right onto the stage our next guest, and very excited to introduce and share the stage here with Mr. Anderson. Mr. Howard, why did I say Mr. Anderson? I don't know what, because I was saying Yul Anderson, so let me make the introduction correct. We're speaking with Brian Howard, who is the founder and CEO of Euphoria. Thank you so very much. Brandon, how you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. This is fun for me. I'm excited to talk with a brother who is healing people with sound waves. I was like, we got to get him in here. And, we're talking about something in the future. It sounds fantastic, but obviously practical and is a real thing. So I appreciate the chance to connect with you prior and definitely want to just part the stage and allow you to formally introduce yourself.
Sure, absolutely. Hello, everyone. I am Brandon Howard. I'm the founder and CEO of Euphoria. We are a digital wellness company. And, our secret sauce is that we make music healthy. I sort of got into this space as a result of my own sort of injuries. I herniated 2 discs in my back around the age of 30. And I spent the last 11 years dating myself, trying to figure out what to do about that, and sort of navigating life and figuring out sort of, where I can go for help, where I can't go for help. It was those experiences and, more of the backstory that I can get to. But it was navigating that path and realizing, I had to solve my own problems. And which path could I take that made sense for me? And I found something that was having a positive impact and felt that, it could work for other people. And so far it has been, and the road keeps going.
That's great, and we appreciate the path that has led you here, and we want to continue it from this point. Now, the idea of using sound and music and calming things, we think more of meditation. Could you elaborate of how did you actually find like the right frequencies? I mean, I know that there's obviously some algorithms and some point to that. What is the science behind that? This amazing idea.
Sure. So I guess to talk about sound first, when I had 2 herniated discs in my back, I went through physical therapy. Doctors gave me pain meds. Everything sort of seemed to make things worse. And, you just start Googling and, what can heal my back? What can make the discs in my back grow or heal or rejuvenate? And these words just kind of lead to, search results. And I started seeing things about binaural beats and sound waves and, and consciousness. And so I just explored it just to see what would happen. And the first time I used binaural beats, which is essentially playing 2 different sound waves in each ear. And so the difference, like if it's 432 hertz over here and 420 over here, you'll get a 12-wave binaural beat. And learning all this stuff was kind of insightful in terms of, all right, so depending on what I'm thinking, my brain gives off a vibration. And if my brain feels a vibration, it can replicate that in terms of a thought pattern. And all that was sort of leading me back into more research around, the science of positivity or science of positive consciousness, which isn't incredibly robust, but it's kind of one of those things where there's so much evidence that it works that I wanted to put it to the test. And, when it came to creating binaural beats, and positive consciousness, all right, what is the healthiest way? What are the safest frequencies I can use? And again, more Google searching. And I did study music when I was in school. I took, some biology classes when I was in college. So, the sound waves and the music, it was all sort of making sense to me mathematically and everything else. And so when I was looking for healthy tones, I came across the solfeggio scale. And that is another sort of like rabbit hole. But the short story is that monks have been using this across cultures across the world for centuries, for millennia. And it almost goes back to the dawn of any history that humans can come across. And it's the fact that when you sing or hum these specific notes, you can feel it vibrate in different parts of your body. And so to address a physical, mental, or emotional issue, they already understand the mind-body connection and how a thought can lead to an emotional reaction, which releases hormones into your body, which, if they're all stress-related, leads to chronic inflammation and then chronic disease. Or if you recover from those thought patterns, then you release, your parasympathetic nervous system, the healing hormones in your body, and then you can recover. And so they knew that thousands of years ago. Now that's just touching on sort of neuroplasticity and sort of like people's ability to heal themselves. So this is the world that I live in. And, part of it makes me feel like I don't come across a ton of people that know this. And so I feel, it's a decent amount of responsibility, but it's, it's a lot of hope that, for all the problems that, I grew up with, the stress of growing up in South Carolina and how that's even tied to the back pain that I was experiencing after I broke my back. It led me to see how valuable and how important our thoughts are as it relates to our health. And in a country where there's no preventative healthcare system, like it is on all of us individually to figure out what can we do to stay healthy, to prevent, all these illnesses and things that are rolling around. And, it starts with consciousness. I mean, I think that we were kind of educated one way to believe like it starts with our physical bodies. But, if that worked, it stopped working for me. So I figured I just moved on to something else.
Well, that's powerful. I want to ask how you implement your program right now through your startup Euphoria.
Sure. So right now, our MVP was sort of the first way that we could bring this, and I kind of want to tell the backstory because it's related to all the beautiful art that you guys always have behind you. I started off wanting to be like a creative writer. Like I was in the finance world. I graduated from Brown, and so I was like too left brain for me, and I wanted to get more creative. So I started writing. One night I was inspired, and that inspiration is kind of why I'm still here. Mm-hmm. And it was, I had this thought, is like, what if God is in the water? And that led to me like writing a whole novel and a graphic novel and a screenplay and like story after story, all related to this one concept. And it was researching for all these stories that led to me understanding sort of what chakras were. I wanted it to be it was a young adult sci-fi novel, so I needed superpowers. And I wanted them to be sort of like based in reality a little bit. And that's when I started reading about more of the chakras and the Vedas and how they have this whole system for understanding sort of like people's individual superpowers. And, that's what led to me, learning more about like how you can arrange all these, how the correlations are related to like sound, like color, music, and how our bodies respond to it. So, to answer your question, I forgot it already, but say it one more time.
No worries. The implementation of your MVP
Sure.
into that point. No worries.
Yeah. So to that point, I was like, all right, how do I bring this to more people? And there are other binaural beat products that were out there, and some of them you still had to buy CDs. And at this point, like, I was done with CD players. I was on to MP3 players, and I saw other people were creating like these really expensive albums, and I didn't really have the skill set for that. I'm not a technical founder, but I do like enjoy my time in Excel and organizing. So I decided to design an app, and right now the MVP is available on iOS. And it's free to download. And the way I incorporate all these different scenarios is that, it's about shifting consciousness. It's about recognizing when you're in that negative state and then wanting to get into a positive one. So that's kind of like the game of sort of the mental health game as I kind of understand it. The more time you spend stressed about something, the more hormones you release into your system, and then the harder it is for you to like break back from that inflammation. So what I do is I ask people, like, so that's the game. If you can stop yourself from thinking negative thoughts, that's all you need to do to heal. If you can turn on positive thinking, that's all you need to do to heal. If you can imagine yourself, overcoming or just like living happily after whatever it is you're going through, like, that's kind of like how manifestation works from my perspective. So I created this app to say, choose what mood you want to be in. And so this is for those who can't just like snap and like, think happier thoughts like my wife can. It's challenging. So for those who want a little assistance, the app works where you just turning on the app, you've already taken that first step to like having a better outcome. So that's a positive experience there. Any step you take to feeling better, like, that's healthy. And then with the app, you choose how you want to feel. So there's a whole list of emotions that you can choose. They're broken up by chakra. Those are the emotional categories. But find out like where you're negative, like what is your like, and that's listed there. So find out where you're negative, and then like look for the positive sort of emotions that can help you shift to that positive state, or just choose any positive emotion that you want to experience. And that's like the first question. Question 2 is, what personal attribute do you want to boost? So again, you'll see another list of sort of mental and emotional and physical states that you can choose from. Again, that's solfeggio and Schumann frequencies. And I can talk more about Schumann frequencies if you want. And then the third option is like, what is your mental state? So, or what is your activity state? Are you resting, relaxing, meditating, or are you trying to get to those places? And so if you can answer those 3 questions, a binaural beat will be created. You listen through headphones, and then you'll feel the effects within 10 minutes if it's like your first time. You might start feeling effects of just the solfeggio tones within 5 minutes. This is what the science is showing so far. But it's also showing that the more you do this, the faster it works. And so I can understand like some people will sort of have that behavior pattern where they lean on an app like this for their mental state. But the fun part is that once you realize that an app is helping you shift, and then you'll realize you're in those scenarios where you don't have an app, you'll start to shift on your own, and then you'll realize you don't need the app. So it's not about, giving everybody another crutch. This is, I look at it as, just a step towards more emotional self-awareness and more of the awareness about self-consciousness that can help people shift, any scenario in their everyday lives, whether it's physical, mental, or emotional. So, yeah, that's how we're engaging so far. We do have, there's another story about like, the future and having to build the company of the future in order to, make a product like this that isn't getting all the financial support that I wish it was getting. So we do have plans in place to bring this to the website, bring this to Android apps. We're working. We have a preventative healthcare metaverse that we're developing. And in order to do that, we have a whole shared equity, like sort of business model. So anybody who works with us becomes a part of the project or a part of the product that we're working on together. And then we share the equity that way. But we're doing that to build a lot more interactive games to make well-being and mindfulness and meditation like more fun, more engaging. And that's the thing with meditation, that there's so many things that work to help people, develop consciously, that it doesn't always have to be sitting still with your eyes closed. Like there's tremendous benefits to that. And that's probably like the end goal for anybody who wants to, master meditation. But, on a commercial level, when you look at other companies like Calm and Headspace, guided meditation is just one element. And walking meditation is a valid thing. And it's the one lesson I think that I got, the biggest lesson I got out of going to church as a kid was you take those lessons that you learn about life, if you're only learning them on Sunday, and you incorporate them into your real life. And that's what I took from those messages. And, I see consciousness and mindfulness as the same thing. If you learn a random lesson during the week, you incorporate that into your day to day, like your reality changes a little bit and you grow from there. And so, yeah, it's not for people who are happy and doing great unless they want to, a little help manifesting. But, this is definitely for the people who are struggling with like, chronic pain and chronic injuries because of, just life traumas from the past. Like there's dots that connect all these things. And for me, emotions is the clearest way to understand all those. And so I just want to help people understand them for themselves.
Oh, that's wonderful. Now, I really see like the holistic approach to utilizing this technology to heal and as you say, to be able to come more in tune with the positive and accentuate that. I wonder, as an African-American founder of a healthcare startup, obviously from the complete history of African-Americans here with healthcare, right? We've got a lot of reasons to be apprehensive, historically about the way that the healthcare industry has treated our community. Does that play any role in your being a founder in this space, being able to introduce this type of technology? Like you said earlier, that we don't have, we as the U.S. don't have a robust or even probably nascent preventative healthcare space. What are your thoughts in being able to make a shift in that type of conversation?
Sure. So I got a little bit of feedback there. For me, this is largely, I'm still here because of my frustrations with the systems. Now, for positive consciousnness, I want to say positive things. I want to frame things in a positive way. And I normally boil it down to two scenarios. It's either the systems we have were designed like this to drive us nuts, or those who are setting up the systems did not know everything that they needed to know. So for me, it was my experience with the healthcare system. The pain meds that they gave me seemed to take me to places emotionally that I had never been before, like higher levels of anger, anxiety, frustration, stress. Like I never used the word anxiety before my back broke. And maybe that's part of the problem. However, when I didn't get solutions, then they denied me surgery and said I wasn't in enough pain. I realized I was on my own. And so that was one crack in the healthcare system. I'm like, all right, why don't they have like better scenarios, better treatments for this? And, it's a very long story, so I'll try to like hit the highlights. But ultimately, when I created Euphoria, I used it on myself. And I realized that I'd also lost my job, essentially because I burned out. Like my back broke, I was angry every day. The company was frustrated. I was on Wall Street. And I went from this perspective of everybody graduates college and contributes in the real world to make the world a better place to the greediest people win. Mm-hmm. And after all that, so that was my issue with the finance industry. Then the healthcare industry is saying like, we're only going to treat the people that we want to treat, and we don't really care about your back pain. And so I create this device to treat burnout, and I give it to nurses. And nurses are like, sorry, we can't use this. It's not FDA approved, and we can't give it to patients either. So I'm like, all right, this is where it's needed most, especially like given what's going on with COVID. Right. And so then I went to hospitals and I tried to get into their incubator programs. And then they said, sorry, we don't really care about preventative health because it's eliminating, the money train to the late care health, like the healthcare that people need later in life. And so I said, all right, so they really don't want preventative healthcare. And I joined more accelerators and incubators. And it's like, and then you talk to venture capitalists. No offense to anybody who's in those industries who's like watching this, but this has just been my experience. And in the VC space, again, like because nobody's making a ton of money in the well-being space, there's not a lot of motivation for them to invest. It's like, is it a moneymaker? Like, we don't see it. And healthcare is the same way. So we have to show that preventative healthcare is worth it. It is beneficial. Like, whether it's because people are using, these other steps and it's minimizing their long-term healthcare costs. Like, that's attracting insurance companies, and insurance companies are starting to invest in these sort of wellness solutions. So, now corporations can offer calm and headspace to their employees. However, employees are still like stressed out because calm and headspace are only like touching on a part of the problem. You're hearing all this like DEI, AA stuff coming up in conversations because, that's another thing that businesses need to pay attention to in order to like focus on the well-being of their employees. And so, thanks, Tanya. And then that's translating, and you see, like, the way the economy is set up is that everything is interconnected. Like, you can't talk about preventative health without addressing like the food industry and the food and beverage industry, and they don't really want to like change any of their stuff. And so when you're trying to create a solution for all this stuff at the same time and trying to make sure that nobody's, feeling like too concerned about what you're bringing to the table, you've got to think of like, what are the win-win scenarios for everybody? And instead of like addressing like all those industries, like our focus and our business approach is that world peace starts with inner peace. And so every individual who's like stressed out at work can take their own steps to figure out how can they be more balanced in their environment. Like, and that's kind of the thing, like our environments are incredibly toxic. Our environments are leading us to a lot of these diseases and these stressful situations. So, if it takes us longer to change our environment, what we can do more quickly and have more control of is changing our inner environment. And that includes like how we think, how we feel, how we act, what we say. And so if you can be that balanced in whatever work scenario you have, you can bring better ideas and better solutions in these industries where, a little more research, a little more transparency might be helpful. And that's kind of where we're going. There's data out there called ESG. It's coming up in the US a little bit more. It's been bigger in Europe, but it's a way of, sort of tracking, what a company is doing for their environment, for their, the social interactions between their employees and their community, and the governance on how they manage their people and how they manage their company. And so that kind of transparency is about to be like really popular. And that is going to inspire companies to kind of prove who can do better. Right. Like, that's the new competition, is like who can do the most for their employees and for their customers. And so that's how we want to fit into the equation.
That is well said. And there's a few points I want to go to because I know we're short on time, and we'll absolutely be revisiting yourself in this application. I think, as you shared my point, a couple of years ago, well, really when COVID started, I started up a healthcare startup, Health Valet, that basically track not only just COVID interactions, but also the interactions of the healthcare space, like where like individual locations, like how they were handling like their outbreaks, as well as the cost to go for treatment in like a certain radius. And in long short, nobody wanted it. Everybody in the right time for the right thing that again was preventative. It was more about how can we either fix the problem or how can we raise our rates because now the whole world is our customer type thing. And as you say, like the frustration of trying to get in front of like larger companies or corporations or I see where that frustration is when you have something that absolutely is more holistic. And again, for our reasons of not wanting to prevent things, but profit from the symptoms and the illness versus treat the disease. So again, I really did, and that really stuck with me when we first talked. Having something like this that was more restorative up front, accessible and affordable, but unfortunately seeing we've seen these struggles to that, to have those things really reach the mass adoption. So I really wanted to make sure to highlight your work and your efforts because this is the future, right? That we're working towards a future where things are, we are restorative and we're preventative into things, particularly for our bodies that we can control when so much around us seems to be out of control. So I want to just give you one more moment to not only share what we can find and support you, but just some closing thoughts on where you see the future of Euphoria.
Sure. Well, thanks, Dee. I really appreciate your time. I, appreciate the way that you are sort of making this topic more pronounced. It's, our futures are crucial. And I think part of the chaos is, we don't really have an understanding of why our environment is so chaotic while our thoughts are also so chaotic. And it's that challenge that I found where if you can find sort of your own calm in the storm, like that's kind of all you need. And a lot of worrying. And that's the thing. It's like when we talk about the future, we want to think about it positively. Like if you're ever dreading something in the future, like it's just going to make that future happen. So if you don't want that to happen, like stop thinking about it, but also use that to navigate how you get to the outcomes. Like staying positive through an entire situation is really what I found to be most beneficial. It's being in that moment. And so, in all the ways that we want to bring this to people, the best way to connect with me, like I'm a little bit more of a business person, so you can find me on LinkedIn. That's the best place. I feel like I'm trying to fix Facebook and Instagram, so I'm not really on there very much. But LinkedIn is best. Facebook, I might be a month or two late to follow up. But the website is www.euphoriaapp.com. So that's the letter U, the number 4, EA, and then app.com. And that's where you'll always see the latest from us. And that's where you can connect. So yeah, hopefully we'll have a lot of updates soon. We got some people working on some things that are going to be educational, informative, helpful, and creative. So I'm excited for it.
We got you here. I think
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Of course. Right. So no, we appreciate you so very much. I appreciate the time and opportunity to, to showcase innovators, that are, again, we're building Black history in real time. I think this is a perfect example, not only for yourself, but the great work that you're doing for us and for our community. So thank you so very much. I appreciate the time. And for sure, we will be using and utilizing a service of Euphoria in the very near shared future. So again, thank you so very much. All right, Brandon, appreciate it, brother.
Take care.
All right, take care. All right, y'all. So yet again, we are seeing the future being built right before us. There's innovation all around us. There's just a plethora of talent and opportunities that are abound. But at the same time, it's always refreshing to see that when it's people that look like us and have the acumen to really build and bring things to our community that are restorative is absolutely a pleasure. So it was thankful of Brandon to bring not only his time, but his talents with his application Euphoria, which again, we want to set up as a particular experience with Subsume. So with that, we're going to take a quick break and reset, and then we're going to come back with Miss LaShawn Banks and talk about civic planning for the culture. Thank you. We'll be right back. Good day, everyone, and thank you so very much for being a part of our program with Black Futures Month 2022. My name is Dejan Sneed, and welcome. We appreciate your time and opportunity to be here with us as we look at the intersection of creativity, technology, and community, and look at our shared Black futures in a myriad of spaces and with some of the top talent in their fields. And to that, would love to bring you into our next conversation here, where we're going to be talking about the Black futures of economic development and basically how shared spaces for the future, both physical and beyond, and how from a social standpoint do we include underrepresented communities. And to that, I'm going to bring in a talented guest, friend and alumni of an amazing school, the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, Miss LaShawn Banks. How are you doing today, LaShawn?
I'm good. How are you, Dedrin?
Pleasure. Thank you so very much. So let me give you all of your nice officials and appreciate your time and being part of our program here this weekend with Black Futures Month. So again, we have LaShawn Banks, who is the Director of Equity and Inclusion at Harvard Kennedy School and Center for Democratic Governance and the Bloomberg Harvard City Leadership Initiative. She is also a MBA from the Keenan Flagler School and International Studies from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, joining us. And we're going to talk about this kind of space of racial equity, economic development, and inclusion in those spaces. So a mouthful, but this young lady is extremely talented. I've seen it firsthand. So thank you so very much, LaShawn.
Thanks for having me, Dedrin.
I appreciate it. So I know, again, of all the things that I've seen you do, obviously your opportunity to teach and share from an economic standpoint, how we look at spaces being not only just developed, but obviously the future thought of what the current state of economic communities are and what those futures hold. So kind of in sum, what do you look for, or what is racial equity when it comes to economic development? What does that look like for you?
So it's interesting because people have all these different ideas of what economic development is. And if you break it down to its simplest terms, you say it's development of the economy. And what does that mean? That is creating jobs and opportunities for folks. Well, as you know, Black folks, we've been marginalized and left out of that. And so if we don't have the ability to contribute to the economy, then that causes all types of implications for cities, rural areas, urban areas. And so my work has really been looking at what is this, true cost of racism and how it impacts economies, and how can we build better communities and better cities with more equitable policies that actually benefit everyone. And I do this by looking a lot at this wealth gap. And this wealth gap really shows the inability for certain races, like Black folks, to be able to contribute. And there is a statistic that came out by Brookings years ago. This was back in 2016 that I like to lead with, that by 2053, the average wealth of Black family household is projected to be zero. So think about having a demographic of people that are growing, which are Black folks, a demographic of people who are shrinking, which is white folks, but the larger group is having less money, down to zero, and the smaller group is having more control and more power over money. That is just going to cause all types of craziness when it comes to even what school can my child go to? Do I have the ability to get to a doctor if need be? How can I really contribute into this economy? And so I look at it from the standpoint of how can we help address this wealth gap? Because in the end, it does boil down to money, right? Traditional economic development was about how do you attract businesses to your community so that folks can work at these companies. Well, when you think about attracting the businesses, a lot of times is from the economic developers who attract the businesses that are like them. And if they're not traditionally Black folks, then they're creating and bringing in jobs that don't benefit folks in those communities. And so then you start to have these gaps that start to happen of, can I get a good job? Can I earn a living wage? Can I provide for my family? And what is the company that we've attracted here? What is it doing for the community?
That's a great point. And when we think about economic deliveries or deliverables within these communities, and you bring up a great point, where a lot of times the courtship of these larger companies and corporations, a lot of times don't bring the direct economic impact to the communities that need it most. And a lot of time, whether that's from workforce development, whether that's from, equity of ownership of the land and the communities in themselves, and to your point, where just the wealth gap for those people a lot of times are minimized already at that point. Is there a particular point of impact where we're looking at from government, from the education standpoint? Where do you see the largest opportunity in your experience in dealing with this?
Well, when I think and talk about the wealth gap, I always like to define wealth. And people have different meanings of wealth. They'll say home ownership, they'll say, this and that. But wealth is really what you owe minus, what you have minus what you owe. That's what wealth is, right? And so when we think about home ownership being part of wealth, that is one creation and one part of wealth. But I like to focus on really the business ecosystem and how can Black folks in entrepreneurship become more entrepreneurs, create more wealth through entrepreneurship. And also, when you're doing that, you're creating jobs for people that are like you. So when I talked about attracting different businesses, we just don't have enough Black entrepreneurs that are doing as well as the entire ecosystem. And so that's what I like to focus on really in local government. How are we incentivizing these Black businesses? 90% of Black businesses are sole proprietorships, but the money is made when you have employees in Fortune 500 companies. So it is really part of local government's job to make sure that they're nurturing those entrepreneurs. I go into cities sometimes and I say, how come when whites ask for incentives or help from cities, you give them things that are revenue generating incentives, such as helping them build parking garages or hotels. But when Blacks come to local government, it's usually tied to social services or a community center that tethers them more to that community, but it's not wealth generating. So really looking at these policies to say, are we helping these minority entrepreneurs? Because they're a part of the economy just like everyone else. But the more that you help those entrepreneurs, the more they hire people that are like them, that are from their community, and then we start to spread that wealth. So it really is about looking at entrepreneurship more than just, oh, someone wants to start a business. There are a lot of forced entrepreneurs that they're not able to get a job, formerly incarcerated, in very rural areas where there are no jobs. And so we as people, especially as Black people, in innovative and creative, creating and starting a business is a really great way that we can start to close this wealth gap. But it's also a way that we can permeate through our networks. And so I really, really want to encourage folks to think about entrepreneurship in all of its different forms. It doesn't have to be a sexy tech startup company, right? It can be a farm. It can be different things. But what are these scalable traits and ideas that we have to start these businesses?
No, absolutely. And as both as practicing economists, I know that we look at entrepreneurship as a true revenue space and really the way to be the key to generational wealth, as well as a lot of other freedoms and civic opportunities. Particularly with us at Subsume, we've always said entrepreneurship itself is a creative venture, right? You have to imagine something that, from an incongruity of a need versus your ability to fulfill it is, you have to imagine and create something that right now does not exist, or maybe does not exist in its best form. So, we're spot on with the idea of being able to create and build things, particularly your own business. And to that, like you say, we know that there's a lot of issues with gaining access to capital, as you said. Now, looking at it from a technological standpoint, where you brought in like rural economic development, I know was a point. A lot of times for some of the work that we also do when we're looking at underrepresented or marginalized spaces, whether that's here in the U.S. or abroad, high-speed internet or digital redlining is also a factor and a determinant of a lot of these points of success. Looking at your expertise there, what do you see from the future of tech and how that is impacting current economic development opportunities?
Well, if you don't have access to internet, then it's hard for you to see what's going on outside of your world and outside of that small space. And so lack of access to broadband is something that is very, very detrimental to these rural areas. And so one of the things that we like to talk about is when you are looking at attracting businesses, how will that bring more broadband to areas? Who are the folks that are missing out on that? And with technology, you can do so much, but at the same time, you also have to overcome that barrier of knowing how to use it. And I'll give an example of this. When the census was done back in 2020, there were folks that volunteered for their local governments to go knocking door by door to collect census information. But because of our technology now, they were actually given iPads and little palettes that they could use. Well, a lot of these folks were older folks. And just the technology barrier of not understanding how to use this iPad to count the folks that are in a home was putting them at a huge disadvantage. So we know how to talk to people. We know how to say how many people are in your home. We know how to get people to open up to us. But if we have that huge technology barrier of not even being able to use technology, access technology, or know what it can do, we're really missing out in the game. And that's, again, causing more of these disparities.
Well, that's just so true. And when we look at also the impact of families in that space, where obviously we're in the middle of a pandemic,
Yes,
and where we have families that right now, either multi-generationally or particularly for youth, if we look at maybe from K through 12, how do we look to impact or make these opportunities for development that help the youth and find a way for them to be included in this equation?
It has to deal with accessibility. And because of this pandemic we're in, we've seen all over that students are now learning remote. I have a 5-year-old daughter who's in kindergarten. And the first day that she did a remote class, I almost lost it, because it is, even for someone living in a very urban area who has access to all this technology, it was still a challenge for me. So imagine the folks who are not used to being on iPads or computers or laptops. Imagine having to actually shift the way that you're learning now and the access that you have. And so it really comes down to educating people on technology, having the bandwidth to get the technology to the students that need it and the children that need it, but also even educating the parents on how they can support the children as they're learning. Because a lot of times, as we're seeing in this generation, the kids know more than their parents about how to use computers and laptops. And so really making it accessible and providing that support that is complete wraparound services. So not just for the kid, but for the kid's parents, for the area that they're in, for the community that they're in, but looking at it as wraparound services of how can we help get what we need to the children that are learning right now, especially in a pandemic.
That's just again, I think like you're saying, accessibility and agency in that accessibility,
Yes.
where it is something that can be built and developed on in those communities. It's just paramount. So now let's talk about your new course that you're teaching at Harvard. I'd love to hear more about that.
So I just wrapped up my first course at the Extension School that's titled Racial Equity and Economic Development. And it talks about these similar things. How can we really look at city policies and local governments to make sure that they are not excluding folks in these policies, that they are inclusive? I work in DEI space, diversity, equity, and inclusion, but that can be such a taboo word to folks because people hear DEI and they think, oh, I got to do some training on how to be culturally sensitive. And that's not what it is about. The reason we want more diversity and inclusion and equity is diverse thought and diverse experience and diverse lived experience. If it's traditionally been white males in the room, then where is that diversity of lived experience? So it's imperative that we as Black folks are in rooms where decisions are being made, because a lot of times we're the people being impacted by the decisions. So part of this course really broke down who in local government controls these levers to help prosperity and who's impacted by the levers. And how do we start to ask the right questions to make sure the impact that we want to have is what's happening and not unintended impact. For instance, I talk a little bit about the PPP loans that came out for businesses, right? And I work with Dr. Henry McCoy at North Carolina Central, which is a HBCU, and he's done a lot of work on this. But we talk about how those PPP loans, if you look at them, Black businesses even have a 42% gap in the PPP loans that they were given from a bank. Now, if we think about this, this is a federal policy that banks are not really making any money off, nor is it costing them. And so anyone that applies for a PPP loan that meets the parameters should automatically get it. But we're still seeing a 42% gap in Black businesses getting a PPP loan when they self-acknowledge that they're a Black business. So that means something is broken in this chain, whether it's the banking relationship, whether it is the biases that are in the bankers themselves, but something is broken in that system even till today. So how can we look at what is the policy supposed to do? And when you think about it, this policy was really put in place to help minority businesses and marginalized businesses. But if you look at who's taking advantage of it, it is not those businesses. It kind of matches the demographics. You traditionally, and even to this day, you have more white businesses than Black businesses just because there's more white people, right? Mm-hmm. So more white businesses have taken advantage of the PPP loans than Black businesses. But if you think about the intent of it, it was to help the Black businesses that were struggling. So what we should have seen is more PPP loans by Black businesses than white businesses, but we don't. We see the inverse. And so to the naked eye, you can say, oh, well, it's more white businesses, so they're taking more advantage. But the implication and what the policy was to do was to help the businesses that are hurting. So really breaking down these policies and how we're actually reaching the folks we have the intent to reach, but how can we stop these barriers of this lack of access, and how can we do that through policy?
So do you feel it's well, no, it's a great point. And let me jump into this is, from your experience, do you think it's more of a policy opportunity or more of a cultural opportunity, the way that a lot of current economic programs approach underrepresented communities in trying to come out with better outcomes for futures?
I think it's both. And there is a lot of talk now that there should be inclusion, diversity, and equity training within businesses, the private sector, and how they relate to government and when they hire different folks. But it also has to deal with policy and how we're incentivizing companies, right? How we incentivize companies that hire more from marginalized communities, how we incentivize companies that are going to actually give back to the community that they're in or have a footprint in. And so it is both culturally and policy oriented, because we still have to think, if you think about racism and you think about hatred and things like that, that is from an emotional part, right? Mm-hmm. But that emotional part can make policy, and then policy starts to dictate how people behave. If you look at it purely from a policy or economic perspective, you can start to change these policies without that emotion in there that's going to make it harder for bad actors to continue being bad actors. So that's why I like to focus on the policy of it a little more than the cultural aspect. But you need the cultural aspect, because how can policymakers talk to people in marginalized communities if they don't even understand what they're going through, right? That's right. Why you need that diversity of lived experience in the room. You cannot have people only attracting businesses that have never not worked at a business before, right? Or have only worked at great businesses, not bad businesses. So you really need that diversity of lived experience in the room when helping to make these decisions about policy. So that's a cultural thing. But then we get to the policy, right, of what is the actual policy. And I'll give you another example. Opportunity zones. That is a federal policy that said if you invest in these certain census tract that have low income populations, then you can get a tax break on your investment. And you can invest in a business there, you can invest in real estate, but if you put investment in one of these census tracts, you are incentivized and you get a tax break. Well, the main challenge with that is that there's no mandate that whatever you invest in that low income census tract actually benefits that the people there. So if you think about it, technically you can go and build a $5 billion hotel in a very low income neighborhood and reap all the benefits from the taxes or the lack of taxes from that. Now, you're going to have a problem with how you're going to get people to stay there. But because it doesn't have that caveat of it has to benefit the people there, it's another one of those policies that's incentivizing folks to invest, but not really helping the areas that they're investing in.
So let's take a look at maybe a positive outcome that you've seen from your experience. And I know also that you consult with a lot of our cities here in the United States in regards to implementing these programs. Is there anyone that sticks out in your mind that you've seen from a policy and a cultural standpoint that's come out with either a positive program or something in the works that may, looking towards the future, be something that you see as a more widespread point of adoption?
So it's interesting. I get asked that all the time, and I never can pinpoint a city that's doing equity well, right? Because people are doing equity well in different areas or different ways. One thing that comes to mind, I do like to talk about Chicago, because in working with the Bloomberg Harvard City Leadership Initiative, we did have a student work with the city of Chicago. And one of the things that came out of that was really understanding and defining what equity is for the city. So I can tell you a lot of cities across the country right now are creating chief equity officers or chief equity offices.
Mm-hmm.
And so what that's doing is saying, hey, equity is important to us. And in the mayor's office, we're going to even create a person that's going to work on this. So I've seen that across the country. That has been great, but it also can be the flip side. If it's not defined very well, you can start to have groups where all equity challenges are put on one person or one department. And one thing that I like to tell people is, even though I am the director of equity and inclusion at some organizations, I always say, I am not the equity police. I am not here to say you're doing this wrong, let's do this right. True equity is creating these spaces where, again, we can get this diverse thought and diverse lived experience, capture that to make better decisions. So it's about creating that space for it. And so the cities that I've seen that are doing well are creating space where they can hear their community members. If you look at Jackson, Mississippi, they have a People's Assembly that's unlike anything else. There's a book called Jackson Rising, and it's about Black people's self-determination in Jackson, Mississippi, actually starting to control these levers. And so there are all these different types of equity initiatives and equity happening across the country. But I cannot point to a single city to say, oh, it's very equitable there.
No, we'll have that future to come, right? We'll be able to have a bunch of positive examples of these programs. So kind of in closing in sum, what do you see as the future for this economic development space? Right, where we have technology, we've got culture, we've got all this shift and so many things going on. What are the next 10 to 20 years of looking to address this look like for you?
So that statistic I gave you about Black families' wealth going to zero, that's if we stay on the current trend. And I really don't see us staying on that trend. We're more educated. We are permeating throughout our communities. Social media has actually been, it can be, a detriment if used wrong, but it's actually a place that is democratizing ideas and opinions, right? It's letting the people decide. So now that we have more of a voice in a space and we can have more access to rooms that we didn't traditionally have access to, I think we're going to start to see a shift in more entrepreneurs being created by people that look like us. It was important for me to request to teach this class at the Harvard Extension School because I was tired of seeing people educate and teach people that look like me, but they don't look like me. And so having this representation out there is really going to make shifts in the way that we're doing things. And I just see that we're going to start growing more entrepreneurial, and you know, just like the Jackson People's Assembly, we're going to start having more of this political power and political will because we're going to start being in a lot of these rooms. And so I'm very hopeful for how the future is going to look.
Well, I know we have a positive outlook on not only our economic and education future, but just in our shared community, you know, with folks like yourself leading the charge and again, helping us build the policies of tomorrow. So with that, LaShawn, is there any space or place that we can follow your work or look to support you and in your endeavors forward?
Not necessarily that I know of, but you can reach out to me at any time. I'm trying to build a website, but Lord knows I'm so behind in that. But yeah, please share my contact information because anyone can reach out to me that's interested. I love having these conversations.
Absolutely. And that website part, I'm sure I can help you out with. Right?
Okay.
So at least that, you know, we will, well, thank you so much for your time. We also want to get a shout outs again, not only UNC, but 2 C-Step kids here trying to make it happen. So, you know, thank you all so very much. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is LaShawn Banks, our Director of Equity and Inclusion at Harvard Kennedy Center for Democratic Governance at the Bloomberg Harvard City Leadership Initiative.
It is such a mouthful.
But you earned every one of those words. I'm going to say them all, so that's not a problem. I'm proud of you. Thank you so very much for your time, LaShawn. And again, thank you so very much. We'll be talking again soon.
Thanks, Dedrin.
Thank you. Take care. And with that, thank you all so very much for being a part of our Black Futures Month 2022, where we're looking at innovation in action and Afrofuturism in action in our technology, creativity, and our shared communities. Thank you so very much. Stay tuned for more. And thank you so very much. I appreciate y'all. And we are here at the 11 o'clock hour, ready to continue our talk about the intersection of creativity, technology, and community with Black Futures Month 2022. Thanks again for tuning in. My name is Dedrin Sneed, founder of Subsume. We just heard from Ms. LaShawn Banks from the Harvard Kennedy Business School, talking about the ideas of inclusion in civic planning. So with that, thank you so very much. I'm excited to get ready to bring to the stage as we continue this parade of Black excellence and innovators of our shared future who are building the Black history of tomorrow today. And excited to have a continuation of a conversation that we had yesterday featuring one of our sponsors, AI for the People. We are excited to now bring to the stage Mr. Brian Ashton Smith. So it's with hat game impeccable and
hey, following your lead,
brother. Good morning to you. Good day, and we thank you so very much and appreciate your time and as well for your presence. So thank you. With that, please for those who I know we talked with AI Mutale Nikando. I mean, I always. Nakan, say it again, please. Nkande, that's right. I have to get that. We'll get it soon. But to that, want to just make sure that we get a chance to now talk to you and understand a bit about yourself. There might be some folks who might be familiar with your face, so we want to let them know where they may have seen you on screen and stage. And by all means, sir, let us get your propers.
Sure. So my name is Brian Ashton Smith. I'm an actor based here in Atlanta. I've done film and television, so there's some movies and TV shows and whatnot. You'll see me, and I'm on stages here in Atlanta as well. So engaged in the acting community here in Atlanta. I teach over at Drama Inc. And so yeah, my work with AI for the People though focuses very much around the curation of storytelling and trying to use the medium of film and television to culturally shape the future. So we recently created a film for the Smithsonian called Blackness Unbound, the Afrofuturism and the Revolutionary Imagination, which I think we'll show a little bit in a little bit here. But if you think about how technology is kind of like shaping our present, a lot of those technological ideas came from science fiction, right? Like you're looking at Minority Report, which was kind of the precursor to predictive policing, things that we see today. Elon Musk's, someone asked him when he was creating Tesla, is it going to be anything like Kit? So like it started off with, this fun sci-fi show, which turns into self-driving cars, So the power of the media to shape the future is central to the work that I do with AI for the people. So, I think you're muted.
Thank you. I was just simply saying that was so well said and poignant, the idea of what seems to be the fantastic. A lot of times science comes in and follows that cue to bring it into our reality. So, and that was for us like a really good reason to have Black Futures Month. I think the idea of the things that we're creating and crafting here now, among screen and stage, among technology, among conversations of civics and culture, is really what is going to be built into a shared reality. So I was always impressed with the work for AI for the people that were the pioneers of looking at machine learning and how its interaction with humanity is going to shape our future. So it's really important to really not only connect and collaborate with y'all, but also to just understand, the myriad of ways that we're looking at creating the type of content that we can see ourselves in and be proud of it.
Absolutely. Like I very much believe in the power of film and television, and that being a medium that can shape culture. I was listening to Dr. Banks, who was just on. Brilliant. Though I think I would just like to throw into that conversation how policy can only get us but so far, right? Because a policy can only be as good as the society that it serves, right? So if you think about how housing has happened in this country, we had restrictive covenants, and when they were outlawed by the we had the Fair Housing Act, and you had redlining, and then we've had all of these policies and things to kind of fix the housing disparities in this country, yet they still persist. Why is that? If the policies are in place, they should be doing things. Like just a couple of years ago, Facebook had an algorithm that allowed people selling their homes to decide who gets to see the listing based off of race. There are always going to be workarounds for policy if the society hasn't really coalesced around the core of what that policy is supposed to be around, right? So it's really shaping the culture, which will inform the policy. Because if you can get rid of that malicious will culturally, then the policies can actually be effective.
And to your point, that we have to, as a community and as a culture, acknowledge and adhere to those policies as well. Because as you cited, being able to simply put policies in place without any type of enforcement or appreciation of why they're there, it does not beget any type of substantial change, or at least a place of sustainability for that change to really foster.
Yeah. They will find workarounds if the will is there. It's about the will.
That's true. So now with that, I really do want to I've watched this a few times. I don't want to hold it. It's a very honored, very much a privilege and an honor to be able to showcase this exclusive that AI for the People and the Smithsonian have created. And so I want to just set the stage in this sense to kind of let us know about what the idea of Blackness Unbound is.
Sure. Yeah. So AI for the People is also a content producer ourselves. So this is kind of like our initial calling card for the work that we're launching. So I don't want to say too much about it, but I will just say that like Blackness Unbound, what we wanted to do with this film was to really spark the cultural imagination and really ask the question of what if. What does a future of equity and safety and health for Black people in this country look like 20 years out, you know, and how do we get there? Like using the imagination, because we talked about the power of the imagination from, you know, Kit turning into Tesla, from Minority Report to like, there are ways of really capturing the imagination and then making that into reality. So we wanted to create a film that explores, or at least opens up the conversation of whose imagination are we going to be living in the future, right? And is that going to be an equitable like, is that imagination going to include equity for Black people? And why not let it be our voice?
Absolutely. Could not agree more. So with that, I'd love to go ahead and see if we can bring up this program here. Be just one moment. And yes, so we're going to go ahead and see if we can bring up a Blackness Unbound. And here we go.
What if I told you our present, our past, our future are all happening at the same time? I thought that you had to have a
Blackness and time in a way that is more expansive and more liberating.
We can't help but imagine a better future, right? Like, people talk about going back and remembering the good old days. We've never had that. Black people, whether they know it or not, have always been Afrofuturists.
Built on what? Exploitation and like displacement and just overall killing and genocide, right? And you think about who that is of. So indigenous people and Black people.
We are so present, and we are dealing with so many things that are happening in the now. We don't always have the luxury to have that vision and imagination, but things like Black Panther and all of Octavia Butler's books really help us to open up our imagination.
If I had the internet when I was growing up, I'd have been off the planet by now. I'd have built a rocket ship and been the hell out of here. Like, real talk. I'd have figured it out. Gone.
If imagination is what shapes the world,
America,
whose imagination matters most?
So you think about who ran science fiction for a long time, right? White people.
When I look at mainstream science fiction, I see dystopia. So I, like everybody else, go and see the movie Minority Report. This idea that we can predict crime, that there are people on Earth who are innately untrustworthy, then becomes predictive policing in LA. The way we're using cameras and being watched and surveilled kind of came from that theory of like, we can't be trusted. When I see that type of science fiction leading to science fact, leading to innovation, I am enraged because we need another story. If we don't create our own stories, someone else will.
social media, I think it does something to us where like we see something and we just scroll past it and go on to the next thing, and we don't really allow ourselves the space to be in that moment and to actually feel and grieve.
Social media that is about connection, I think, is good, but the thing is that public narrative isn't the infrastructural narrative of social media. They're all businesses. They're all about taking community building and making that a commodity.
Because companies just want people to connect, they're connecting us to disinformation, they're connecting us to misinformation, they're connecting us to extremist ideas. I think that we are entering a new type of incarceration by algorithm.
The people who are building these systems don't look like us, and they are also not using any data sets with people who look like us in them. How is the algorithm supposed to deal with us when they do encounter us?
Technology itself needs to be liberated as well.
This idea that Black Lives Matter was something that was delivered to me via technology. The idea of racial justice, what it was then in that moment around Trayvon, and what it could be in the future was a space that I could be in.
My relationship with social media is very much tied to my relationship with Blackness, right? Because I grew up in a time, right, where I was seeing myself and people who look like me being killed for nothing, right? Going to the store. While some people would say it isn't useful, social media, even though it projected those images and that in itself could be trauma, it also projected solutions.
There was something actually very beautiful about creating a space for meeting people and connecting. Like that is the thing that they were imagining in early science fiction, of just being able to instantaneously connect with people.
Spock. We can look at the creation of the cell phone. So the head designer at Motorola, he said that he did not watch Star Trek as science fiction. He watched it as a vision for the future, a call to action. When I look at the way Black science fiction writers think about technology and how humans can interact with it, I get really inspired because it's usually things that are good for all people.
It challenges a sort of black and white chrome austerity of much of white science fiction. It says there's going to be colors in the future. There were colors in the past.
I think Afrofuturism is science fiction's better half. I always feel like we're going to be able to dance our way out of this. We're going to get a space rocket like Maddie's rocket, and we're going to, fight the KKK, use technology to help us, right?
That's what we need to be using technology for. It should be for the people, for the planet.
The thing that made me be aware that Black people could be in science was music. I knew that sound was being manipulated by technology, and I knew that Black people were manipulating that sound.
The whole purpose of technology with hip-hop was to get guys who are not professionally musically trained or people that don't have access to the instruments still a way to create that sound.
If we think traditionally at how drumming was used during periods of enslavement so that Africans who had been brought to these shores as chattel could communicate with each other.
Only rich people in your neighborhood had an encyclopedia set. Hip-hop was my encyclopedia set. I didn't know who Medgar Evers was. They didn't teach me that shit in school. The first time I ever heard Medgar Evers when Chuck D said it. And also hip-hop made it cool to know about these things.
I can think of like sampling in Black music and how that is, in that process, in that moment, you are taking Black past to create something in the present, but also creating something entirely new.
Play Black Steel in the Hour of Chaos. You want to talk about knowledge yourself? You want to talk about Black liberation? It's the one, I got a letter from the government the other day. I opened it and read it. It said they were suckers. They wanted me for the army or whatever. Picture me giving a damn. I said never. Here is the land that never gave a damn about a brother like me and myself because they never did. Get what I'm saying?
My son is Black. My partner is Black. So to see how the police and society handle us, it's sad. And it's disheartening to know how much the world appreciates our culture and they want parts of it. and they want to be in it. But to deal with us, they can't fathom it. And they don't see us as equals.
Tony K. Bombara said it best. The role of the artist is to make the revolution irresistible. In this moment of revolution, the world is more connected than ever before. What are the stories that can unlock true technological liberation?
How do I embrace this unsettling and scary feeling of fire, of needing to burn things down that are unhealthy, like the ashes of what is happening, the ashes of the institutions that we're trying to deconstruct? How do they nourish something new?
You know, Octavia loves a dystopia. There's always hope. There's always hope. She never ever just stopped at the dystopia.
It is being the Harriet Tubmans of our time, right? It is saying, this is what it could look like. Join me on this journey and help me make it.
When you approach with joy, you get the technologies of joy. I want to wake up in lush, green landscapes.
It's like black folks in jetpacks just like partying in space, and just like how fun that would be.
Think about Prince. Prince always gets the, are you gay, are you straight? But like Prince very much set up this world where he was living in the future because he was just being.
I think it's really on us in the present to shape this future, use our imaginations to create this future where Black people can just be free and be joyful. For me, Afrofuturism is imagining a world where all of those chains are just gone. It is Blackness unbound. It is joy.
And we will return with an encore to that. Understand we might have had a bit of sound difficulty, but still, nonetheless, the narration and the parts that we were able to resonate and take a look at for sure were fantastic. So I'd love to just take a moment, Brian. Really, what was your first thought once this project was completed?
First thoughts. I was a little blown away. I mean, it was a bit of a whirlwind experience throwing this together. We did not have a lot of, backing from some of the institutions we were partnering with initially to get this made. We went and got funding from some really, really great partners at Pop Cultural Collaborative afterwards. But it was a bit of a whirlwind because, I mean, we went in not knowing a title. We were like, well, let's just kind of see what happens, what comes out of this creation process. And I remember specifically talking about how Black folks have always in this country lived under this and lived with this anti-Black sentiment being like the narrative, like the in the cultural zeitgeist, right? We've always been bound by chains, by restrictive covenants, by lack of education, or being restricted from education. So it's like, what would it feel like? I mean, honestly, if you think about all of the issues that are affecting Black America, it all comes back to these really negative anti-Black things that have been put onto Black people. So we wanted to imagine what would it look like if there was a future where Black people felt safe, where we felt fed, and what does safety mean? Because if it's not just necessarily relying on police, rely on police because that's the only option we have right now, right? But like, what would safety, what would it look like if we reimagine safety? Like all of the crime and violence, that all comes out of people not having their basic needs met. So what happens if they were? So, we take all of these chains that have been holding Black people back and what is at the core of Blackness. And it is joy. So we wanted to like explore the idea of unbinding Blackness, you know?
Absolutely. It's just such a warming and enriching sentiment, which on its surface seems to be a natural and humanistic space to think of yourself. But as you say, in contrast to what our realities have been, particularly the Black experience in the Americas, there's been everything but. And where we have a Black History Month to kind of think back and appreciate the pioneers and, both those known and unknown that, have made the way for us to get to this point, we still have a lot of those burdens still put upon us. And so the idea of the future and Afrofuturism is that we can still see a point where that optimism and that hope, that the dystopia dissipates enough that, we get to be our true and authentic selves. And, when again, I know that, the brilliance that was part of the AI for People group, really did in a lot of eloquent ways kind of showcase how our struggle through getting to this point is really what shaped and made it possible to have a narrative that we can still be optimistic in spite of all the things that have happened to us and our people. Is that even still, it's not that we're persisting, it's that we're thriving towards that being a reality.
Yeah. My coworker Lafayette said it really, really well in a meeting we had recently about like it's the work of creating utopia, because we've had this dystopian future painted in all of science fiction. Like you see it so often, this dystopian future. But what could it look like if we take the most marginalized group in our society, which in our society today is Black trans women? And what would it make if we removed all the barriers that are holding them down? Then we can create a society where if they feel safe and fed and are, thriving, we've created a society where everybody can actually thrive. We've created the America that we have on paper, but we don't have in reality.
Strong and poignant as well, because to your point, the idea of Blackness is a community in some, not as a not, to your point, not something that is just a singular answer, but it has to be consummate of all of us. And to that, again, where the imagining of that shared future is that it has to be shared, right? So
yeah.
Among all of us. So that's well stated and absolutely here. So with that, we're gonna come right at 11:30 because I want to be respectful of this privilege of having something exclusive, understanding that this is really the first public showing of this, if I'm not mistaken. And so we won't have this on our repeat. So I want to make sure that everybody does get a full view of this. So we'll go ahead and get ready to cue this up in the next couple of minutes and obviously bring you back in to thank you. But is there any other points that before we leave on from this that are in your thoughts right now?
If anything, like what we hope that this film does is to really just inspire people's imagination. Like I work with creatives, so like having creatives sparking that cultural imagination where we can start envisioning a future, because there are plenty of people working on trying to correct the past, and that's valid work that I support wholeheartedly. But if we're only focusing on the past and not looking towards the future, we're always trying to play catch up. So what happens if we look 20 years out and then start with that protopian vision that we're trying to build towards and then work backwards? We can meet somewhere in the middle.
Absolutely. And it's always great to talk with folks that likewise are future forward, not that we're not acknowledging our past or, agnostic to the present. It is that idea that the future is that forward. The future is forever, and in that sense of where we deserve to be and the way that we deserve to be. So again, thank you for that. Again, we've gotten great responses in the chat. So again, I want to make sure that everyone does have a chance to fully experience this. So what we'll do now, I'll go ahead and cue this back up. This time to not mute because I realize it's on my laptop. And again, coming from my laptop. So with that, we'll go ahead and look to cue this back up and go ahead and bring that in. And yeah, I'm always happy to watch this again. It's just brings joy. So Bear with me one moment as I cue that up.
Well, while you're queuing that up, I just see in the conversation someone said America will never give us the resources. Nevertheless, Americans in general. Agreed. It's not about power is never given, power is taken, but I think honestly that happens on a cultural shift.
Oh, absolutely.
So if we can spark that, then yeah.
Right. And I think it was said yesterday, and I know it's been said before, that the oppressor will never give you the tools to overthrow them, right? You can't utilize the same systems that are holding you down to liberate you. And so I want to make sure that our internet speed and space is places here. So I'm going to try to give this a start. I think we have it queued up. Let's see here.
What if I told you our present, our past, our future are all happening at the same time?
I thought that you had to have a spaceship and you had to have silver hair and you had to be able to fly to be an Afrofuturist. I didn't think that you could just be a regular Black person that wants to make your life better.
Afrofuturism really wants to coalesce Blackness and time in a way that is more expansive and more liberating.
We can't help but imagine a better future, right? Like, people talk about going back and remembering the good old days. We've never had that. Black people, whether they know it or not, have always been Afrofuturists.
So America was built on what? Exploitation and like displacement and just overall killing and genocide, right? And you think about who that is of. So indigenous people and Black people.
We are so present, and we are dealing with so many things that are happening in the now. We don't always have the luxury to have that vision and imagination, but things like Black Panther and all of Octavia Butler's books really help us to open up our imagination.
If I had the internet when I was growing up, I'd have been off the planet by now. I'd have built a rocket ship and been the hell out of here. Like, real talk. I'd have figured it out. Pew, gone.
If imagination is what shapes the world,
America.
whose imagination matters most?
So you think about who ran science fiction for a long time, right? White people.
When I look at mainstream science fiction, I see dystopia. So I, like everybody else, go and see the movie Minority Report. This idea that we can predict crime, that there are people on Earth who are innately untrustworthy, then becomes predictive policing in LA.
The way we're using cameras and being watched and surveilled kind of came from that theory of like, we can't be trusted.
When I see that type of science fiction leading to science fact, leading to innovation, I am enraged because we need another story.
If we don't create our own stories, someone else will.
Social media, I think it does something to us where like we see something and we just scroll past it and go on to the next thing, and we don't really allow ourselves the space to be in that moment and to actually feel and grieve.
Social media that is about connection, I think, is good, but the thing is that public narrative isn't the infrastructural narrative of social media. They're all businesses. They're all about taking community building and making that a commodity.
Because companies just want people to connect, they're connecting us to disinformation, they're connecting us to misinformation, they're connecting us to extremist ideas. I think that we are entering a new type of incarceration by algorithm,
The people who are building these systems don't look like us. And they are also not using any data sets with people who look like us in them. How is the algorithm supposed to deal with us when they do encounter us?
Technology itself needs to be liberated as well.
This idea that Black Lives Matter was something that was delivered to me via technology. The idea of racial justice, what it was then in that moment around Trayvon, and what it could be in the future was a space that I could be in.
My relationship with social media is very much tied to my relationship with Blackness, right? Because I grew up in a time, right, where I was seeing myself and people who look like me being killed for nothing, right? Going to the store. While some people would say it isn't useful, social media, even though it projected those images and that in itself could be trauma, it also projected solutions.
There was something actually very beautiful about creating a space for meeting people and connecting. Like that is the thing that they were imagining in early science fiction, of just being able to instantaneously connect with people.
We can look at the creation of the cell phone. So the head designer at Motorola, he said that he did not watch Star Trek as science fiction. He watched it as a vision for the future, a call to action. When I look at the way Black science fiction writers think about technology and how humans can interact with it, I get really inspired because it's usually things that are good for all people.
It challenges a sort of black and white chrome austerity of much of white science fiction. It says it's going to be colors in the future. There were colors in the past.
I think Afrofuturism is science fiction's better half. I always feel like we're going to be able to dance our way out of this. We're going to get a space rocket like Maddie's rocket, and we're going to, fight the KKK, use technology to help us, right?
That's what we need to be using technology for. It should be for the people, for the planet.
The thing that made me be aware that Black people could be in science was music. I knew that sound was being manipulated by technology, and I knew that Black people were manipulating that sound.
The whole purpose of technology with hip hop was to get guys who are not professionally musically trained or people that don't have access to the instruments still a way to create that sound.
If we think traditionally at how drumming was used during periods of enslavement, so that Africans who had been brought to these shores as chattel could communicate with each other.
Only rich people in your neighborhood had an encyclopedia set. The hip hop was my encyclopedia set. I didn't know who Medgar Evers was. They didn't teach me that shit in school. The first time I ever heard Medgar Evers was when Chuck D said it. And also, hip hop made it cool to know about these things.
I can think of like sampling in Black music and how that is in that process, in that moment, you are taking Black past to create something in the present, but also creating something entirely new.
Play Black Steel in the Hour of Chaos. You want to talk about knowledge itself? You want to talk about Black liberation? It's the one. I got a letter from the government the other day. I opened it and read it. It said they were suckers. They wanted me for the army or whatever. Picture me giving a damn. I said never. Here was the land that never gave a damn about a brother like me and myself because they never did. Get what I'm saying?
My son is Black. My partner is Black. So to see how the police and society handle us is sad. And it's disheartening to know how much the world appreciates our culture and they want parts of it and they want to be in it. But to deal with us, they can't fathom it and they don't see us as equals.
Tony K. Bombara said it best. The role of the artist is to make the revolution irresistible.
In this moment of revolution, the world is more connected than ever before. What are the stories that can unlock true technological liberation?
How do I embrace this unsettling, a scary feeling of fire, of needing to burn things down that are unhealthy, like the ashes of what is happening, the ashes of institutions that we're trying to deconstruct. How do they nourish something new?
You know, Octavia loves the dystopia. There's always hope. There's always hope. She never ever just stopped at the dystopia.
It is being the Harriet Tubmans of our time, right? It is saying, this is what it could look like. Join me on this journey and help me make it.
When you approach with joy, you get the technologies of joy. I want to wake up in lush, green landscapes.
It's like Black folks in jetpacks just like partying in space, and just like how fun that would be.
Think about Prince. Prince always gets the, are you gay, are you straight? But like Prince very much set up this world where he was living in the future because he was just being.
I think it's really on us in the present to shape this future, use our imaginations to create this future where Black people can just be free and be joyful. For me, Afrofuturism is imagining a world where all of those chains are just gone. It is Blackness unbound. It is joy.
All right, so an encore presentation. Again, it keeps getting better. There's always some little nuance, and want to give a shout out to Tim Fielder of Diesel Funk and the Maddie's Rocket reference, and you know, there's always a little piece that I get a chance to enjoy with that. So again, thank you for that. I want to just give an opportunity, of course, to ask, what's the way that we can follow and support yourself, not only your own personal and creative endeavors, but also keep in touch with AI for the people and the endeavors to come?
Sure. So for AI for the people, we don't do a whole lot of social media engagement because of the evils of social media we are very well aware of. But you can follow us on our website, aiforthepeopleus.org. That's AI for the people, all one word, us.org. Personally, you can follow me on Instagram. I do have profiles on social media things, even though I know that they're evil. So for me, it's Bastions, B Ashton S, on Instagram. I've been on Twitter, like I've maybe tweeted 3 things ever. So, Facebook, you can find me in Brian Ashton Smith. Yeah.
There we go. My apologies, hitting one too many buttons there. You were saying about yourself being on Twitter.
You don't even have to worry about Twitter. You can find me on Facebook and Instagram. Facebook's just Brian Ashton Smith. Instagram, it's Bastions.
No worries. I was just trying to post a link there for AI for the people that we can have folks get a chance to bring that up. So again, you can follow this fantastic work and the legacy that they've been built with AI for the people, us.org. All right, Mr. Brian Ashton Smith, you'll be seeing you in stages small and large, not only here in Atlanta, but from things forward. So obviously, you know, we're creatives first, and as though we look at it from the technology and the creative and community engagement to build our shared future, we're thankful for your work as well as the work of AI for the people to make sure that there is a Blackness that's unbound in that future together. So thank you so very much. We're honored by this opportunity to share this with our community. Thank you so much, and take care.
Thank you, Dedrin. Thank you for creating this space where we can talk about Black future, because so much is happening around Black history and just trying to correct the present. But thank you for bringing it to the future.
Well, we got a future together, and I appreciate you for it. Thank you so very much. All right, take care. All right, with that, y'all, we have had a chance to get a great exclusive of Blackness Unbound, thanks to AI for the People. And I want to also thank again Brian Ashton Smith for bringing his time and talent to the stage. So with that, we are at the top of the hour, going to come right back and give a quick review of where we are from the schedule. And yeah, we still got a lot more to come. So more exclusives, more opportunities, and more of us in the spaces that we want to be with Subsume. Thank you so very much. We'll be right back. Thank you so very much, everyone. And we appreciate you continuing to join us with Subsume's Black Futures Month 2022, where we're looking at the intersection of creativity, technology, and community, and how our shared futures together are going to make a space and place for Blackness to thrive. So I really appreciate your time and being part of a fantastic run of programming here. So right before we get to the top of the hour, I wanted to just take a moment to go over our updated schedule. And we thank everybody for being part of the conversation. So we've got a lot of cool things to come. I just want to really quickly go over what we've already had. So let me just swing this over here and bring up our current schedule. So I just want to show our very first part as we try and share the screen. Here we go. There we go. And I'm hitting buttons and probably messing things up for our friend Sarah, who is in the back knocking things out. Let me see if I can bring that full screen. Oh, no worries. I won't hold up this fantastic part here because I think me being able to bring this up and not bringing it as an asset is probably what I am doing wrong. So there you go. That's no worries. But we'll go back to the Black Fantastic and take it from there. But with that, just to kind of show and share, you can visit subsumesummit.com, which is there towards the bottom of our screen. Not only get your digital tickets for our giveaways that we're having all weekend long, but also to find out more about our fantastic guests, as well as what we're up to with Subsume as a creative and technology studio. So with that, we are quite excited to bring on our next set of panelists that, as we're all looking at how do we find media, particularly representation in media, to be something that is not only necessary today, but pertinent for the way that tomorrow views us as Black Americans, Black citizens, or as Black culture in some. So we've heard that from AI scientists all the way down to traditional artists, that representation matters. It matters not only for the civics and the culture, but it also matters for financial reasons. It also matters for the way that data analyzes and appreciates us and our humanity. So it's what we're always looking at more, every way that we can find representation and find ourselves and our voices represented as part of tomorrow. We're happy to do that. And so I think it's quite apropos to talk about raising voices, particularly voices in representation, to talk and bring on one of our not only partners with Subsume, but also a sponsor of our program here with Black Futures Month, which is Pep Squale Voiceover. And I want to bring on the owner, operator, and fantastic person, if I may call Miss Paula. I'll make sure I have it right. Paula Buchanan Wilson onto our stage, as well as a fantastic cohort of voice actors and actresses that have joined us here. So we want to thank you all so very much. So start at the beginning and ask Paula, how are you today? And where are you today? Right?
I'm okay. I hope you can hear me. I'm in Portugal, and it's dusk here, and I'm watching the bats come out because they like to eat bugs this time of night. And yeah, I'm here, and I'm enjoying all of the fabulous panels you've had all weekend. Congratulations on an excellent event. And I'm really excited to be here with my peeps to talk about voiceover and the state of Black voiceover in the U.S. and abroad.
Oh, absolutely. And with that, we want to thank yourself and the Pep Squale team as well as your cohort here. We're going to let everybody come to the stage. I'm going to exit stage left and let the smart people talk about raising Black voices in voiceover. Again, sponsored by Pep Squale. Thank you so very much. And we'll be back here soon. Thanks, everyone.
Rock on. So Dee's doing some earphoning.
Phones in real quick. Yeah.
It's rock on. And we're waiting on one more person, Baron Bass. Hey, Baron. What's up, Baron?
Oh, what's going on? I'm live.
Yes, we are on. We are doing our thing. They're on time. They're like,
it's good to see y'all. Y'all are looking good. Yes.
Yay.
Hello.
Yay. It's my favorite folks. So everyone out there in the interwebs, thank you for joining us today. I wanted to ask some of my fabulous voiceover artists who work with me on a regular basis about what it is to be a Black voiceover artist in America right now, the skills you need, what you can actually expect. Because especially during the pandemic, voiceover became the primary form of work for a lot of actors. And I had a number of African-American, Asian-American, just minority voiceover artists of all types coming to me and saying, I've been told that I've got a great voice and I really want to move into voiceover. And moving into voiceover is not like getting into a car. It's actually a process. You can't just like get into voiceover. And so I wanted to talk about the realities of it, what I look for as an audio producer and director. And I thought the best way to do that was to speak with some of my more successful African-American voiceover artists. These are people who work all the time. They book constantly. They're excellent. They're always prepared. They're always professional. They're some of my favorite folks. And we just want to spend the next hour discussing with you best practice, how you can actually make a career as a Black voiceover artist, and what to expect, because that seems to be the biggest gap, what to actually expect, what's actually feasible, what's actually practical. And we're going to dispel some myths. We might make you a little sad. But I think it's important information, and it's information that our community isn't always given in an appropriate way. So we're going to try to fix that before you hop on the voiceover bandwagon. So I want to have everybody introduce themselves, because that's the easiest way to do this. So you guys, I'm going to ask you your name, how long you've been doing VO, why you moved into voiceover, why you chose it as sort of your direction from any other form of performance. And you can just give me, brag a little bit, give me some of your credits that you're proud of or that you're working on currently. And let's start with Ms. Marisha, please.
Oh, wow. Okay. My name is Marisha DePera. I have been working in voiceover since 2002, and but you'll hear a little bit more about that. That longevity is a little more condensed, and you'll hear more about that later, I'm sure. And I have been moving around in the world of voiceover. I've done a lot of sort of corporate stuff. I think that's one of the things that I get booked for a lot, to do corporate. But I have been just loving doing fiction. I started doing some fiction audiobooks, and once I did that, then I moved into audio drama. And in fact, there's one running right now called Apollyon. Go to apollionpod.com. But anyway, it's like a 10 episode sci-fi series. It's Black science fiction, which just fits right in here. And of course, that's one of my favorite things. And absolutely adore working with Paula. I have learned so much and just enjoyed so much her project. And talk about professionalism and somebody who is prepared, professional, excellent on every level. And that also goes for the other two members of this panel. I feel so happy to be here. So anyway, thank you very much for having me, Paula.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Baron, could you tell us about yourself?
Hey, I'm Baron B. Bass, and Marisha, by the way, yes, you have a great voice. Come on.
You do, yes.
Woo! I'm honored to be amongst this group of folks, because I've only been doing voiceover, I want to say, for 9 years. But the great thing about being a voiceover artist is that the community, they just welcome you in. It doesn't matter how long you've been doing it. It could be 20 years, it could be 9 years, it could be 3, and everybody's on their own journey. I learned a lot from like other actors who have been on this path, like they've coached me and things like that. But honestly, I went to conservatory, so I went to school for acting. I went to Rutgers Mason Gross School of the Arts. At the conservatory, they have a big focus on theater, Meisner, whatever it might be at the school that you go to. We had a workshop in voiceover. I kid you not. It was, I want to say we did maybe 6 or 8 classes. It wasn't anything serious, right? But right off the bat, my teacher, he was like, hey, I don't know if you ever thought about this. This is a no-brainer. You're signing with me once you graduate. So I was really lucky. This guy happened to be one of the lead agents at Abrams, which is now A3 Artists Agency. So, I paid that money for that connection, and that's how my career started. And let me add something else to this equation. So, that was 9 years ago when I graduated. Wonderful experience. However, you're thrown in, and in acting school, you don't get any of the business acumen. So you don't really learn how to, you don't know how to submit auditions. You don't know how to deal with agents. You don't know these things, right? And you kind of learn as you go. You do thousands of auditions. You win some, you lose a lot. But something that happened when this George Floyd incident happened, and there was a demand for Black people in the workplace, and just the visibility of Black people, and for Black people to be heard. I kid you not, my career went from like, okay, I'm doing something, to like, whoo. So yeah, it's been an incredible journey, and I have to thank Paula, because she's one of the people, when I was going through a time where I was like, I'd like to work more, but this, that, the other, I just told her, and she made it happen. And thank you, Paula.
No problem. My
if I never
pleasure.
said that. Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. D.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Baron. Hi, Marisha. Hi, Paula. So happy to be here with you guys. So I am Dee Vesnile, actor and voice actor. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great. I, like Baron, have only been doing voiceover for about 9 years. I started in 2013. Before that, I was more of a stage actor, still am. Classically trained.
Amazing on stage. Redonkulous good. Okay.
Thank you, Paula. Thank you. And found voiceover when I was working on a film, not stage, but working on a film, and they needed some dubbing done. And they were like, wait a second, maybe we're going to throw a couple other things your way and see how that goes. Fell in love with voiceover, fell in love with this form of acting and this platform, and being able to use your voice in so many ways, and have it be so intimate, but also so wide, and able to touch people so much. I have to say, Paula, just like everyone else said, Paula has been a great resource and a great shoulder to lean on to help push forward towards that professional journey. There are many moments where it's even like, hey, is this the right mic? You might want to, great, let's fix that real quick. So many little tricks have been learned from you. So thank you. But it's been a wonderful journey so far. Still doing the stage, but voiceover is kind of that support system. And just like Baron said, there's something that happened in the past couple of years where people want to hear our voices, and we're not mad at it. Let's let them hear it, and let's them hear all spectrums of our voices, not just one avenue of it. And that's been kind of great to fall into. I hope I answered all the questions.
Yes. Awesome sauce. So I want to talk about training, because people come to voiceover, as you've heard, in different ways. And so, I should tell you who I am. Gosh.
You must know.
Okay. So, I'm Paula Gammon Wilson. I'm primarily a voiceover director, audio producer for children's content and some advertising. I started out actually as a production stage manager, a union production stage manager. I worked regional theater, I stage managed one show on Broadway when I was younger. And I was also a dancer. And I discovered that I didn't, I had a pretty solid acting career, but I didn't actually like speaking on stage. Coming from a dance background and a production background, actually talking on stage was really horrifying for me. And my agent at the time was like, oh, we should try voiceover. So I was mostly, my performance career was made up of a combination of voiceover and dance. And that, combined with my production experience, actually led to work as a musical theater director. And that took me around the world. And when I returned to the US, I started working for a small audio production firm as an associate producer. Left that firm to go back to managing dance work. And a client tracked me down and said, we really liked when you were managing our shows. Can you take over this one show? That was in 2014. I had to find a studio. I had 4 days to find a studio because I didn't have one at that point. Found the studio, cast the show. It started out with one engineer in a rented space and 7 actors, and it's now 2022, and I employ anywhere from 80 to 200 actors a year, depending on the number of shows I'm doing. I have 4 engineers, my own studio space in New York, and a studio here in Lisbon, Portugal. And I direct a lot of stuff. I direct the digital content for Polly Pocket, for the Peanuts. I direct the English, Spanish, French, German, Finnish, Turkish, Portuguese, and Japanese cast of Caillou. I direct and co-produce Opal Watson Private Eye, which is an African-American podcast series for kids. I just finished producing and directing The Long Way Around, which is a podcast for adults that starred Karuchi Tran and also featured Dee and Barron for the Kellogg Foundation and PRX. Yeah, I work a lot, and I love working with minority artists. I was doing ethnically appropriate casting before it was cool. And then when everyone suddenly wanted it, a lot of people started coming to me because I was one of the few people who had a roster of Black and Brown artists that were already experienced. So part of the reason I suggested this particular panel to Dedrin was that I really want more Black and Brown artists to work in this field, because there's a modicum of freedom here that you don't get in other forms of acting. And I also noticed that there was a large experiential gap in my working Brown and Black voice of artists and my incoming Brown and Black voice of artists. So I want to try to help folks bridge the gaps that more of my African-American peers can work in this field. So that said, back to training. And actually, Dee, I'm going to pick on you for a second. Because I just saw Dee in a wonderful show that she was touring the world with. She was here in Portugal, and I got to see her. She was playing Nina Simone, and she had to speak 3 languages and sing and be a maze-ball for 2 hours. She was ridiculous. She was so good. She was so good.
Thank you.
And so one of the things that I look for when I am looking at new artists as a producer and director is, what is their training? And it's especially over the last year, when voiceover has become the way people earn money, there are a lot of these like schools and like little online forums popping up where they're like, we'll make you a voiceover artist. We'll just tell you what mic to get. You've got a great voice. And that's, they're taking your money. You actually do need to train. And not necessarily, I don't expect you to go to conservatory like Barron, though that does help. But you do need to know how to use your mic. You do need to know how to break down copy. You do need to know how to, ensemble record. You need to know how to be an artist. And so, Dee, coming from your theater background, can you talk with us a bit about what you beg, borrow, and steal from your theater training when you're doing voiceover work?
Oh, yes. Well, so yes, just like Paula said, voiceover acting is acting. It's not just reading copy and just reading what's off the page on the page, but it's actually placing that character somewhere within myself. What I've brought over from the stage is just a lot of the poise that I have to carry. Diction and being able to just kind of enunciate depending on the project has been very helpful. What's great about stage is, you do have to project. And I find that in voiceover, the projection still works. If I need to adjust my mic, I will. But I know that if I can bring it in from that volume and be told to pull it back, awesome. We can work with that. Just a lot of breath control as well. I think about my voice training as far as just a singer or just on stage performer. And there's still a lot of voice and breath control that happens. Being able to sustain, if I have a character that has a bunch of text and they have to keep talking and whatever it is, you still got to be able to deliver that and be able to be whoever that is. So a lot of that carries over. If you're a stage actor and you're thinking, oh, well, I don't need the same presence. There are times where I come out of my booth. Kudos to y'all being in your studio setups, by the way. Like, I didn't, just saying. There are times where I come out of that booth and I'm like, whoo, I did a thing, like you exert so much. And people are like, you were just voice acting. I'm like, no, not that. I was voice acting. Like, it's a whole, like there's a performance that happens within it. So all of the training that you go through, all of the centering that you go through does translate, and I think even easier so, because it makes the trajectory just that much smoother. The only medium is your mic and your producer or your engineer or your audience instead of the people sitting in the seats, and of course whoever's going to listen to it afterwards. But in that moment, it's let's go, let's do the thing. So all of that still brings it in, and lots of water and tea.
For real. Baron, you do a lot of character work for me. And one of the things I like about you is that I can say, okay, I need you to be a 5-year-old boy, and now I need you to be an ancient man from, the South, and then I need you to be a dude from North Africa, and you're like, boop, 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 boop. So can you talk to me about how your theater training informs creating character?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, piggybacking off of what Dee said, the fact that we do voice and speech training because a lot of what we do is about speaking and conveying the thoughts. And in order to tell the story, you need to be able to speak. But also, I spend a lot of time listening to people. And so, when you ask me to do certain characters, I'm thinking about people over my life. I'm thinking about movies. I'm thinking about impressions. We have this wonderful thing that we didn't have, I want to say 20 years ago, which is YouTube. If somebody tells you, like, hey, I need you to do X, Y, Z, I can go watch a bunch of videos and just soak up that information. And so, yes, my theater background has taught me to just take in the world, listen to everybody, live life, and take that in and put it into your work. And so, yeah, I love being able to infuse that into my work. I wanted to add to something that Dee said. I think something that people really understand whenever they approach me about voiceover, they might not understand the theater, right? And they might not understand the training that goes into it and how nuanced it is. But when I say, hey, think of voiceover as on camera, and instead of the microphone being the camera, like that's what it is, right? So people get that right away because they do understand that people on film, they do all the work and then they're able to just be. So it's the same thing in voiceover where that microphone is picking up every nuance of what you're doing. And also in the theater, we use our bodies. I think that's a big part of the work where like you can tell if somebody's not in their body, as we say. It really informs the voice. If you watch any of the classic, I'm a big fan of cartoons. That's partly why I gravitate towards character work. Mel Blanc, the Mr. Looney Tunes, like if you ever watch videos of him, he's using his eyes, he's using facial expressions, he's using his hands like I'm doing right now. This is all very important, and you learn how to do these things when you're in the theater. You learn how to be free. You learn how to not care. I think that's the biggest thing because, when we're doing these sessions and we're going 4 hours at a time, you really have to not care about how you look or even sometimes how you sound, So this is all very important, and that training is key. And I'm going to add one more thing. I was resistant in going to specifically a voiceover coach, I want to say for about 7 years, because I said, well, I got the training and like I did Meisner and I did all that. And, we hugged trees and I cried my eyes out and I did all these exercises. Yeah. Like, why do I need to go to voiceover training? This is crazy. You want me to pay this lady money? And I went there and it was specifically for voiceover. You know what I'm saying? Like if everybody always says this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Like if Michael Jordan needs to work on his handling, he goes to a coach that works on handling. So I went to a lady that specifically said, hey, voiceover coaching, and she honed my craft in. She gave me some exercises, and like I kid you not, my booking ratio went up through the roof. Crazy. So yes, theater training, very important. You got to do it.
Cool. Marisha, you have singing training, like you're a vocalist and voiceover training. And so I wanted to hear from you how your singing experience informed your work, and how you changed or altered that, how you work with the mic when you went from singing to voiceover?
It's really interesting listening to Dee and Baron because, and potentially for people in the audience, like it's a little intimidating because you're listening to some people who have out of the box, they were like zeroed in on what they were trying to do very early. They got in and they got training and they were good enough to get in to get that training. So all of those, sort of barriers had to be breached. So I guess from my perspective, I was lucky that I started out doing some stuff as a kid. I was in choral music, and then all the way through high school, then through college, and at the very end of college, I realized, oh wait a minute, I'm about to graduate. I jumped into the drama department and did as many things as I could before I left. So that was an incredible experience as well. But what ended up happening was I had a friend that I met through doing all of that music and in college. And he and I ended up in New York working together. He was a producer. He was like a little prodigy. He had a fully professional setup in his apartment. And that is the person I learned all of my mic etiquette from because he would be like, we would do a take and then you had to like hold your breath and not move, like turn into a statue while he got to the end of wherever he was trying to cut things off. He was absolutely amazing. I learned so much from him. So I was extremely lucky. But again, it's the thing of, sort of getting in and playing and enjoying, finding out what you enjoy and working with that. And, a lot of times you do look back and remember, oh, I learned to read from little audiobooks when I was a kid. There are things that, you see the little breadcrumbs in your life. So lots of times you're, the sum of all of those experiences, as Baron was talking about. With singing, because I did, you do like a variety of things, choral music, you get a little bit, definitely get some technique. I did some opera study. And of course, with my buddy, there were two friends from college that I was working with in New York. And so I was like a backup singer for one of them. And then the other one I was working with more because he was doing productions and I was more integral to that. But yeah, I remember going to shows, like showcases in New York, and being with other artists and asking questions like, "What do you drink something before?" And people I felt like they were stonewalling me. I remember distinctly being like, "Why aren't they sharing? Like, what the heck?" And it turns out I really think people don't know, and that's what's going on. They're like, "I don't actually have a
I know.
process," and they don't want to admit it, so they're just kind of like, "Yeah, well, that's my secret sauce. I'm not telling you anything," which is, by the way, the other thing that's so wonderful about the VO community. You can ask. You're
You
having
can ask, yeah.
conversations like this. But, yeah, as time went on, I learned, what that weird feeling was after a performance. It was like, okay, that's an adrenaline letdown. And you just feel like, okay, is something wrong? Did I like blow something out? Like, why do I feel like, not that like weirdly sick? I'm not sure what's happening. But yeah, it's like this thing that gets you in there, gets you to lock in and come out. But yeah, all of that uh, as everything that Dee and Baron said about projection, about um, diction, about breath support, about, you know, interpretation, all of that carries over from singing. And also the discipline of vocalizing, working out the stuff you don't want to do. And so, and just being consistent and you can enjoy it. And if you can, sort of channel it into some kind of practice, that is really important. I mean, there's so much stuff that I realize, oh my gosh, if I'm kind of slacking off in some area, I've got this foundation that was established for such a long time. You can these things become part of you. And I think that's the thing that's so interesting to me about Dee and Baron's training, because it is, I mean, people are like, oh, actors. It's like, no, this is hardcore. I think the biggest part of it is just getting to know yourself and who you are.
Yeah.
This will push you up, hold the kind of mirror up to you that you're not always prepared for. And I think that's the thing I respect so much about Dee and Baron's training, is that they had to go through that process of like going deeply inside and finding their centers and being able to, they don't have to work to try to find that, necessarily. They can work on the craft of putting together a character. They talked about it. They talked about it in subtle ways, but you heard their language. And coming to that later is a humbling experience. Like there's a lot of humbling going on in this, and you really do need to be ready to sort of let your ego go in that way. And you might think, I'm humble, I'm a sweet, like, no, you have an ego, and there's nothing wrong with that, but you need to understand how to make yourself vulnerable and put that aside. And that is a huge challenge. I mean, I feel like that's job one. And then
Yeah,
from
absolutely.
there.
So long story short, everyone who's listening in, you need training. Whether it's theater training, vocal training, this is more than just setting up a mic in your house. You have to have a toolbox of how you build character, how you breathe, how you interact with your mic, how you handle conversation with your producers, how you break down a script so you know where you are, how to read with other actors in real time, how to read with other actors when they're not there. These are all things that are often come with theater training, sketch comedy training, music training. The majority of the actors that book with me on a regular basis are either theater trained, musical theater trained, or sketch comedians. I mean, literally 90% across all races is that group of people. On-camera actors are not as successful because they rely on their bodies so much that they don't always know what to do with their voices. So it's vital that you have live performance training, for lack of a better way of putting it. You don't get to do multiple takes the same way you do with on-camera work. You actually have to make a decision, and we see how it goes. And we might say, hey, you do that one or two more times, but voiceover, time is money. If they say, we need you to, sound this way, the next take, they're going to ask you to sound some other way that is completely different. So it's very important that you be ready and willing to play. And that comes with something beyond just experience with a mic. That comes with actual training. So get yourself to an improv class, get yourself to a scene study class, and be prepared to work that way. And that will help you in so many ways as far as launching your own voiceover career. So the next thing.
Paula, if I may.
Yes.
Sorry, I just wanted to piggyback off of what you and Marisha just said. You just elaborated a lot on it, but Marisha mentioned the discipline, and that is one of the things that is so crucial, especially in regards to, for example, script analysis, which Paula, you just kind of mentioned there. Very rarely are you lucky enough to get the entire script before you get into your session, and being able to pop in and look at something and, as Paula mentioned, make a decision and figure out where your character is. Does this work? And then move forward has been so crucial to making sure that I don't waste the producer and the editor's time, and that I don't go over and then go over into their next session, which sadly has happened a couple times. You don't feel good, but it's something that is so important. So it's true, just piggybacking on off of that and adding to it. It's something that's really important because you're going through and you just need to know where you are, what the story is, because it's still a story that's being told. Even if it's a spot, there's a story that's being told. So being able to kind of figure it out and deliver is very important to your time, their time, and to your potential booking rate afterwards as well.
Yeah, very true. We do, as a producer director, I am not just analyzing the performance of the talent. I'm also analyzing their actual etiquette during a program. And I've had some wonderful actors that I've never hired again, simply because their actual working process was of such that they either weren't team players, or they really wanted the process to be about themselves and were, unkind or lacking some grace in relationship to the other actors that were working with us in the session, or they were combative. I mean, everyone has, as Marisha said earlier, everyone's got their ego, and some people are able to check that ego at the door so that the creative process can be dealt with appropriately. And some people aren't. They have a way they want to do it. They have a way they want to hear it. They have a way that they've decided it's going to be. And if they can't do it that way, they actually can't flex. And those people are really hard to work with. So as a voiceover artist, you have to be willing to be flexible. Different than letting someone walk all over you. You can actually push back in a session and say, hey, I'm sorry, I don't actually agree with that. Or this text feels uncomfortable. And that's something that, as an African-American voiceover artist, you're going to have to do sometimes. You can say, yeah, this isn't actually something that I feel this character would say, because often the script is being written by someone who is not culturally aware of, well, let's face it, anything. So you sometimes have to push back a little bit. That kind of pushback is totally appropriate. But if someone says, hey, can you make that angry or sad or happier, and you say no, you're not going to get hired again. That's a fine line you have to find between honoring the character and honoring the direction. So, can
I say something small?
Yes, it's never small.
I know you're trying to move it. So like, you have this creative process that you need to get solid, and then we have this whole other thing where you need to get your technical stuff up, right? Like your microphone, your home studio needs to be on point. You need to know how to send files. Like, it's really not fair. I've heard people complain about this, but like, you can't do these things in this day and age where we're all working from our home studios. You probably won't work, right? And that's a whole other thing. Yeah.
That is a whole other thing. And we're going to get to that hopefully in the next 20 minutes or so. But before we jump into that, which is going to kind of come with our discussion about marketing and working with agents and working with productions, could all of you tell me one thing that totally works for you as a VO artist, and one thing that you have tried where you went, oh gosh, I regret having ever done that, or spent the money on that, or tried that? Marisha, let's start with you.
This is truly a work in progress. Okay, I'm just going to say right now, I'm still discovering. This is still happening. But the thing that has been working the most has been community. Has been diving it out. Did I steal yours? I'm sorry. I think they're dancing. I think the thing that is, this is something unique to now, is that we are so connected to one another and we can find one another. And I just cannot tell you how, first of all, people are lovely. I mean, you're seeing it right here. But also, when you get into the community, you get to, you're really you're in the room. You're listening to people, you're seeing what their process is, you're seeing their work products, you see how they comport themselves. And you get to chat. You get to talk. It's not necessarily about diving in and barraging people with questions, but you can be supportive of people. People notice if you're like, I'm engaged with what you're doing. You go and you learn something from what, you go listen. This woman I was in a class with years ago was on in a James Gunn HBO Max show. She had a small on-camera part. She's a voice actor, but it was just amazing. I was like, oh, that's why I paid all this for this HBO Max subscription. So I could go in there and peek in on this and then like fast forward through to her scene. And she was just wonderful. And then I got to go back to her social media where she posted it and say, you were phenomenal. That was awesome. And it's interesting that people are paying attention to you and watch. So that kind of community building. You get sometimes bookings from those things because people see what you post. They see if you're putting process things out there, which is really a great way to go and share what you're working on. It's not necessarily about always promoting yourself, but just saying, this is what I'm excited about. And then just, even if you're not doing any of that, just being engaged enough to be paying attention to what other people are doing and learning from it and expressing what your experience is or what you think or what your questions are. So social media, people post castings, you submit your stuff. That has been great. The thing that I am still struggling with is email marketing. And I'll tell you the reason, I think, because there are some programs out there. You can go, there are people out there who are selling, programs that teach you how to do that and, where to go with all of that. And I think for me, the challenge was there were a lot of things that I will grab and say, oh, I'm learning this, and you grab it and it's too soon for you. You're not quite ready to do it. So I think the thing that made that sort of email marketing thing difficult for me is that you want to it's important for you to be very clear about what you're marketing, what you're selling, like who you are and what you're doing. And despite having been in this for such a long time, as I started exploring new genres and I started thinking about what I wanted the career to be looking like, that really changes who you're targeting and who you're going after. So I know there are some things where people are like, I'm going to sit you down, I'm going to teach you how to do a cold email or do a cold call. But for me, I think you need to be very clear on who you are and what you're presenting so that you can talk coherently with people about it. If they ask you a question, because the initial ask is one thing, but if they come back to you and say, can you do this? Can you do that? And you're not sure because you haven't played in it or you haven't tried it or you haven't trained in it, it makes it a little harder. So I guess that would be my answer to that.
I'm going to piggyback on what you said about the email marketing thing. As someone who will often be the recipient of those cold emails, I don't actually like them. And I don't like them because at any one time I'm often casting. I cast for multiple companies. So though I cast for my own shows, I'm often casting for 2 or 3 other studios in town too, because again, I have all the Black and brown artists on my roster. So I might receive up to 1,400 emails for a project during the week. And then on top of that, I'm getting 20, 30 random emails from people I've never heard of being like, hey, I'm great. And here's the thing I'm doing. And sometimes it really depends on how I'm feeling that day. I'm like, I can't deal with any of these. And, sometimes they get through, but 90% of the time, the reason I'm adding someone to my roster is because someone else recommended them to me. It's very rarely that I will accept a cold. Very rare, unless they say, hey, so-and-so suggested I reach out to you. Boop, they just go away. Because I'm looking for a particular type of actor and a particular kind of voice and a particular kind of artist. And if you aren't it, I'm not going to spend the time on you. I simply don't have the time. So it's okay that you're not good at email marketing as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you.
Don't worry about that. No problem. Dee, would you be willing to talk about what's working for you and what isn't?
I think Marisha kind of home run there. I am not the best with Baron. Come on now. I am not the best with social media or the email updates, blasts, or whatnot. And so that has been the most difficult thing for me. I will submit an audition faster than you can say hello and get that going to you so you can hear my voice. I will edit it and do all that for you. But I am failing in the social media world. But community, it's so true. It's the community dance. If I have a question, if I need a recommendation, a suggestion, an edit, whatever it may be, there's so many people out there that are willing to say, oh yeah, do this, do that. Or oh, that's actually wrong for you. You should do this. Or, oh, wait, I got that. Learning the difference between an XLR mic and a USB one. You know something, you just like, these are just a bunch of letters. No, they're stuff that's going to help you out, right? So community, it's here, it's important, it's valid, it's not going to close the door on you. I think that has been a large part of me continuing my journey and finding what I need and finding how I need it, and also not giving up on myself, right? And not giving up on the process, or not giving up on, hey, I have a script that doesn't make any sense at all. It's just a bunch of work. Like, there's no what? Make sense of it. You got this. Just that simple friend telling you, it's like, okay, I can do this. Whatever it may be. That has worked for me. More technically, what's been challenging is, especially in the beginning, was finding what size I needed for my home studio. So that's what, if I'm being technical, then you would think that the smaller spaces, that's boom. No, not necessarily, right? So you really got to play in the space that you're in and find, because it could be a crack in the door. There could be a window that's like in the next room that's getting some feedback, especially if you don't have the right soundproofing. So that was a challenge for a little bit, especially when you got to move in New York City and you already had everything set up. That's and it's like, okay, we're gonna figure it out. But technically speaking, that has been the most challenging. But once you set it up, and once you're comfortable in what you're doing, and once you get friends to come and try out and say, can different voices work in this room as well? That goes back to community, right? So, so yeah, I'd have to say, yeah.
Cool, thank you. And Baron, how do you feel about this? What's working, what's not?
I'm not gonna shy away from the community answer, because Black and brown people are communal people, and that's what we do, right? And that's just how we make things happen. I'd add to that, maybe that word of mouth has been the biggest thing for me. Showing up, being awesome, always recommending stuff, always telling people, hey, you should join this group. Actually, Dee and Marisha, I want you to join this group. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, I haven't seen you in this Facebook group that I'm in. And being in this one Facebook group, it's full of Black voiceover artists. I met a bunch of people from all over the United States who have, are different points in their journey. And, being in New York, being a voice actor in New York is a specific thing. Or like being a voice actor in LA is a specific thing. For the longest, it was like, if you weren't at an agency, there was sort of no way to do it. Now the internet has opened that up. And the fact that, like, I met these people who have found ways in Tennessee, in Florida, in Canada, like, it really opened my mind to the possibilities of what the career could be. Also, I would say marketing is best when it fits what you're already doing, when it's an extension of what you're already doing. And a lot of people don't like the answer of like, hey, just keep working, because with the internet, you can join the rosters and you can email people and you can do all these things, but then you'll just be like a chicken flapping around doing a bunch of stuff. And so I've done these things before where I was expending all this energy trying to get more work. And then I said, you know what, when I calmed down and I focused on showing up and showing out, that's when I started working more. And that's it. Yeah.
So piggybacking on that marketing, marketing yourself as a voiceover artist means figuring out what you are best at and putting all your energy into that, at least initially. So my bread and butter as a voiceover artist was educational content. I have a very non-regionally specific accent. I grew up all over. And I actually booked the majority of my work when I was living in Asia and South America, because I had this English language voice that was understandable for everybody. Textbooks, IVR systems. I was the voice of like a million different hotels when you called and needed their, which floor do you want? That kind of stuff. I was the voice of the black box that when planes crash, when you take the black box out, there's actually an automated voice that tells you how to deal with the box. And I was the voice model for that, one of like the weirdest jobs I've ever had. So you have to find the thing that you're good at. On stage, I played everything from a singing, dancing placenta, that's a true story, to doing like, Annie. But as a voiceover artist, without my dance training, the thing that I was good at was just straight up language, just scads of text. And so that's where I put my energy. And that actually paid my rent for a really long time. And so even if I wanted to do more singing, dancing placentas in audio, that wasn't where I was booking the work. And so once you figure out the voice that is right for you, you really, 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 really need to put your energy into that. Look for the agents that book that kind of work. Ask your fellow voiceover artists, hey, are there any advertising agencies that you're working with that you really like? Look for casting calls that are for commercials if you have that kind of voice. Really, really put your focus and your energy into studying that kind of work, listening to other artists who do it, create an avatar or logo or online online presence for yourself that really, that emphasizes that aspect of your voice. And if you speak multiple languages like Dee does, make sure you have a demo in all of those different languages. Dee actually voices characters and parts for me in all of the languages she speaks. And so if you have that at your disposal, make it available for other people to hear it, because that's just another avenue for you to make money and another revenue stream and another way to put yourself out there. So Baron, I want to ask you, you have an agent. Do you still work with Abrams? How necessary has that agent been for you, especially over the last year and a half when the pandemic sort of democratized how people got their audition calls and casting breakdowns?
Yeah, so I actually have, you can work with agents in different regions, right? Like not a lot of people know that. There was a time where I was working with 14 of these people. I don't recommend that. It can get messy and there's overlap. But like I didn't know it, and then I learned about this, and then I went crazy and got on their rosters, and then I said, no, I can't do that. So now I have 4 or 5 different people I work with. I have A3 here in New York. I have In Both Ears in Oregon. I actually went to college with the lead agent over there, great guy, Sam Roberts. And then I have Ingrid French, who you introduced me to. Thank you very much. He's awesome. Okay. And I work with one other fellow freelance. But I would say that my work is maybe, I want to say 50-50, like agency and then 50 on my own. And yes, working with an agent, working with a rep is very collaborative. You can tell them what you're doing on your end. They like to hear that stuff because, they don't always know the full breadth of what you're doing. And so the more you tell them, the more they can recommend and like say, hey, you should check this out, or you should take a class with this person. Oftentimes when they recommend, for me to take a class with X person, this person has been in the business for X amount of years, and they have a wonderful network that I'm injected into just from taking a class. That's another reason to pay that money for that training. But my agents have kept me working, and like I have the smaller things that I do for myself. The volume, it adds up, but then like with the agency, it's a lot of the union stuff. So you do one thing that is seemingly really small, right? And the pay is nice
forever. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's still out there. The competition for that stuff is greater. Mm-hmm. But if you are on point and you're consistently on point, you'll get it. Yeah.
Marisha, how about you?
That's interesting because I would say I have a few more agents, which is just very strange. It's kind of evolved. But yes, you have non-exclusive. Well, there are some people who have exclusive agency as voice actors. Excuse me, but most people are dealing with several regional agents, and then uh, a couple of the coastal or the big market ones. Um, and you don't have to do big market right away. In fact, I would say there are a lot of people who wait. I mean, I have to admit, I waited a long time to get into agency. I was really lucky because one of my voiceover buddies was like, "Why don't you have an agent?" And he like kind of harassed his agents into putting me on their rosters. So I got on there, and it was a great experience because first of all, they were lovely. They looked at things. They were like, "Okay, we'll sign you." But ideally, you get together with an agent that sees you, that actually is interested in you, like vets you, feels some ownership over you, because as much as I so appreciate that, it took with those agents until I booked something, which takes time because people have to, it's kind of like, I'm sure this happens with Paula, but no, Paula's actually putting you to work. So that's a different story. But with an agent, you're auditioning and they're listening to your audition. They're seeing how you're packaging things up. Are you following instructions? Are you getting things back to them in a timely way? Are you communicating? And they're just watching you, and their casting people are checking you out too. And over time, they start to get a sense of what's best to send you and what direction to send you in. So sometimes it can take hundreds of auditions to get you to the point where you finally book something.
It's a year to 2 years usually with an agent before you're really solidly. It's literally a year to 2 years. Yeah.
I mean, there you go. So I think for us, I feel like as Black folks in general, and certainly as people who are not necessarily, if you're new to an industry, I think because we live in a time where you see somebody kind of look like they're kind of blowing up quickly, you might not understand, first of all, the time that's involved, the time investment, but also, I don't think we understand the investment itself. When I think about some of these companies that have, like, not service companies like performers are, but like product companies, things that are scalable, that are truly scalable, the amount of money, when people say, "Oh, you got to spend money to make money," they're not kidding, and I think I'm like, "Oh, yeah, I've heard that forever." No, seriously, you're constantly investing time, money, all of that is kind of, excuse me, ends up being kind of synonymous. But yeah, so agents are, I think, they're business partners. So you really want to be in a place where you've worked with regional folks. It's not that they're less than at all, but it's that sometimes they're dealing with a smaller market, or they're dealing with people that your state. Like I did a bunch of PSAs for Maryland, and that was how I booked with for the first time with this one agent. And then if they're happy with you, they come back, and then of course your agent is just ecstatic because they're getting repeat business as well. So I think. For me, it's mostly been all of that networking, people coming to my website, um, getting a little bit of work that's out there in the public because I'm like Paula, I was doing a lot of corporate stuff that is just not out there, e-learning that's not out there. But once I started doing audiobooks that are like out and people can search it, people listen and talk about those things. A little bit of public facing work sometimes can help. But people still come to me for corporate. I mean, that is what people are coming through my website to me for some of the corporate stuff or commercial stuff. So yeah, right now I'd say the agency stuff is in terms of the amount of work, it's more heavily skewed towards the volume, as Baron put it. But the agency stuff, in terms of it being a proportion of your revenue, that's what you're ultimately hoping to get that into the mix, that you're putting together for diversifying, your sources of revenue, So, yeah.
Cool. And Dee, we're almost done. How do you work? Since I know that you actually go back and forth between on stage and voiceover quite regularly, how do you navigate that?
Yeah, so I'm actually one of the voiceover actors in the world who is unrepresented, and we are out there. There are not a lot of us, but we're there. I had an international agent for a while, and it was, of course, much harder to get the roundabout of everything. It's a lot of I feel like I am my own business, which you are, and promoting myself, submitting for myself, sending stuff out. I'm also lucky enough to have many friends who language helps me a lot, but so does English. But I have lucky enough to have many friends who will have their agents send me projects, and lucky enough to book them 90% of the time. So they keep me on their rosters, which is great. And it's just a matter of me saying, hey, how about some representation? But then it's also very candidly, it's the fear of, is this an agent that is going to see me? Is this an agent that's going to be fighting for me, that's going to be rooting for me? And at the end of the day, yes, it's you will find the right person for you. But having had an experience that was not optimal, I think it's just a matter of time for me to finally say, okay, this person, we get each other. It's our new relationship, right? But yeah, so for those of you that are like, but I'm not represented and I can do it. Yes, you can. It's just a matter of like doing the work and being diligent and being consistent within yourself and with what you're doing. Being consistent. Do the work and everything else comes to you. So it's your work will be heard, and people do come back for that. So for the friends agents who still email me, hey, I have this project, can you record it today? Yes. It's great to know that there's that reliability. And then it's just a matter of like, but do we get each other? I don't know yet. But
so let's figure it out. Yeah.
But yeah, so it's just like it's a matter of managing stage auditions, which right now are, and then the VO auditions or the film auditions, and just kind of structuring yourself. Some days it's Mondays and Tuesdays are VO audition days. Some days it's Wednesday, Thursday, and it's just the structuring of it all and like being consistent because you sleep on one Monday and you're like, oh wait, I haven't had any auditions. That's my own fault. Okay, let's get back on track, right?
Yeah.
So I don't have an agent to be like, hey, like what's going on? It's my own fault. So that has been great. It's harder when you're on tour, but you still figure it out. I was lucky enough to get a couple of auditions while I was touring, and I travel with my mic. I travel with my setup because you never know. I've had to submit an audition in a car, like plug it in and get it going. So you just gotta be, you gotta know, you gotta be ready, you gotta be consistent, you gotta be prepared, and just if you do the work, everything else kind of settles into place. And then yes, there will be an agent coming soon, I'm sure. And then I'll be like, well, guess what? But
and there you go, y'all.
Yeah.
So long story short, go out there and get some training. Research what mics work best for you, and stay in touch with us. So we're gonna give you our contact information. Actor folks, feel free to give whatever contact information you're comfortable with giving, even if it's just your website. But feel free to reach out to us with questions if you have any. If you are a working voiceover artist and you'd like to be on my roster, you can go to my website. I'm going to type it in, and I think it will get shared with you. There is a page for submitting resumes and reels. I do actually listen to them, especially if they come through that avenue. And I'd be happy to give you feedback on your stuff or talk with you more about what's working or what's not. I don't know, Marisha, Dee, Baron, if there are ways that you feel comfortable with folks reaching out to you, please share them. And to everyone who is starting out on that voiceover journey, please understand that it is a journey. Don't get discouraged. People are actually interested in working with brown and black artists now. They weren't in the past. That has changed quite a lot in the last 2 years, and it's a good time for you to start your journey, but do start it appropriately. Start with that training, get your setup super clear, be clear about how you want to market yourself, put your energy into that, and then put your head down and truck along. Because it's like anything else, you grow into it. It's like a pair of shoes. You got to put them on and walk around in them and figure it out. And best of luck to you. We hope to work with you soon, whoever you are. Thanks all.
Contact, yeah.
Thanks, Paula.
Thank you. Yes, and put your contact in here, and I think
In the comments?
In the comments, yeah, and they will actually share it.
Okay. Before you submit, hit one of us up because we'll give you some real good feedback. We scratched the surface here, just so you know.
Yeah, no, this is like the ittiest bit of information. We could go on this for like 6 hours.
Right.
And Dedrin's coming back.
Oh, well, now I want to just say thank you all so very much. And with all this great information, as I, again, make sure that we have our website information in. And you can also, of course, go to subsumesummit.com, where we'll make sure that for all of our favorite guests here, that you'll be able to find their social links and information to follow up. So again, we'll make sure to confirm that we have that under each of their profiles. And so we're so thankful for that. And yeah, I've always, having a chance to work with Ms. Wilson a few times here before, to be able to hear each of your individual stories about, I guess the series of persistence of your voice really is what resonated from this conversation. And that just knowing that no matter where you were in that journey, that again, that persistence along with proper training, right, puts you in the position where your talents can be utilized. And again, the idea of just seeing this many brilliant Black voices and folks in this space is warming. So again, thank you so very much. I appreciate Paula. Thank you and the Pasquale team for leveraging your time and talents to bring this process to us and to our folks here at Subsume.
Thank you for having us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And kudos on Sorghum and Spear. Hey.
Yay.
Oh, yeah.
He was your voice. Yeah.
Yet another, nice point of support here from this team. So thank you all for that. To that for him, we'll definitely keep in touch and look to bring you all back at some point in time. So thank you all again.
Thank you.
And so
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, excited to see how we can stay included in all our spaces, including utilizing our voice in the fantastic and expansive world of voiceover. So now we're here at the top of the hour. We're going to get right on to our next point of the presentation. So with that, we'll go ahead and say thank you to our guests. Thanks again to Pasquale for allowing us to understand and appreciate their world. And so with that, we're going to go from the voice into the mind, and we're going to talk about brain-computer interfaces and how BCI and Blackness come together. And so as I clear our screen here again, make sure that you do go to pasquale.com to follow along with Ms. Paula and the crew. And there we go. So with that, we're going to now talk about brain-computer interfaces and also how do the technology of tomorrow look at Blackness and our mental and our physiological sense. So we're going to just go ahead and reset for 30 seconds and go ahead and bring in our next series of guests. And again, thank you so very much for following us here with Black Futures Month 2022 and keeping you included in your space in our shared futures together. Thank you. And welcome back to Subsume's Summit, Black Futures Month 2022. My name is Dejan Sneed, and thank you so very much for the time and opportunity to be with us today. I'm excited to bring in our next panel, where we're looking at the intersection of creativity, technology, and community, and how we find Blackness in the world of tomorrow. Thank you so very much, and I'm going to go ahead and bring on our next two panelists for our new panel called Blackness and BCI. And so I'm going to go right ahead and bring in Dr. Randolph and Mr. Fonfon. Thank you so very much. I appreciate y'all. Again, so what we're looking at here is a panel talking about brain-computer interfaces and Blackness. And so we've got two of our most prominent people to come in and talk about it. I want to give a chance to introduce Dr. Adrienne Randolph at Kennesaw State University, as well as master's student Ernest Fonfon. So thank you all so very much. Hope you all are doing well.
We're doing great. Thank you.
Same here. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And so we'll start, because again, I want to always give everybody, particularly in our academic space, all their complete bona fides and all the nice titles that you so well earned and deserve. So would you, Dr. Randolph, like to start and say good day, and please tell us more about yourself.
So thanks for having me here, and just happy to have my teammate with me. And I'm Dr. Adrienne Randolph, and I am a tenured full professor of information systems in the Michael J. Coles College of Business at Kennesaw State University in the Department of Information Systems and Security. I'm also the founder and executive director of the Brain Lab at Kennesaw State, where we're conducting brain-computer interface research, or BCI research. So we'll get into that a little bit more in detail as the talk continues.
Thank you for the introduction. My name is Ernst Richard Fanfan, and I am a master's student for the computer science track at Kennesaw State University, and I'm specializing in the application of machine learning in the field of BCI.
Fantastic. Now, what is BCI? I think we're understanding what BCI is just from the note of it being brain-computer interface. Now, myself as a science fiction writer, and only at the very nascent beginning of my data science journey, I'm thinking of mind control and brain waves and all the fantastic things I see in my favorite science fiction movies. What is BCI in the truest sense of your research, and what is it?
So you're not so far off, and we are training telepaths essentially. So people being able to control things with just their minds using brain waves, or EEG. That's the shortened form of electroencephalography. So that's those electrical waves coming off of our brains, traveling through layers of tissue and bone to reach the surface in the case of not drilling your head open to sense those brain waves. And we're using those to control anything with a computer chip. So if you have some input-output mechanism, we're using brain waves as that input to control devices, communication systems, allow people who are living locked in to their bodies be able to communicate and control their environment. And locked in being they're completely paralyzed, unable to speak, but their brains are still cognitively intact. So us sitting here, we're able to communicate in I'll put it in quotes, a normal form, and having that outlet being that last frontier through their internal control. Now, the other side of brain-computer interfacing is not just control, but it's also understanding what you're thinking. So we can use those same recording tools to uncover things that you may not know are happening for you. So emotional responses at a more conscious level, for example, or cognitive load, how hard your brain is working. We can use those same recording tools to understand those responses as well.
Please, Ernst, anything to add to that fantastic, kind of summary there, and for BCI and for yourself, what's your outlook for it?
Well, my belief is that BCIs have tons of data, and we can use that data to learn something from it. Either to, like Dr. Rado says, to endeavor into understanding what's happening in the brain, or to use it as a means to interact with either a computer or an actual physical machine like a wheelchair and so forth. My specific blinders on look of it is how can I use machine learning to take those data and then make that process of using the brain signals to interact with the outside world more efficient. One of the current papers we're working on right now is using machine learning techniques to take those signals, compress them as small as possible, and then transmit them wirelessly via Bluetooth. And then on the other side, because when you do a transmission of Bluetooth, there's so much noise in between. So on the other side, you want to take that compressed signal, expand it, and still be able to understand what was the intent between that signal. So we can either manually do it and try different ways of compression and scratch our brains over and over again, or I can write a computer algorithm that does that for me. So that's where my unique perspective comes into the whole thing of BCIs.
So please, Adriana.
I love as sharing his perspective, because there are so many different intersecting points to brain-computer interface, where he mentioned machine learning and artificial intelligence, and those are some of our our current buzz terms. But we also still have the principles of design and human and computer interaction, and the humans that are using the systems. So there's a big focus on that, as well as the medical aspects and sensor advancements. So there's so many different ways that you can join in on brain-computer interfacing, and I appreciate that we can bring that here to the talk today.
Oh, absolutely. So of those interfaces, thinking of it at least from the machine and technology side, how accessible is that for researchers and maybe in the general public right now? Or are we seeing BCI in practice on larger scales or in more smaller spaces right now?
So I'll probably let Urs talk about more of the commercial things that we're seeing, such as Neuralink really having a big splash right now, and some other brain-computer interface related companies. As far as what's happening in research, I'll give you some perspective that brain-computer interface work has been going on for a good 20 years plus, where we've been seeing using brainwaves to control machines and other devices, taking it out of the clinical setting into this real world setting for use. And that principle, it honestly hasn't changed that much over those years, as far as the target audience and usefulness. The things that have advanced are more in the sensor technologies. So moving from just purely wet electrodes using gel to connect your scalp to the electrodes, to having advancements in dry electrodes. So you just place the sensor, kind of comb it in, tattoo-like sensors that have come along as well. So we're seeing those sorts of advancements, including even what we're seeing in our wearables and our smart technologies. So people are becoming more comfortable with integrated biometrics into our devices. But if you look to science fiction, we've seen it all along. And things like, let's take it back to Minority Report in 2002.
Yeah.
If you think about the precogs, the individuals that were wearing these caps and they were reading their thoughts, no, we can't see exactly what your thoughts are. We still can, we're getting there, but we can't see exactly what your thoughts are. But we can correlate things to your brainwaves and your patterns. So that's also an advancement that we're seeing. The amount of data that we can capture, that we can filter through, that we can personalize to the individual. And that's what's helping us leapfrog now. But still, even in 2002, we're putting on electrode caps, we're connecting brains to sensors and being able to read and make some conjectures about what the person is thinking about.
I personally believe that BCIs is going to be the next big thing. And there's a lot of different signs that are proving that's what's happening right now. Like, for example, IEEE opening up a whole section for neuroscience. And that That was last year they did that. They did that last year, and they started doing conference in regards to that. And a lot of researchers are currently bearing fruits in regards to combining different techniques of EEGs and well, I'm trying my best not to use too many technical terms, but using different techniques to read the brain, and then combination of them to be able to get more details. You know, like some of the stuff, or like using MRIs to be able to see if the person is imagining a circle or a square and stuff like that. Those are happening as we speak. And of course, me, when I see the field, I see two different fields. I see one that is non-invasive and another one that is invasive. Because the non-invasive is a wearable. You wear something and we're able to get that information, interpret it, and then have it act on the outside world. Then you have people like Neuralink, which definitely made a huge leap in regards to invasive BCIs. They're able to get something the size of a quarter, a chip the size of a quarter, right, with thousands of small leads that are smaller than your hair inside a small dense area of the brain. And their idea was to get as close as possible to the neurons. And if you get as close as possible to the neurons, you're literally getting the data from the source, and you're eliminating the noise from the hair, noise from the muscles when you contract, smile, or look left and right. It eliminates all of that, and you get a pure data from that. And as Dr. Randolph says, right now we cannot read your thoughts, but if we continue this trend, we will get to that holy grail. Well, we will be able to read people's thoughts and also inject stuff in there. I mean, I don't know if you've seen Ghost in the Shell, right? We're gonna get to that point, you know, and I can see the path. We can all see it, and it's gonna get there. And it's a very exciting field right now. If any young Black man or a Black woman would like to get into it, I would say jump into it because it's exciting. I mean, how often do you get to be a part of the evolution or the research of bringing science fiction into reality? I mean, that's crazy. It blows my mind.
Y'all are, when you're talking about, Minority Report and Ghost in the Shell and these kind of spaces where, again, we've seen the fantastic come to life, right? The idea that, as you both said, and appreciate the explanations that, what becomes fantastic a lot of times becomes reality, and how we use stories and storytelling to be the gauge of what we do here in the real world. And to that, likewise, when speaking of healthcare and sciences of these items, a lot of times we understand that, we as Black people aren't included, either in the design, the development, implementation. So first off, I want to make sure to thank you both for your examples and being a part of our program here. They kind of show that we are in the rooms and in these spaces. But to that, when we're speaking about how devices pick up or interpret culture and differences in not necessarily physiology, but in appearance and just the way that our data sets are different, from intentional or non-intentionally, for the way that Blackness may be defined. I know that's a large can to open, but I'd love to kind of understand and interpret, how BCI and Blackness, or the idea of Black culture, from your perspectives, is being interpreted right now.
I really appreciate that intro because there are kind of two prongs to it. There is what's happening mentally, but there's also what's happening physically. So I'll start with the physical part. And when we talk about non-invasive procedures, which literally means we're not doing surgery. So we're placing surface electrodes on to read your brain waves. So I need to reach your scalp to be able to make that connection. Just imagine we're drawing an electrical pathway from your scalp to connect to the sensors. That's in its basic form what we need to happen. Now, there are cultural layers to how do we get to your scalp. And when we consider Black people, we have a lot of different hairstyles. So today I'm wearing my hair straightened, but maybe I'm wearing my hair in its natural wavy state. Fine, I just have to use a little bit more gel to get from the scalp to the electrode. But that's the type of system that I'm using versus something that uses more of a saline-based solution. It's more watery, right? So I might be dipping a net in and trying to press that down. Well, it becomes a little bit more complicated. So I'm gonna have to take some more care to part hair to be able to get to the scalp. But what if that hairstyle still doesn't allow access to the scalp directly? Maybe it is a weave or some locking hairstyle that's beautifully done, if I had a little bit more communication around the process, some different decisions could be made by the participant. It's not to say that we couldn't participate. It's that maybe I need this to be closer to my wash day or when I'm changing my hairstyle. But give me more agency around what is going to happen and how I can still participate. So that's the physical part. And quite frankly, the folks that are or have been working in this space haven't had the perspective of, there's thicker hair, there's different hairstyles, there's more time that I need to build into my protocol, better communication around what's going to happen for participants to indeed have a sample that reflects that diverse set that they have access to. So it does require folks like us to be there, speaking up, making those observations. It's an interesting kind of catch there. How do you get there to be part of those conversations? But hopefully things like this and other groups such as Society for Neuroscience are also trying to explore those questions with Black and Neuro and understanding some of these challenges. So that's the physical part. And we can make conscious decisions around what systems we're using so that we can get these connections, better connections physically. And then there is the experiential side. And so there are so many notions, although we can generalize where things are happening in the brain or areas of responsibility. So frontal lobe is judgment and complex decision-making, for example. Middle part is motor control. So if you're thinking about moving or you're actually moving, it's generally happening in that area and so on. However, we have differences in our expertise. And so if you are an expert in something, you are literally using less brain power. It's much more efficient in your processing. And so we have less activation in some of those areas responsible for that decision making. If I say, I'm going to have you look at different sports cars and make some assessment about these sports cars. If you are a car aficionado, you're going to be able to do that a lot more efficiently than someone who's not. So experience does matter in terms of presentation of brain activation and what we're recording and how we're interpreting those recordings. So if something as benign as being a car aficionado or a sneakerhead is a good example, so too is your experience as a Black person. And are those experiences counted when we're building models off of neural-based input?
Yeah, and it's we are, well, before I say this, I want to say that I'm a disabled veteran. I used to be in the Army, right? And before I got working towards this master's, I ended up earning a master's in information systems. So when I look at things, I see a problem, right? And I see a problem and I see a whole system and how we work together. And that's how I see the world. And I pride myself in being a global citizen, and I believe, thanks to my experience in the military, I realize how valuable it is to have different perspectives of the same problem, and it helps you see things from different point of views, and it helps you be also more sensitive to the possible outcome of what you're about to do, and also it helps you avoid certain pitfalls, certain issues, especially if your goal is to win the hearts and minds of a group of people that you are not super culturally aware of. And I say all this is because I do believe as we move towards and get more proficient as a people on the BCI front, we will learn more about each other. And the more you learn about each other, the closer you can get, and the more and the better you can work together. And that not only applies on the global scales, it also applies in businesses. You know, if you understand how your coworkers and your employees, how they focus, what's the best way to motivate and all that stuff, you know, what's the best time where they're the most productive and so forth and so forth, you know, you'll be able to design a workspace that is less distracting, you know, so that allows your employees to work harder, faster, and better and stronger. You'll be able to build the team faster and maybe hopefully eliminate some of the stuff that happens, because I don't know if you understand, if you know the team building process, there's a part where there's conflict. you know, and the faster you move past that conflict, then the faster this team is strong and unified. BCI, having these non-invasive devices, part of the workflow, can help enhance and go through that process of team building, and to make, you know, people more productive, and then to have a happier workspace and to reduce distraction. And all in all, if you're happy, you're going to work harder. And I do believe there's so many different applications in the future in regards to BCI that not only will bring the workspace, you know, more synergistic, but also bring everybody of all culture, all races, and everything to help us understand each other, to see like the only difference between us is really culture, nothing more, you know? Yeah, and that's one of the main reasons why I love BCI. And one of the first papers Dr. Randolph and we worked together on was basically looking at the medical field and how they take care of locked-in patients, and then see we can build a system around that, an information system around that, that will allow data to leave the bedroom and go directly to the caretaker. And if that happens, then that caretaker can make decisions that will help avoid bed sores, unnecessary infections, unnecessary injuries, unnecessary deaths, you know, which unfortunately happens now in this day and age, 2022. We have stuff like that happening till this day, you know. And if we as scientists can work together to make a better place, I think we should totally do that. And the more people, the better. You know, bring it on. Let's do it. Let's change this world.
It's just a perfect sentiment. And thank you for that, Ernst, as well, Dr. Randolph, in regards to where we see the value and the valuation of BCI and all these data sets is really to get to the humanity of the source, which is all of us being able to communicate and appreciate each other. And I think that always was a thinking of it from the fantastic standpoint to now, you know, being introduced to you two, where I see the interest of data science really being to get to the human approach of how all this stuff should be making our lives better, more to bring us together than to be divisive. But in that same space, right, we do understand that from design and implementation that, you know, either, you know, that a lot of times that may not be the case. So where do you see the real opportunities for us, you know, as engineers and as scientists to really be able to bring that, not only the value add of intellectual acumen, but of a cultural acumen into brain computer interface?
Well, I think it's not limiting from the outset. So sometimes we think, oh, I need to be really deeply technical to enter into this area, or I need to be a super genius at coding or what have you. And that's not the case. Everyone has a unique perspective to bring. And I'll tell you, in terms of folks in the Brain Lab, I've had everyone from accounting students to English majors contributing to better design of brain-computer interface, because it's, can you think outside the box? This does not operate in any one field, and so being able to solve these big problems is going to take perspectives from all different angles. And I love us sharing about the systems thinking. I mean, people are a key component of a good system, and what are those different perspectives that we can bring? So my advice is really just not to be self-limiting, and hopefully even I think about starting early on. When I talk to K-12, like, they get it. Like, it's very easy for them to understand brain-computer interface as a topic, but even the science around it, the etymology, the words, like, they're so closely connected to the source that they understand and have better questions than my adult audiences. So, I mean, they go, oh, you mean I can just take my device and control that? Yes. Okay. So if we can have that sort of thinking, you know, at our levels, then I think we're going to be able to really bust open some doors here. But also just trying to still be in the room and have these conversations, presenting, showing, yes, we are here, we are doing work, we are having these conversations, and we have something valuable to contribute from our brains directly, or from our ideas to the process.
Yes, and I know this is about BCI, but based on my unique perspective, machine learning, I I know the idea of using to train machines to learn can seem daunting, but I mean, if you see a pattern, if you're going down the street and you see a pattern, you're like, okay, every block there's a stop sign, then there's most likely going to be a stop sign on the other block, and basically you're just taking that and then you put it into a code, and then so the machine learning does the same thing. Oh, there's a stop sign after a few feet. There's a stop sign. So yeah, so there should be a stop sign coming. That's exactly the same thing the code is doing, and that's exactly what machine learning is you're using data to do a prediction, to do an analysis, or to do an understanding, and I think a lot of people think like, oh man, I'm not really good at math. I should do this. I'm like, no, don't self-limit. Just do it. You never know. I've known people who who are horrible at math. They come into the program, they fall in love with it so much, they end up getting tutors and catching up, and next thing you know, they're great scientists and great people doing awesome experiments. One of the class projects I've seen this young group of kids do, they love Formula One, and they took all the data they could get on Formula One and then using machine learning to predict when is the best time to switch tires between laps, and then they compared it to an actual race, and it matched according to what the humans, the people with the expertise, were deciding. It matched what they coded. So yeah, machine learning can be applied to anything, video games, real life situations. So please come join us. And I do believe the more Black are coming to join the community, the better we're going to understand certain things about us. Because I'm no doctor, but I suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. And a lot of my friends who are Black, who are raised in certain neighborhoods, don't even realize that they have it. And I'm like, dude, you're behaving just like me when I thought that I did not have post-traumatic stress disorder. And I think you should go talk to someone. And I do believe having a BCI as part of a diagnostic tool will help us heal as a people.
That is fantastic, and again, I think something that's so necessary for us to get past, as Dr. Randall said, maybe the initial precursor of maybe this isn't for me because I'm not a direct scientist, but to your point, Ernst, is the idea that there's such a diverse and vast opportunity for everyone to be a part of this. And of course, that's what we're looking forward to, and partner with y'all with Subsume is learning more about the BCI journey, as well as how we can use and be part of building our tomorrows that give me a shared opportunity for everyone. So with that, I wanted to give a chance to catch it, to have our audience be able to follow you in your work. So we'll start with you, Dr. Randolph. Just in closing, where can we find out more about you in your endeavors?
Well, I do tend to be more on LinkedIn. So Adrienne Randolph is the direct link there on LinkedIn. If you want to find out just more about the Brain Lab at Kennesaw State University, it's coles.kennesaw.edu/Brain Lab, all one word. So love for you to come see more about what we're doing there, kind of the breadth of activity. Again, it's control, but it's also understanding and assessment. So we're able to use these tools in a number of different fashions, and that's where the creativity is welcomed.
And same here. I'm definitely most on LinkedIn, and it's Ernst, ERNST, Fan, FAN, well, Fanfan, FAN. Fan is the English pronunciation, and you can find me, and I'm happy to communicate with anybody and answer any questions anybody have, because I do believe we need more of us into the field. I believe that we will definitely add our own 2 cents. How can the community be yours if you're not a part of it? Plain and simple.
And I'm so happy that you found me at the
Oh, that's definitely a story to tell one day.
Absolutely, no, and we'll look to continue this story and others as we look to build our journey together. And again, thank you all so very much for being part of our program, being part of Black Futures Month, and again being part of a fantastic example of a positive future together. So thank you so very much.
Thank you.
All right. With everyone, just stay tuned. We'll have more of our fantastic programming for Black Futures Month 2020 with Subsume Summit. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much, everybody. I appreciate your time, and thank you for checking out Brain Computer Interfaces and Blackness with the Brain Lab, not only Kennesaw State, but also with a couple of fantastic scientists showing us that there's a future with us that will be included in that space as well. So to that, we're going to have a quick switch of our schedule here for the 1:30 segment. We want to thank Blacks in Gaming as well as Jonathan Jennings, who was bringing in his new Unity and Oculus release. However, we have a bit of technical difficulty of being able to bring that in here now. So what we'll do is schedule that with a separate endeavor, but we're going to take 30 seconds to reset. And we're actually going to bring in our copywriter with Subsume, Ms. Janelle Dickens, that is working with us. And we will talk about how to get into copywriting. So with that, give us 30 seconds for station identification with us here at Black Futures Month 2022 here with Subsume, and we'll be right back. Thank y'all.
Muted.
Oh my
You
goodness.
muted.
I had a fantastic thing too, so it's all good. We're gonna start it over. That was good, but then you came in small. I want that either.
Okay.
Yeah. I
Much-
normally had to kind of put it big like this. Oh, words. Okay, it was a scratch anyway. So 20 seconds and we'll remove and kick. Thank you so very much for joining us today. My name is Dayton Sneed, and thank you for being a part of Subsume Summit's Black Futures Month 2022. We're so happy to have you here with us as we look at the intersection of creativity, technology, and community, and build upon the legacy of Black History Month and look to a shared future with the innovators of tomorrow with a conversation today. And so our next opportunity to chat is about opportunities in advertising. Advertising is all around us. Everything has a message. So who are writing those messages, and how can we as Black people find ourselves equally and equitably represented in the voices of advertising? And with that, we want to bring in our resident expert, Janelle. How are you doing today, Janelle?
Hi, Dejarin. Hi, everyone else that's tuning in. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Janelle, as he mentioned, and I'm a copywriter for Subsume. You'll find out a lot more about my discipline and basically what I'm attempting to accomplish with my early career in advertising throughout this panel, and maybe some ways that you can break in yourself.
Fantastic, fantastic. So no, we appreciate it. So let's take it from the top about the topic itself, opportunities in advertising. But before we do just that, what is advertising? Right? I think we all know marketing and some other points. From a professional standpoint, how would we define advertising?
Well, advertising, in a sense, is the way a brand would convey itself to you or how it can communicate what value it brings to you in your life. In marketing, there are four main elements. So one is product, the product itself, what you have to sell. Another one is placement, where this product is distributed and where you can access it. Another one is positioning, how that product speaks to you and what the branding and message tells you. And the last one is promotion. And that promotional aspect is advertising.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Now, with that, what made you interested in advertising?
For me, it was kind of like a circular journey. I always wanted to be a writer, very young age, wanted to do that. And when I got into college, it was never about arts. Like it was never about, hey, you'll make it successfully if you got into like creative field. So I actually decided to go the full-blown STEM route and decided to do computer science. And from there, I found that I'm not really an algorithmic thinker, So ultimately, I decided to segue into marketing, but I still didn't know much about advertising, didn't know what it was in regard to its whole entire industry. I thought me being in marketing alone was me trying to get into advertising. And for some reason, my classes just weren't clicking. I was like, I want to be creative. I want to figure out how these brands are doing its marketing, but in a way that involves the color. Where is the creativity? Not just me looking at Excel spreadsheets of demographics and data. So I saw this initiative called the Multicultural Advertising Internship Program, and I joined it. And from there, basically so many doors opened in terms of my understanding of the field itself. And that's just one of a few opportunities and things that I'll just cover today, but that's my personal journey. And from this point in about a year and a half, I definitely feel confident enough to speak about everything, especially regarding how a person like you, who was just like me, can possibly get into there.
Oh, that sounds like a great point to begin. So looking at, again, getting in is one thing, but
yeah,
talking about the opportunities, what are we seeing now that are the barriers to getting in?
What aren't the barriers? So many of the things I can say about the industry is prevalent across the board in terms of just the ways in which capitalism, the way the country has operated for so long. In advertising in and of itself, there's been this kind of trend of like pretty much exclusion in regard to the easier ways to break in. So to explain it, what had happened about last summer, it was an interesting time to graduate for me because so many different brands following the George Floyd incident wanted to do better by their communities. They wanted to find a way to segue into inclusion and equity, but they were built upon these systems that really were prevalent throughout. And it was difficult to see many people who looked like me and many people who were becoming like the innovators of tomorrow, actually representing the community and the audience that they were trying to speak to. So the reason that I'm super passionate about sharing a lot of information about creative careers in general, but in particular advertising, is because not only have there been so many opportunities opened up specifically for Black students and Black people trying to segue into that field, we have so much to bring to the table just from our experiences that now it's as if that's being recognized. And, brands are hungry to try to tell their stories, but in a way that actually makes an impact, in a way that actually speaks to people.
Now, with that said, and then as you say, we realize, particularly for being in this medium, that a lot of the barriers can be seen across the board, right? We see this with a lot of other creative spaces and places.
Exactly.
And again, I know you made this point, but want to elaborate based on a lot of the social climates that we've seen that right now seem to be a more of an opening of these doors. Is that, from your opinion, something that, are you seeing that more of a reaction?
Yeah, it's more of a reaction more than anything, but it does provide more opportunities. So I can get more specific about what I mean by that. So traditionally, the path to creative advertising, if you wanted to be a copywriter or art director, copywriters are basically the voice behind the words written for any advertising. If you've ever watched a commercial and heard a jingle, or the script itself probably was devised by a copywriter, drove down the street, saw a billboard, the writing on there was likely written by a copywriter. Art directors are responsible for everything visual regarding a piece of advertisement, whether that is through the screen itself, whether that's through print, see magazine spreads. They do the colors, they come up with like the entire creative concept as a team. So typically the normal path to getting into those disciplines involved going to portfolio school. And portfolio school is almost the same as like a master's program. You go through your 4-year degree. You might have majored in advertising and got your bachelor's, but that's not going to get you the opportunity to actually sit at the table with the people who are really concepting, really putting together this craft and coming up with the things that we see on a day-to-day basis for brands. What you would normally do is that you would make about a $20,000 investment into a portfolio school and get a portfolio done, and then possibly be, recruited and scouted by these multi-level agencies. And it's almost similar to just the concept of like film school or these really exclusive programs that, you kind of have money, you need money to get in. And for example, the ways in which that I've seen a lot changing in that aspect is I am a graduate of the One School. The One School is a program that was founded by Oriel Davis Lyons. He's the creative director of Spotify. And he's a Black man basically wanting to give back to the Black community, but also wanting to see the same change in the industry that we're vying for at Subsume too. And the program itself is a free program that would put you through like a series of these different challenges and briefs, and that will enable you to really challenge yourself to come up with better ideas and to conceptualize them. And by the end of it all, you will have a portfolio completely for free. It's only open to Black students, and I consider it an incredible opportunity to just get your foot in the door and to get paired with a mentor. And throughout the entire course of the experience, I definitely grew a lot. And you were able to just connect with so many people that are passionate about Black creativity that it's insane.
We would absolutely. We want to give a shout out to the One School and Mr. Oriel, as he was actually the keynote speaker at our Creative Juneteenth this past June.
Yeah.
And in a very serendipitous connection, we were connected. And so this is the type of true and authentic conversations and connections that having these type of opportunities have. So, we're literally a real world example of a best case scenario of being able to branch out and find our communities better connected by programs like this.
Definitely. I invite anyone who's curious about the program to reach out to me wherever, and I'll talk to you about it. Just chat it up. There are different things going on in the industry itself, not even just the One School, but there are a couple of initiatives. Like I mentioned before, there was the Multicultural Advertising Internship Program. If you are a junior or senior in college and you're thinking about opportunities that might be for you in advertising, MAPE has their application open around the fall of each year, and it covers a variety of different disciplines that I'll touch bases on here as well. But those include copywriting and art direction. There's also project management. There's also UX UI design. There's human resources, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Pretty much any discipline under the sun that you might think that a brand would need, MAPE would cover. You'll go through these rounds of interviews once your application is processed. And then from there, you're given a virtual training for about 16. The whole program itself is 16 weeks. Virtual training is 6 weeks. And then you spend 10 weeks at an internship at an agency that will pick you from MAPE. And MAPE in the past, if it weren't for COVID, it would fly you out and it would pay for your housing, like your room and board and everything. So for any college student watching this, that's one opportunity for you. Or if you're a parent, keep in mind those types of things can exist for your kids.
Now, are those typically the ways in for majority of students, or is there other avenues?
There's definitely other avenues. MAPE is considered like one of the top ones that you can consider yourself. And you can also just get your bachelor's in whatever program that you're in college. And then there's different initiatives that you can build a portfolio even without going to portfolio school. A colleague of mine, her name is Mary Busby. She's a copywriter at Bartley. That's an independent advertising agency. I think it's actually Barkley. She started her own initiative. She got mentors and all these different things going on. It's called the Workshop. And through there, she basically can pair up anybody with a mentor, and that person will give you a brief or help you out with your portfolio, and you'll build something that you can present to clients. There are freelancers who don't even go the agency route. They just they're like me, like in between me attempting to find like my full-time role or wherever I'm going to go in terms of where I'm at after I graduated. You can become a copywriter freelance, do things for different brands, and an art director freelance. So there's so many ways to get started, but you kind of don't know what you don't know. And when you think about what it takes to have a business and what it takes to actually have a brand in an age of media and content, everywhere we look on social media, outside of social media, brands are doing activations, experiences. You know, someone might do a pop-up shop and it's a theater event, but it's hosted by Nike. Like, someone came up with that. People can't just take any random image, any random photo, any random video reel and put it on there and just put their logo on it and claim it's theirs. They need creatives behind it. They need creatives to concept it. And they definitely need propriety, like ownership over what it is that they create. So to tell a person, hey, like, you know, it's not feasible to try to go a creative route in your career or in your academic life. You know, now in this age, there's so many opportunities available for you, and brands are hungry for fresh new ideas. So. Mm-hmm.
So to bring those new ideas to the table, what are some of the qualities that you need to either embrace or refine if you're looking to maybe get in, not only just get in advertising, but maybe that's just a consideration? What are some qualities you think you need to bring to the table?
I think honestly, the best skill is to be yourself. Like, you have to have the authenticity in you to really approach your work from a very creative and personal standpoint. In advertising, a lot of things that I noticed that candidates kind of struggle with is the concept that they're selling their ideas. They want to be like the next person. They want to compare themselves to others, but who you are as an individual is really your greatest asset. Another skill that you have to have, like, creativity is very vague, but you have to understand the creative process. A lot of that might go into design. A lot of that also might just be being able to recognize when you have a good idea and being able to understand, okay, like, this is something that might work for a brand, and this is something that actually fits this brand's personality. And you can think strategically from that level. I think that another skill you really do have to have is a sense of just sales acumen and sales strategy. And that doesn't necessarily mean you have to be the person kind of playing mind games and like doing a lot of that. I think when I first got involved in sales, that's what I thought. Like, I thought it was like, oh, well, you have to convince people to get things that they don't want. That's not what advertising or sales is about. Or if it is, it's not what it should be about if you're wanting to execute well. Really, you kind of just have to understand people. You have to know and get in the minds of someone else. Like, you need a strong sense of empathy in order to speak to them. And I hope I'm being specific enough about what I mean. But if, for instance, Nike wanted to campaign for, you know, young kids between the age of like 5 and 10, try to put yourself in that shoes. How would you speak to the parents of, you know, kids in that age demographic? What are their worries? What are their fears? What are their concerns? And then from that point on, you can spitball it, you know, be able to let stuff go if it doesn't work out. And I think the beautiful part about creativity is that no one person is going to look the same, and no one person is supposed to have the same set of skills and the same set of assets. So really just recognizing who you are as an individual is the best you can bring to the table.
Beautiful. Now, the idea of, at least in my point of advertising, is that you're trying to convey a feeling or a story to someone. Now, we're talking about stories that are underrepresented or marginalized. How do you see that as an advantage, or do you see that as an advantage when you're trying to generate new ideas or new copy or new points of perspective to reach new audiences?
I definitely see it as an advantage because honestly, if you're unique and if you're different, that's really half of what creativity is all about. It's like people kind of want to play it safe when there's investments involved and people want to look a certain way when it comes to things, but really you get the best work when you take the most risks. That's period. And so for me, I definitely had a non-standard experience, even my upbringing, even being in the field that I'm in. Like, I grew up in a low-income community, not necessarily had a lot of access to the best resources, and was exposed to a lot of things at a young age that, like, most people would probably be like, girl, what? Like, it's crazy. And I really used to think that I had so much to catch up on because I wasn't inundated with a lot of know-how when it came to college or what it means to navigate a career. And I was the first person in my family to even go to college, period, let alone graduate. And so it's not even just college. It's even beyond that. You know, you don't have to have that experience, but I really feel as though all of these unique experiences that we have, especially what makes us live and breathe as Black people, it's what this world kind of needs to hear. And it's something that we can lean into for the work that we can deliver and give. And it doesn't have to be like, oh, yeah, I wear cornrows and I wear stuff like that. Like, no, it's literally our mindsets. It's the way that we process things differently. I remember being abroad. When I studied abroad, I actually studied global advertising in Tokyo. And that's also where I was able to like realize maybe this is kind of for me, because I would talk to my professor, and me and him, we would chop it up after class, and I would complain to him. It was like us complaining about advertising. And I'd be like, growing up, so much of ads just felt exploitative, or it felt like people didn't understand my community, but I can tell that they're trying to talk to me, but they weren't speaking to me, you know? And it's been so long just complaining to him about it. He was like, you should do it. I'm like, did you not hear me? Like I said that I don't like advertising. And he's like, yeah, exactly. Like, you're seeing what's wrong. Like, you're not going into this with like hard eyes, you know? Like, you're able to pick apart what you don't like and probably what other people are sick of and think of it in a whole new light. Like, for me, it felt exploitative. Like, it felt like most ads I definitely can relate to. If anything, a lot of things that was supposed to be funny, quirky, cute, that were winning awards, to me, it didn't mean anything, you know? So I feel like that's part of it. And it's not even just about like selling yourself in terms of like, oh, well, this is what people want to see, blah, 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 you know? And I hope I'm making sense, but it's like, it's not like you're out here trying to impress people with, oh my God, look at me, I'm Black and I'm different and this and this and that. It's more like our community has a lot to express, and it has a lot of skills that can be nurtured and put towards things that actually matter. So I think a huge part of going through this whole creative career process and journey is vetting these brands and making sure that whatever type of work you want to do, you're leveraging your connections and you're leveraging what's out there to build your skill set. And then from there, you can navigate to bring to life the projects you want to see because you have that in your hands.
Now, thinking about navigating your own path, traditionally we think of advertising firms and larger corporations that are coming together to bring in together resources to pitch large projects to large companies. You know, in the gig economy and with our points of technology, are there ways to be in this space and be successful but not go that traditional route? And if so, how does technology I know that's a whole nother question, but also as a part too of how is technology changing advertising, particularly for smaller entrepreneurship brands?
Absolutely. So for a lot of smaller brands, one thing that I've noticed just as a copywriter is that the way that we talk to our audience is definitely changing. Aside from the whole shift towards being more personable and being more emotional in regard to how you speak to people, a lot of brands, especially those who are going into tech, they're focusing a lot on just usability and accessibility. So to get where I'm going with this is just for people who don't want to go like the huge route to going into brands and going into like major businesses, you can help each other out peer to peer. There's all these different avenues, whether it's social media, whether it's, you know, different. Okay, let me start over. So if you do decide to freelance and you don't want to go the route of mega agencies or big companies and brands, there's a lot you can do to just help out other entrepreneurs and people who are starting their own endeavors with your skills and with your skills in advertising. So there's a lot of things happening with creative technologies to where you can go in and you have access to the resources that you need on your own to do the things that you have to do. You see a lot of this with content creators and influencers. You can build your own platform from scratch and you're your own person who's doing everything. A lot of these people, you kind of just see them as influencers, but behind the scenes, they're also producers, they're also directors. They need people who are writing these emails that they're sending out to their teams and who's controlling a lot of what's going on with their content distribution and those sorts of things. So amongst each other, there's a lot we can do on our own and with ourselves without having to go the route of like that full-time 9 to 5 thing.
So, what about the locations? Does location matter for advertising? Like, I think when I came up and had a brief foray in the idea of wanting to be in advertising, was you have to live in New York or LA or Boston or some larger metropolitan area. How does that work now in the pandemic?
That's one thing I noticed that I never really cared about. I think a lot of my peers covet LA and New York. That's the main like center hub for a lot of advertising agencies. Chicago too. I'm already in Chicago. And for me, I've always known that I wanted to go the remote route. And for me, it was like, oh, okay, well, I can work in LA and New York and live in Chicago. Like, I guess that's the new age that I'm used to when it comes to not even just how COVID has been affecting everything, but work-life flexibility has been a huge thing. So if you are looking for the best pay, if you're looking for the classic brands, definitely New York, LA, Chicago, San Francisco too. San Francisco is more of a tech hub. So you'll see, a lot of Google's, a lot of Microsoft's, Amazon catered agencies there. But there's opportunities globally. Go to Tokyo, go to China. The world is yours.
Always a great opportunity. Now, what about for those that want to be remote and want to be in advertising just from maybe the comfort of their own space? Is that viable in the current climate?
That's viable, definitely, especially now that brands are opening up more doors for contracts and freelancers, or even just their full-time roles are often fully remote. I think that for a lot of parties, due to just the ways in which, advertising is set up, by that I mean that there's people who go in and out, pretty often. So you might start off in production, or you might want to become a copywriter. You might be an art director, but you might want to go into UX. So more often than not, like your position is flexible, and they're often okay with people who are willing to work from home. There are agencies though that would prefer that you would come into the office and, might have some proprietary data that they only want people to access from physical locations. So I think it's important to just vet the opportunity that you get, and, ask around in terms of their culture and how they would like things to be set up.
Okay. Now, before we go, I want to ask, because of course we're looking at Black Futures Month and where we see ourselves in the future, particularly for Black stories, for advertising, particularly as it resonates with African-American culture. Where do you see advertisers, or I guess say, where do you see advertising really being able to resonate and represent this community in a fair and equitable way?
I think that there's more power in our community now in terms of like brands really even caring what we have to say or caring about our experiences. And I know it sucks to feel like, okay, well, y'all didn't care before, now y'all care now. Like, what? Those brands you don't have to really entertain. There are brands who've been doing this, and it's no longer profitable to ignore a lot of social and systemic issues in what you're doing and how you're trying to bring things to the table. There was a commercial that aired recently from Beats by Dre, and it was called You Love Me Not. And it was basically just a poem and an ode to the way that Black culture is consumed and appreciated without Black people being a proponent of that. I think the more people who are in these spaces who can really have a voice and influence what message gets projected out there into the masses, whether it's through advertising, whether it's through other means, there's a lot more to be said about the kind of things we'll get exposed to. I think that there's way more room for creativity now that many people and many brands are open to hearing what a diverse audience has to say, whether they're African American, whether they're not. Hopefully a lot of the staleness that you kind of see, like the same contrived thing being done over and over and over again, would deplete. Representation, diversity is always a huge thing. But what I also would appreciate though is us as a community kind of taking what we can learn from these like established areas or what we're going to build in our early careers or careers period, and then take that and invest that into our own projects and our endeavors too.
Beautiful, beautiful. And with that, Janelle, where can we follow you in your work, and where do you see the future of what's your advertising future?
For me, I would definitely love to work on a brand. Typically, when you do join an advertising agency, you're given your main account, and the account's usually whatever brand that has the contract with the agency. So right now, I'm just vetting, trying to build the rest of my portfolio and finalize it, and then go through and vet different agencies that I might want to be at. So I definitely see myself, in my first full-time role as a copywriter at an agency whose culture I love, working on a brand that I care about, or in designing experiences for people that I love. And then from there, I actually do plan to go the UX UI route and get back into tech. I started in computer science and completely ran away from it. If only I knew that UX UI was a thing, I wouldn't have. So probably go into UX writing, which is a newly emerging field too. And yeah, and I definitely just see myself from there, probably going on to start my own startup or help out with other projects and initiatives I care about.
Good deal. And Janelle, we're obviously blessed to have you and your time and talents with us here at Subsume. And again, thank you so very much for sharing your insights and expertise on the opportunities of advertising.
No problem. If anyone wants to connect with me, I'm Janelle Dickens on LinkedIn. I am Black Protagonist on Instagram, though I have another Instagram account that I plan to use for more professional reasons, talking about copywriting and stuff. So Janelle.me. And my Twitter is also Janelle Me.
Thank you so very much for being part of our work here with Subsume Summit 2022 and Black Futures Month. And so we're very excited to continue the conversations of excellence and creating spaces where we see ourselves in a shared future of creativity, technology, and community, where the Black history of today is going to be propelling us into the innovations that we're crafting for a better tomorrow. So with that, when we're talking about creating spaces and educating others on how to find themselves included in the stories and narratives of their culture, particularly Black and specifically Black culture, I want to call to the stage a champion in our space that we could give a lot of bona fides and praise to, and we want to do that now. So with that, we want to call to the stage Miss Deirdre. How are you doing today?
I'm good, Daedrin. How are you? Congratulations on everything.
Ms. Holman, thank you so very much. I'm honored to have you here, always as a scholar, educator, and an innovator, and not only just a friend of the show, but friend of Subsume for sure. And so glad to have you here and to talk about your work with the Black Comics Collective, and to look at not only just the future of what Black comics are currently, but also as we use this medium for storytelling and for legacy, what's your insights and expertise think to a shared future in this space. So again, thank you for the time.
No problem. I'm really happy to talk about the Black Comics Collective because at its core, it's an organization that's all about creating community, creating opportunity, and hopefully laying the stones for there to be legacy, for there to be a path for future generations. Not only in the field of comics and animation, but also just largely speaking in the realm of storytelling and art. You can easily expand from the genres of comics into larger storytelling projects, transmedia projects. And so the Black Comics Collective is, for me, a conduit for that kind of creativity. And so for those who may not know who I am or who we are, I am an educator and scholar, and I co-founded the Black Comic Book Festival in Harlem, New York, along with John Jennings, Jonathan Gales, and Jerry Kraft. 10 years ago, we just celebrated our 10th annual comic book festival in January last month. And you were a part of that, Daedrin, and many creative souls that I just found such a connection with the writers and the artists and the entrepreneurs and the filmmakers and the advertisers and the bloggers in that space. And given that, we didn't foresee 10 years per se when we started the festival, the first, second, and third year, but it was obvious right away that there was a community that was operating in kind of these regional pockets that, in a market like New York City was able to come together and make a big splash, not just, a big splash for ourselves in terms of connecting folks who are working in isolation in different cities, bringing those creatives together at the Schomburg Center in Harlem, which is a historic space for Black history and culture anyway, but bringing the community and, New Yorkers show up and show out. And so tens of thousands of people were annually coming to the show pre-COVID. During COVID, so for the last 3 years, we've had to be virtual, but still even virtually, folks are digging into the digital programming and accessing some of the digital platforms that the vendors have. Nonetheless, I wanted, after January passed, and I was moving out of the Schomburg to pursue my doctorate degree at Teachers College at Columbia University, I wanted to kind of find a way to hold on to the network, to the bubble, the magical bubble of connectivity with everyone. And because naturally there were many more opportunities and ideas floating for collaboration. And so I created the Black Comics Collective as like a digital, virtual, and live events entity, a collective, a unit, so that we could, stay connected with one another, create a platform where we could quickly communicate, just kind of create a language around, who we are and who we could be as a collective to the public. And I think I'm grateful to have been inspired to do that. It wasn't a master plan. It was an inspiration to stay together and to keep the community together so that we could move together to face whatever was coming. And so with that, we've been able to access lots of other exciting opportunities to produce events at other cultural institutions like the American Museum of Natural History, one of the biggest museums in the world, at the Brooklyn Academy of Music. We've done showcases at publishers. We've done educational workshops and courses, gone to colleges, and now the Black Comics Collective just signed with Serendipity Literary Agency, and we have a foray into the publishing world. And that's near and dear to my heart. So as an educator at my core, and as part of my professional self, I have a huge interest in wanting young people, middle grade, young adult readers to have access to this abundance of creativity and storytelling that's coming out of the Black indie comic market, right? And so I'm seeing this opportunity to create publishing opportunities as another conduit, right? As another stream of being able to get our stories not just out into the world, but specifically to readers who need the support of publishers, who need the support of libraries and such in order for them to have access to the material. So it's another avenue of access, not replacing the independent spirit, not replacing what we do naturally, which is, you know, make a way out of no way, doing our independent entrepreneurship. I want everyone to, you know, potentially have a foot in all of these worlds so that we can just expand our reach. So that opportunity is popping, and part of kind of being at the center of folks making inquiry, like when people are looking for artists, when they're looking for writers of color that match their specific taste. It's really interesting how they're almost, I'm interested in developing like a language almost for the different styles of Black comics that you could get that kind of goes along with the kind of the mainstream language, because
Right.
when they make requests, you know what I'm saying, right?
Oh, yeah.
When people make requests, you know, they usually have a specific style in mind, but we don't have necessarily articulated a name for that or a category for it. Like some folks will be interested in like a hip hop, urban kind of noir book, and other people will be looking for kind of, you know, a brighter, kind of minimalistic type of art, slice of life, cartoony. But even when you say cartoon, like there's so many ways, you know,
Oh,
so
yeah.
many things that go into that. So anyway, I'm kind of playing around in that space as people are looking for support of creatives for specific projects. One such project that just jumped off yesterday was there's an organization who is doing kind of some social justice oriented work in the NFT space. They were like, we need an artist to work with us to kind of realize like we want to get into NFTs. We want, like, the majority of their NFT profit is supporting not-for-profit work in social justice, and they were looking for an artist. And so like I listened to their story, I listened to kind of mood and like ideas that they were talking about, and I was like, okay, based on everything you said, it sounds like, you know, these artists might, you know, produce work that will be of interest to you. And then
Right.
once we pitched to the artist, you know, John Jennings was very into, you know, working with us and putting together a series of NFTs with this organization. And so we just launched our first in a series of NFTs with an organization called Burn One. So anybody who's interested in that space can check out www.burn1.today/NFT and see what's going on in that space. But so there are all these like kind of cool opportunities where we can, again, collaborate, work together to supply art and story and ideas to support a number of industries. And that's kind of like what I'm up to right now.
That is that's one exciting, right? And again, understanding that for yourself in the Comics Collective, that there you are expanding the hat rack to have even more hats than the earlier points there. So no, I also want to give a shout out again to John Jennings as not only as the artist but also as the innovator that connects with us on a few things, as well as another friend of the show. So with that, that's fantastic. And again, I think just simply fits right into the narrative, right? Where we're looking at how stories are being put into a digital future and how important it is to have that representation and folks who understand, especially someone such as Mr. Jennings, to be able to appreciate, the narrative that you're putting forward into this space. So that's good to hear.
I also think that like what he's bringing and what I think the artists in the collective in general bring to their work is like, it's it's multi-layered art. Like the art is a story, you know. It
Right.
has so much context and so much messaging in it. It's almost like, you know, some kind of super material. So when that kind of creativity goes into a work of art, it's really powerful. It's really powerful, and more people want that, need that, but you know, you have to handle all of it with care. And so I respectfully hold my responsibility kind of like a curator in that way, kind of like, you know, like I don't know if you would say it's like a gallery owner. I say I feel like a gallerist, and sometimes, you know, being in this space, you know, someone says, oh, you know, I want works of art for my house. I'm like, oh, what's your place look like? What kind of art do you get? What's your stuff? Like,
Right.
I feel like that. And then I offer suggestions. I was, you know, just asked the other day, there's a writer who got a book deal for a graphic memoir, and they're, you know, I'm like, what's the memoir about? Like, I'm just not gonna give them a list of 50 people. It's like kind of to curate it and to make it quality and worthwhile, the connection.
Now, being able to leverage a community like that, I'm sure not only having the connections that you're able to see where we fit in and the spaces that will be appreciated, but I'm sure you also see the opportunities that may still exist and having voices, particularly marginalized or diverse voices, still find their space in this place.
Absolutely.
So even though we have the technology and again have the talent, what are you seeing? What's your purview of where the climate is now of looking to include independent voices in these spaces?
In the digital space?
Could be, yes, digital space, yes, ma'am. But at the same time, it could simply stay with comics, right? Where we're still looking at that part as well.
I was like, whoa, so big. So sticking with comics, I think there's an interesting thing happen, and I think I've watched it happen just from my seat, from my purview over the past 10 years. But to see, you know, a number of independent comic book creators get publishing deals, right? For their single issue comic to become an actual graphic novel at a publishing company, which means to me, that's just like thousands and tens of thousands, hopefully hundreds of thousands more readers. And so when I think of publishing, I'm not just like, we got to get the $1 million book deal that's gonna set you up for life. I'm like, no, we just need 10,000 more readers. We want 100,000 more readers. We want like little girls and boys, or like even adults in other spaces and places to have access to these stories. So that's my lens on publishing. And so I'm seeing, you know, a lot more starting to come out of the publishing industry, you know, from books like Wash Day Diaries by Jamila Rouser and Robin Smith, to, you know, Rebecca Hall's graphic novel Wake on Black female-led slave revolts. Like, you're talking about slice of life, like cool Black women's kind of feminists writing about just the days in the life of Black women, to like these epic historical stories about, you know, Black women warriors, essentially, soldiers for freedom. I think the appetite is there. We know in our community the appetite is there, but I think again the appetite is growing and investing in our stories. Both, I think, in the publishing space, but also in the digital space. Like, but the digital space is a road that we made by walking, right? Like, it's folks doing their digital comics, it's folks doing their YouTube shows and putting up their there are stories that have kind of expanded the space, and then, you know, corporate America and industry picks up on that and brings it forward. It's not like they said, oh, let's create a space for Black creatives. It's like they noticed the space that Black creatives made for themselves and are piggybacking on that.
Mm-hmm.
So you're seeing brands pick up artists and storytellers to do their work. I mean, the NFL did it 2 seasons ago when they made graphic art out of
Mm-hmm.
you know, the team, all the team stats and stuff. It was like they were picking up on the trend, you know. Anyway, I digress because it's football season, at the end of the football season.
No, no, that's just fine. To that, where does that model then leave us for sustainability? Because you say brands understand and recognize, but you know, well, we're celebrating Black History Month and Black Futures Month, of course. But it seems like that recognition definitely has a calendar date, and because of that, unfortunately, sometimes might have an expiration date. Where we don't want to say that everything in some is performative, but a lot of times we find that the artists who create this work, create this culture, that does help and support brands, particularly in the comics industry. You know, we would say that it seems like it's always more, it's feast or famine, right? It's either we have all the attention, or it seems like from those brands we're not recognized. Is there a way in your mind for yourself and the collective that we're able to get that model of sustainability?
I'm so glad you asked the question, because build is the word that I hold on to when I think about this. And I think I would like to see us as a community build houses, build larger units to produce our work together, so that it's not the sole entrepreneur working on his or her sole projects, that we have infrastructure in it, just like Janelle, right? The young woman who was before me, just like they have in advertising and marketing, they have, you know, studios or agencies, just like in fashion, they have houses. Like, you need the creative vision, but you also need to have people who are going to work on that mission in a way that you can set up a business that can exist, right, as the talent flows through, as the projects flow through, and as, you know, time moves on. We need that infrastructure so that we're not always looking piecemeal for contracts with people who have their own agencies. You know what I mean? So I would like to see, you know, even Marvel, like, they didn't get to MCU without like setting up shop, and the shop produces work, but it also trains artists and writers and editors and copy editors, like underneath the master artists and writers, so that there's like a continual flow of talent through the shop. So I think that I want to see more of that kind of thing happen. I mean, Milestone Comics, talking about Black history, Milestone Comics, you know, you could look at them as a blueprint. And even though, you know, they had an incredible impact, an incredible run when they started in the 90s, and then it dissolved for a minute, but they put the shop back together to come out again. You know what I mean? I think we need more thinking along those lines, and not just the individual success stories, but the conglomerate, the building of the machine that will allow us to sustain the work.
I think with folks like yourself, and we have the talent, right? We have the talent. We have the technology. I think it's the idea of, like all things, it's the opportunity. So to look at it as a closing question to you, you know, what are the opportunities for us to be able to take our stories forward in the medium of comics? You know, again, we're celebrating a fantastic 10-year anniversary there at the Schaumburg with the Schaumburg Black Comic Books Festival, your own successes with the Black Comics Collective and beyond. You know, we always talk digital, but we want the physical, right? The haptic, you know, the print item of comics. What do you see the future of Black comics right now?
So in this respect, I'm old school because I spent 15 years. I spent 15 years working at a public library and an archive for Black history and culture at the Schomburg Center. And so I know firsthand how valuable it is to have objects that can be preserved and documented and utilized by, future generation. And so, although I'm not completely knowledgeable about digital archiving and the sustainability of digital work, I know there's a lot of people dedicated to making sure that we're keeping our records, but I think a piece of paper or a book is so easily archivable, and it's so necessary for us to contribute to these archives, because that is the way to kind of guarantee our future legacies right now. There are other ways in the digital space, but I tell playwrights the same thing. I tell artists the same thing. I tell, people who have, social justice organizations, activists, like, keep your papers, at least keep a folder full of the events and things that you have, donate them to an archive, like, be thinking about that so that your story goes forward. You know what I mean? John Lewis, right? He's a connection, also Black history and future.
Right.
When he was alive and I was teaching at the Schomburg Center, we read his graphic novel. He came to talk to our students. Part of his visit, he went into the archive to look at the stuff we had at the Schomburg about SNCC and meetings he had. He was having all these memories and deja vu. And he said to the archivist there, he said, I should have been more cognizant at the time about saving things. He's like, the famous trench coat that he was wearing when he did the march across the Pettus Bridge in Selma, the trench coat and the backpack that he was wearing. He said, I should have saved that coat. He's like, I remember the time when I thought, I don't need this anymore. He wasn't thinking about his legacy in the future, and that generation, because they were pre-computers, they were dealing a lot with manual documents, handwritten things, typewritten things. So we do have great archives of their speeches, right? Because you had to type it out to have it. And you had to mimeograph that, to share it with somebody. But I think in the digital age, we're not as cognizant about making copies of our work or editions for the archive. So that's my push for that. I would love to see people think about saving and donating. I would say it to you, Daedrin, make sure that you donate a copy, just one copy of everything that you publish to the archive. And Schomburg has a great burgeoning, we pushed a lot to get it going, but they had it initially, but we've developed it through the festival, a great archive of comic work. In fact, there's an exhibition at Schomburg now. It's called Boundless, 10 Years of Seeding Black Comic Futures.
Right.
And it's conceived as a memorabilia show for the 10th anniversary of the Black Comic Book Festival. So it's like a look back over the 10 years, who are the creatives who were there, what were the conversations we were having in that archival sense. So alongside of the 10 years of the collective, it's also looking at the books that have come into the comic books and the graphic novels that have come into the collection over that time. And it's an archive. The exhibition is an open archive, and it's huge, and it's so promising and inspiring to see. So I encourage anybody who can get to New York, to the Schomburg Center on 135th Street in Harlem, to go check out the show Boundless, 10 Years of Seeding Black Comic Futures at the Schomburg Center.
I'm excited that pioneers like yourself are giving us a Black comics future to be a part of. That's absolutely near and dear to my heart. and not only for yourself but the space, and like fellow collaborators such as John Jennings and Katie Atu Tubman that get a chance to connect and collaborate with us here at Subsume. It's just a wonderful wonderful space where in a necessity that we're able to chronicle and be able to look back from a shared future to see that we do have these historic archives of excellence among us. So thank you for that great work, all that you do and will continue to do, because I know there's some exciting announcements probably right around the corner, with things with yourself and the Black Commons Collective.
Yeah. So I encourage folks to stay connected with us. We're on Instagram as our primary platform because that's where everyone seems to be. But we're on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook as Black Comics Collective. You can find us there. You can also email me at blackcomicscollective@gmail.com.
All right. Let's do your Holman, and thank you so very much for all that you do and just for yourself. So again, I'm thankful for your time as always. And again, I'm sure I will be bothering you about other things soon enough.
It was no bother at all. I'm so proud of you. Thank you so much, Deidre.
Thank you so very much. We're so thankful. Thank you. So with that, we appreciate an opportunity to chat again with the Black Comics Collective to talk about the future of Black comics and see that we do have places and spaces that are dedicated to honoring and keeping our legacy, to bringing them into that shared future. So thank you so very much. All right, so we'll go ahead and just take a quick moment to refresh, and we'll go ahead and bring on our next guest. So with that, thank you all so very much for being a part of our programming here with Black Futures Month 2022. My name is Dejan Sneed, and we welcome you to talking about the intersection of creativity, technology, and community as we look at the innovators of today who are building Black future in real time for our shared futures to come. And with that, we want to talk about, I want to first bring on the champ. Let me just go ahead and bring her to the stage here right now. The Coffee Brother, how are you doing today?
Good. How's it going, Dejan?
Good. So before I get to rambling, because I know I want to make sure that we get a chance and time to listen to your experience and your expertise in the space, conversation that we get a chance to have a few times. I really wanted it to be a part of our program as well as yourself as we talk about Black futures, because I look at yourself and your work and the legacy you're building in real time and know that what we're about to talk about is going to be a part of that Black history to come. So let me first allow you to introduce yourself the right way, and then we'll talk about our subject. So
sure.
Good day to you.
Yeah, thank you. So my name is Kofi Bazell Smith. I'm an artist. I draw manga. I'm a professional boxer, and I'm a graduate student at the University of Illinois in the New Media MFA program.
Absolutely. And so that will thank you so very much. And we obviously have a lot of similarities in common. Definitely not in the physicality. You got me be exponentially there, but in the sense of our passion not only for culture, not only just Japanese and manga culture, but for the medium of bringing Blackness into these spaces.
Absolutely.
And so when we talk about that, we talk about it also in travel, and the idea of the expertise that you have in Asian studies that we'll kind of clarify, as well as a background of my own. But the idea of being able to look at how we take our Blackness into those spaces, how they intersect, interact, and in a lot of times amplify culture. And what we as stewards of that space, a lot of times pioneers in that space, even to this day, have those conversations and the considerations of what comes along with that. So it's about being Black abroad, not only in the physical sense, but also in your work being brought and developed into cultures, a lot of times that have their own preconceived notions about Blackness.
Yeah, it's important to change the dialogue ourselves and not wait for somebody to sort of create the representation for us, because I think sometimes we see that in Hollywood when the representation is created for us, but it's not done properly. So I think a big part of that is us being sort of behind the steering wheel and deciding what the narratives are. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. So can you give us a bit of a backdrop as well to your graduate work and where
Yeah.
that's taken? Yeah, let's level set and kind of understand some of the projects and programs that you're curating right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So my current piece that I'm working on, so I'm drawing manga in graduate school. It's the new media program, but basically my entire project is I'm working on a manga called Azuki, which is it's a little black girl who's a rock paper scissors champion. And basically the rundown of it is it's a sort of play on a lot of the shonen tropes in the genre. Now, the shonen, as you all may know, is the sort of battle manga genre. The young boy, shonen means young boy. So I'm twisting a lot of tropes on their head. So it's a shonen battle manga, but the main character is a girl, and it looks like a battle manga, but there's actually no fighting. It's just people are playing rock, paper, scissors. And this little girl with this really intense look, cute little girl, is always beating these big, strong men. And it's sort of the idea behind it is, what would a universe look like? How would a black girl survive in a universe where race isn't a concept? So in this world that I'm creating, there's all these people that are all these different colors. They come from all these different places, but they haven't created this construct of race that we've created in our universe. And how does black girl magic sort of manifest itself? And it manifests itself in these very creative ways where she's constantly winning and the universe sort of bends towards her will, but it's sort of, in a sense, it's very unrealistic. And that's sort of a nod to how much work we have to do to make something like that happen, but also about sort of the black potential in a space where race and racism aren't impediments.
It's a brilliant work, along with other points. Now you also get a chance to teach and leverage the conversation, with other spaces as well, right?
Yeah. So I'm teaching art at the University of Illinois now. So I'm a graduate student. So I'm the teacher of record for a course finally, and I'm probably the first black male instructor a lot of these students have ever had. You'll have to excuse me. I got two dogs. They might start barking in a second.
No, that's all right. We know you're going hard. We got you. No worries.
At home and such. But yeah, I think I have a really interesting opportunity because in all the spaces that I'm in on campus, I'm usually the only black person. And a lot of these students, for the first time, a lot of these white and Asian students, they get to see and tell. That's why I'm wearing this shirt right now. Danger, educated black man, but not danger in the negative way. Danger, and I'm going to open up your mind to show you that we can do this too, and that we belong in these spaces too. So I think it's important, sort of politically, not just for me to create work with black characters in manga to sort of open up the genre there, but also for me to be in all these spaces on campus and teaching. And now I'm in sort of a position of authority where I'm instructing these students and they get to learn from a black person, and they get to sort of like look up to, these kids, they get to sort of like look up to a black person. That's something they can aspire to. So that's a part of my work sort of outside of the creative sphere, I guess.
Fantastic. Now let's drill down a bit on that, because I think that's kind of getting to the core where we're saying, obviously, you're qualified and in that space because you're able to bring that educational value as well as that artistic acumen to the genre. But as you say, when you walk in the room, you're the only one a lot of times.
Always.
Right?
Yeah.
Exactly. A lot of times, if not, that's the default, right? So, and again, we kind of alluded earlier, being a pioneer in that space. What is that reaction, and how does that impact or affect at all how you go about trying to bridge the conversation between yourself and your prospective students?
I've never felt alone in these sort of situations, interestingly enough, and I found them to be pretty much very embracing. I've been able to give sort of like workshops and lectures at different universities and in different departments within my university, and I've always felt very welcome, especially in the East Asian community. I've spent time in Japan, and I'm doing a fellowship right now, foreign language and area studies fellowship with the East Asian Language and Cultures Department, and they've been nothing but welcoming. So in a sense, it's also opened my eyes to sort of the possibility for collaboration and how easy it can be. So I don't know, it's all positive. I don't see it as impediments. I just see it as an opportunity for, like, there's more people like me that can come in the door. There's a lot more people like me that can come in the door, especially when they see us and they interact with us, and it's like, oh, we're more alike than we are different.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's hopefully part of the takeaways for today, is that a lot of times, there's a misnomer, particularly in the Black community, that we don't travel or not able to travel, and that and to that point that what we do doesn't translate, in that sense. And that's where, we talking about not only just yourself, but your work being able to translate in that space as well. And so that's the part of what we're looking at as a shared future when we look at how borders, how cultures are all disseminating into a trans global space, right? The idea of you being able to utilize your passport and go several different places, same as your work, right? Because we have the internet, because we have all these new mediums, your art is going to go throughout the world. And so what's your opinion of how that's been able to help leverage and help build your brand and your expertise, in your graduate studies?
Well, the interesting thing, so before I got into sort of like graduate school and before I even started sort of taking undergrad seriously, I went to Japan as a dropout. And that's when I realized I could sort of start this journey and make these connections. I was a dropout, 1.7 GPA. I just was working a temp job and I flew myself there. And I realized that there were all these connections and all these sort of cross interests between specifically Black and Japanese culture, more broadly Black and East Asian culture. A lot of Black people are interested in anime, of course, sort of Japanese pop music. A lot of East Asians, a lot of Japanese people are really interested in hip hop and sort of dance and the music. And one of the times where I really recognized that this is like a thing that can happen before it became sort of an academic journey was I got invited to a hip hop show in Fukuoka. And, I draw manga. I'm there with my portfolio, nerdy Black guy. And, everybody speaks Japanese. Everybody's Japanese. I'm the only non-Japanese person there. And I'm hanging out backstage with all these Japanese rappers, right? And it's like, these are Japanese guys that make Black art. And I'm a Black guy that makes Japanese art. And we were just sharing each other's work. And it was just a really, really beautiful environment. And I realized I've been the first Black friend, the first Black person a lot of people have met overseas. And it's like, they want to get to know us. They really want to understand our stories. I've met with some of the top publishers in manga. I've met with One-on-One, Shonen Jump, Young King, Kodansha. And what for example, one of the editors at Kodansha told me is that Japanese people want to hear our stories. A lot of people, they don't have access to us overseas. Racism is a thing that it exists, but you'd be surprised how a lot of it, sort of surprised or not, how much it comes from ignorance and how much people really want to see our stories. So I really realized that the impact is not just for us and sort of like creating representation for us to see ourselves in sort of like different places in a different medium. It's also for other people, because they need that experience. They want that experience. And I think we have things to bring to, everybody has something to bring to the table that somebody else doesn't. So that's sort of how I sort of started to develop these ideas. It's not just for me, it's not just for other people. And we can all sort of like learn from each other culturally and racially.
Oh, absolutely. And that's why I feel like to stay astute in this space and in the conversations, as we always do, that when we're talking about the idea of maybe prejudice and racism, of course, because we're rooted from America, we're looking at it from Eurocentric, typically, United States and the oppression of our people here. But when we talk about translations of culture among what we would consider diverse cultures, right? Or outside of that Eurocentric lens. So if we look at Asia, which is about both our points of expertise and what we're just saying on this particular call, but the fact that that translation still has its own hierarchy, right? The idea that, again, there is racism that, and if we think of it as an equality, it still has a lateral sense. But as you say, a lot of times from both sides, there's more of us that are trying to understand and appreciate versus appropriate. And so again, whenever we seem to have that non-Eurocentric lens in that part, I feel like there's a genuineness about it. But to your point, because historically we haven't moved that way because of colonialism, because of other parts, but because now we have technology and a genuine global interest, that is really the future, right? We think of globality as the future, the way that these things are going to, we'll be able to travel and move as we've done, kind of pandemic notwithstanding. What's your thought as far as how far that your work and your legacy can go, not only just in the space of manga, but in the space of being accepted in general Japanese culture?
Well, one of the things I think that you learn, and I heard this from somebody else. Now I'm in a couple of groups. There's a Facebook group specifically called Black in Japan. There's a whole bunch of Black people living in Asia and living in Japan. And one of the things that it was a post from somebody else, and I really took this to heart after the first time I went to Japan, is you go there and you come back more Black. I know people who have been there sort of like understand what I mean by that.
Mm-hmm.
There's never gonna be a 100% sort of like escape of your identity or of your reality, and there's no such thing as like a far off distant land where racism doesn't exist. It's strong there too. It just manifests in less violent ways. Like you're not gonna get killed over there like you would in the United States, but it still exists and there still is a separation. So and I sort of like changed my idea about sort of like wanting acceptance into just like establishing my place in the world and this is where I belong. And I think if you're confident enough in showing that you belong and showing where you belong and sort of like exploring the things that you like and developing your own expertise, people will gravitate to that no matter who they are. So instead of like asking for acceptance, I've just been like, this is who I am, accept it or not. And I think people accept you because of that.
Oh, absolutely. And that reminds me to kind of make a point of China, right? We, of course, from here in the United States, we have a very preconceived notion about how it is to live in China because there's a lot of differences, a lot of limitations, at least looking from the outside in. But having worked in China before, and having worked and lived there for just a little bit of time, it's what you were saying earlier as far as being more cognizant of Blackness and what defines you maybe from others, but even for yourself. Because I think when you're isolated in that sense, a lot of times, it does extrapolate, not only what other people see about you, but what you see about yourself.
Yes.
Right. And it can be something as simple as, I need a comb. Oh, you don't have a pick over here, right? It's like
I gotta watch.
You can't get these black hair products
in
China. Like y'all make everything else but that.
Yeah,
right?
The lotion has whitening cream.
Exactly. Using whitening creams and it's ideas of culture where you think, okay, I would never use that, but it's on every shelf there, right? Or you try to go buy a size 12 shoe in a regular store, right? Where you say, okay, it's this massive mall, and it's not that's because that's no connotation to Black people, but this idea, like, as an American traveling around, because Black Americans, that's another, delineation. If we're looking for somebody that might be originating from the continent, bringing their own, which is, thousands of languages and cultures in and of itself, but us trying to define that and say that, it's all one thing. That's where I think being abroad and being able to have those experiences, it is an awakening. And where we always want to say that, as I suggest to anybody, you should have a passport and you should go somewhere in your lifetime. It's not about language. It's about living. Right.
I agree.
It is, this world's too big to just see one space.
Yeah, it really broadens your perspective. And, I learned a lot more about what it's like to live in the United States just by the first time I went to Japan. I was just gone for a month. And I learned a lot more about what the United States, because sometimes, say when you're drawing, I had a drawing professor who always said this, when you're doing like a drawing and you're like really like honed in on drawing all these details and you're so close to the page, sometimes you got to step back so you can actually see what you're looking at, and you'll see that it's all off and you got these mistakes. I think sometimes you got to step back from your own reality and from sort of like your own situation and go somewhere else. And then you can look at where you were. And I gained a better understanding of myself. I gained a better understanding of my country and of my place in my country just by going to another country. And I think that's true for wherever you go. It doesn't just have to be Japan or Asia. But yeah, it's very, very, very enlightening. You don't have to learn the language. Studying another language is another way to look at sort of like how many things we solidify in our minds they just happen to be sort of accidents of the English language. And if you think in another language, you'll see that there's other concept that you can come up with. That's a bit different. But yeah, I just think generally broaden your perspective is whatever field you're in. I think it's really, really beneficial.
Oh, absolutely. And I think speaking to where we are with the future, it's just going to be more imperative, right? I think there is a part of being Black, and if we're just kind of keeping it in a general sense that does translate well. Because if anything else, popular media has created a caricature of what that is, but we see that across every culture.
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
it
yeah,
will
yeah.
be the same for anyone that maybe is coming from abroad to live, work, or play here in the United States.
Mhm.
Right. We as humans, just from all the things that we know and do, we have preconceived notions. But
Mhm.
I think there's really an idea of really the fact that blackness now is, and the word is not vogue, but I think it's the idea that we've always been the generators of culture, and
Yeah.
particularly now in the internet phase in space of where we are in humanity, that everything in popular culture really does delineate back to a lot of things that happened in the Black community.
Mhm.
Now it's a whole nother conversation, a whole nother Zoom about whether we
Yeah.
ever profit from that, we ever get the other points of appreciation.
Yeah.
But at least a sense of what happens in the Black community is popular culture. And
Mhm.
so
Mhm.
when you're creating your work, is there any part of that you look to include, or because you're working in a very historic and kind of honorific space, and definitely for Japanese thinking of the
Yeah.
honorifics,
Mhm.
is there a mixture of that you're working towards, or are you working to, let me just open to say, what's your consideration of that as you create your craft?
This is something that I've been thinking about a lot lately, especially since I've been in this graduate program. I've learned a lot about sort of the differences between Western art, specifically like Western European art and Japanese art, and sort of like the philosophies about Western art. I'm learning a lot about contemporary art, and I'm taking this art theory class right now where we're doing a lot of reading and writing about this stuff. And sort of one of the overall themes that I'm seeing is movements into different into sort of like different art spaces, different art movements. The language that they use is all about power, subversion, usurpation, controlling the definition of art, changing this and sort of like controlling the meaning of what this is. And I want to make sure that when I'm drawing manga, I'm staying true to the medium, and I'm not trying to like force it in this sort of really Western way. I'm not trying to like take over manga. So that's something that's very difficult for me. I do think automatically, because I have a Black perspective, whatever story that I come up with, it's going to be colored by that. And the fact that I'm putting Black characters first, it sort of necessitates that my philosophy and sort of like my upbringing, like I think every artist puts something of themselves into their work. Every storyteller puts something of themselves into their work. And I'm trying to sort of figure out right now how to travel the fine line of remaining true and respectful to the medium without trying to subvert it, like the history of sort of Western art, like the way that they move, but still making it Black. And that's sort of one of the big questions that I have yet to answer. That's what I'm working to. I'm figuring out that balance.
It's always a balance, but I think it's a great space to be where you're able to balance, the legacy of one thing and the legacy of another, where both are rich and both are equally valued, but at the same time, we're being able to look and appreciate both, is an enriching and empowering space. And I think that's what we want to kind of look at overall for how we travel abroad with Blackness, whether that's in a physical sense or with our work or with our efforts. That in bringing in cultural appreciation, from both sides. I mean, it only accentuates and highlights, what are the great value points of our culture, which is many. And and to that, I want to just thank you for being part of that representation to that, not only just for this, but we can just see where you got so many awesome things to come. And obviously with us here at Subsume to connect and keep in touch. So with that, I want to share, how can we keep in contact with you? How can we support you in your current work? And keep up with your successes to come?
Yeah. So I'm working on getting my first book out, and I'll have updates to that on my Instagram and also, of course, on my website. Now, my Instagram is kofi.manga. It's KOFI.MANGA. It's easy. It's Kofi that draws manga, kofi.manga. And my website is kofimanga.com. I have my portfolio and like some of my talks and such up there, and I keep news updates. I'm working really hard on my book right now, and sort of like all the other projects that I'm working on. So yeah, Instagram and on my website is where anybody who wants to keep up with me.
Okay, I appreciate you so very much. And then lastly, for your boxing career, I know you had a current fight that got rescheduled. Anything to kind of show and share on that?
Yeah, well, I was supposed to be fighting in Louisville, Kentucky, at on February 19th, and I just found out the entire show got canceled. So I'm working on finding another fight. I've been talking to another promoter. Might be looking at one in Mexico in April. I'm still training in the gym, but I don't have anything. I'm not locked in for anything right now. Just looking for the next match now.
Oh, absolutely. But no, we look forward to that. We appreciate your time, and as always, thank you so very much. I'm sure we'll be trying champ. So to that, thanks again for coming by and being part of our Black Futures Month program.
Thank you for having me. I love this. I appreciate it.
Oh, brother, absolutely. Much more to come. So we'll be talking
sir.
from there. Thank you again.
All right.
So with that was Kofi Basil Smith talking to us about Blackness Abroad, as we kind of look to how we find ourselves included in the futures of creativity, technology, and community with Subsume. What we'll do is reset the room here at 3:00 to come in for our next conversation. So with that, stay tuned and stay included, as we'll be right back. Thank you so very much. This is Dejan Sneed here with Subsume Summit's Black Futures Month. We're looking at the innovation of creativity, technology, and community, and how we combine ourselves completed in our shared spaces. And so we are excited to go ahead and bring up our next conversation, where we're talking about a couple of things that are great passions of mine, which are gaming, of course, as well as education. And so what we wanted to do is take a look at how we're finding the gaming space is changing and shifting, with a culmination of gaming being introduced as a space to change and innovate the future of education. And so with that, what we want to do is bring to the stage some resident experts that we are privileged to have a chance to connect with here today, so that we can talk about how we're finding this not only to be done for the future, but for the Black future of education in particular. So with that, I want to bring and introduce Jihan Johnson and also Danny Martin. And we may have one additional guest to come in, but we want to go ahead and say good day. We'll start with you, Jihan, and allow you to introduce yourselves, tell us about your businesses, and we'll go ahead and get into a fantastic conversation. Can't wait.
Yeah. Thank you, Dejan. Hey, Danny.
Hello.
I am Jihan. I am I am the co-founder of Beatbotics, an esports and gaming awareness company. but also I'm a PhD student focused in informatics with the dissertation focused on using gaming and esports to mitigate the academic opportunity gap for underserved communities and HBCUs. And this is a passion from my heart because I am a mother to a Black teenager son. So I'm here. So thanks for having me.
So if I had to go, my name is Danny Martin. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Exposure Inc. We are a global ed tech company that focuses on providing experiential opportunities for students to develop their portfolios within the space of gaming and esports. We do that by way of our technology platform, as well as our actual facility as well. We leverage our facility for our community to come in, engage with workshops, competitive gaming, but most importantly, just being able to speak education to that of the instructors within our local ISDs, independent school districts. So therefore, they can actively see the career pathways that are associated with CTE and STEM.
Oh, fantastic. And again, just want to leverage how much of basically how much talent that we have in this space. But I think we can all agree that a lot of our talent seems to be either marginalized or underrepresented when we're talking about a multi-billion-dollar space, both in gaming and in education. So to kind of take it from the top, I want to go back to you, Jihan, if I may, to ask, and then you gave a good point to that as far as why gaming as a form of utilizing basically innovating in the education space.
So I'm a trained educator by heart. 15 years in the field, from a journalism teacher to a reading teacher to ESLO coordinator and then assistant principal. And so when I remember when I was in a classroom, I used two things. I used hip hop and I used video games. And it was a way for me to, number one, connect with my students, but then also my students understand the importance of play. And so when I became a educational consultant for Microsoft Learning, that's when I really started diving deeper into the gameplay of online gaming and using gaming and matching it up with education because of Minecraft. And so that's when you're able to just understand that, hey, with every content area that is out there that our kids must learn, there are standards to follow those, but then also those standards are aligned to just game design and gamification within the classroom. And so that's where I just think a lot of people, specifically in our community, if we're talking about raising attendance levels, if we're talking about improving school culture, if we're talking about connecting truly as a community within the educational sector, we have to meet students where they are. And right now, the phenom is gaming. And there are different ways for us to use gaming and ELA, math, social studies, for them to either create a character that they're reading in a book and just understand the importance of education in general.
Great. And thank you for that. Now, Danny, I know you've invested for you and your company a lot in the space, right? Again, where you say you have a particularly futuristic facility already. Can you help us understand the difference between gaming, when we're speaking of it, and esports? Because of course, now when we talk about a lot of schools, we're seeing the idea of esports being introduced as a high school and collegiate sport, but a lot of people still may not know the difference between gaming and esports. Can you clarify how you and your program would differentiate that?
Yeah, for sure. So a gaming title is essentially a competitive a gaming title would be a game that one plays casually or also from a competitive perspective. Esports, and it's also derived from the actual gaming industry that is culminating of publishers, animators, and so many other career opportunities that are within the actual gaming industry. When it comes down to esports is the high intensity competitive side of the gaming industry. It's the actual elements where individuals leverage game titles like Fortnite or NBA 2K or Counter-Strike to actively compete at the highest levels. And that is where the actual brands, the esports organizations from a pro perspective get engaged. And that's where individuals are watching from a spectator perspective, which adds value to the actual sponsors who are looking at those eyeballs to be able to sell particular products. There's also events coordinated around actual high-end competition that you will see in large arenas or even smaller arenas or ballrooms or in the clubs of actual colleges, campuses or such. And so from that perspective is leveraging that of esports being broken into several genres, like your sports genre, your fighting genres, your mobile genres, your shooting genres, your racing genres, and these games have their own communities with their own likenesses, and ultimately they're offering prize purses for the competitions that are taking place. For me, I was that person in college that ran tournaments, and that was the point where I actively recognized that a tournament organizer engages with all aspects of that event, from the marketing side to the management side to the competition side to the production side to even the technological side. And that in itself derives a lot of career opportunities within it as they look for individuals to aid them in completing that event. When a gamer comes to that particular event, there's also a great opportunity to showcase that from a production perspective. And so in this instance, that's a great opportunity to involve that of non-endemic entities that are looking to tap into the esports space, and ultimately that adds value to the actual game developers within the gaming industry, so therefore they can get more eyeballs on being able to sell their actual copies of the games that they've developed. So there's an element to where esports is 1% of the actual gaming industry, but it's that 1% that's very powerful and adding validity to the actual gaming industry, because this is the first time that the actual non-endemic entities can figure out a place inside of this actual ecosystem that's attractive, that they can actively see value in selling their merchandise or their services or their products. And so it's the shiny side of the gaming industry that actually add value and understanding to that of individuals who are in the esports industry from a career perspective. Then they can actively leverage those skill sets to be transferable over to the industry of gaming and other industries alike.
No, I appreciate that thorough and concise answer there, because what I'd like to ask you, Jihan, if I may, obviously there's a high-end, high-value, very connected side of gaming, which is esports. Why do you see the majority of the Black community having access or availability to that side of esports that's providing all these, all of the high-end parts of being part of that ecosystem?
So my story is so relatable. I realized that our community was lacking these resources, and that this was something that can take our kids to the next level when I was at Microsoft, and I was at in Atlanta, and I was at what is the school? Woodward Academy. And I went there and we had a big tech conference and everybody was talking about esports. They showed us their esports lab, but then right across the bridge is Tri-Cities High School, where I had a student one day in my training fixing his teacher's cell phone because the screen cracked. And they're talking about gaming and want to do this. And I'm just like, well, why don't my kids have access just like this? And that was the realization when I would start going to these conferences and teachers are going and people are flying all over the place to learn about esports, because this was in 2019. This is when I started learning about it. That's when I knew that our kids needed access. That's why I created an awareness program, because we game. So the statistics are 82% of Black kids game daily, but 2% of us are in this industry. Why is that? Because our kids don't have access. I've seen a Fulton County school district give North Fulton kids access to esports and gaming, but then South Fulton kids don't have access at all. That's a problem. And I felt like I just, as an educator, as a mom that has a son that games every day, I had to do my due diligence to come into this field to not, number one, spread awareness, but then also show up as a mother to get a degree to make sure I'm doing a difference and making sure I'm putting out research that is accurate for our Black kids in this esports and gaming industry.
No, thank you. And I think that is really where we're going to take the next part of this conversation as to why it's important for our Black community to find its footing in this space. And not just find its footing, but thrive in an industry that really is, open for business in all aspects. Just to clarify where my connection comes into this, because I know for some of our Subsume folks that do probably understand that I've got about 50 different hats that I wear. For myself, not only from game design and game development, with IGDA and GDA, basically working with independent game developers, but also with AAA production from directors of partnerships, as well as project management of written curriculum, as well as being a consultant for several startups and emerging tech for education. So we get a chance to talk with folks like Jihan and Danny, but also a next guest that we're going to bring onto the stage that is likewise in our neighborhood here. We're going to bring Dr. Jaquita Thomas to the stage. with Pharaoh's Conclave. I think we have her backstage and ready to chat and connect with us. Dr. Thomas, good day to you.
How is everyone?
Oh, doing fine, doing fine. You're right on time and right on cue, as we're just about to talk about where we as the Black community can find our best impact points to be part of the larger gaming community, but also how we can leverage this to educate our youth and just educate ourselves in general.
Yeah, absolutely.
So with that, may we please ask for a proper introduction on your end about yourself and your company and your connection in our gaming and education space.
Sure. So my name is Jaquita Thomas, and I am co-founder along with my husband, Eric Thomas, of Pharaoh's Conclave. We prepare young people for careers in the esports and video gaming industry by training them, placing them into opportunities, internships, co-ops, and jobs. And by training, I am a computer scientist and a learning scientist. I'm also an educator in higher ed. I've been teaching computer science courses up and down the curriculum for, probably about 12 or 13 years now. And my husband, Eric, also is a former educator as well, math and science, middle grades and high school. And so we both grew up as gamers, and our love and passion for helping young people to figure out what their purpose is and then actually pursue that purpose is what led us to start Pharaoh's Conclave. We're from Atlanta and both born and raised in Atlanta. And when we were looking at the Atlanta scene, we didn't see us in it. Atlanta's a hub for esports. And Jihan mentioned the statistics about how, when we were talking with Black and brown kids, they're playing games, but they had no clue about the full range of career possibilities that exist. And if they did have a clue about them, they didn't know how to get started. So we really focus on building that pipeline and preparing young people with intentional handoffs all the way through from kindergarten all the way through college.
No, absolutely. Thank you so very much. So, with that said, I want to make sure that I don't want to stand on ceremony, because as far as I'm concerned, this is a family affair here. So we can just talk. I don't want to make this another, esports conference where can Black people get ahead type thing. We want to talk about where you see just at your own purviews. And again, I'm just going to leave it as an open floor, because again, we have so much talent and this is the leadership in this space. And I feel like we all know each other, because in this space, there's not but so many of us that get a chance to get to this space. So, first off, I want to make sure that we're acknowledging the amount of talent and generational shift that's just on this particular call. But at the same time, we want to ask, how do we see this going? Right, because I know we're all in startups, we're all in our different spaces, but it is all same race, where we see an inequality of what this place is bringing in and where it's impacting and how it's coming down to our community. But at the end of the day, our community drives a lot of this. So, Danny, I want to just kind of start with you and just ask, just in a general sense, when we're talking about where you see the industry going and where your company is looking to make that impact. Can you just give us some general thoughts? And again, love to have a conversational pace from this point forward.
Yes, for sure. So it took a really deep decision for me to leverage my resources to build out this facility. We have an 8,000 square foot esports studio and education center right in the southern sector of Dallas, which is about 23 minutes away from downtown Dallas, which is about 85 to 90% minority. We have about 7 ISDs in our area: Lancaster, Cedar Hill, Duncanville, Dallas, Red Oak. And actively, none of those ISDs had active esports programs. It wasn't until we came into the space where we actually started building out programs into these schools. And we now have a huge focal point right now on Dallas ISD, which has over 155,000 students in their actual system from pre-K all the way up to 12th grade, and over 42,000 in the CTE programs. So what we recognized quickly is that when we built this facility here, and we recognize that we have a company, I have an events coordination team, a production team, a marketing team, a content team, a dev team. and we work inside of this space. So when a CTE director is able to walk in and bring their students and see that there are actually people in the industry working and they're working on all aspects, they can look at that and say, wow, how can I implement this within the actual school itself? So now they can say, all right, we have been forced to do a competition of esports, but we don't really understand how the educational element ties to it. But now we can actually see it, touch it, and feel it. So now we know exactly what to do when we want to build in our own programs. Just like traditional sports, when you have a basketball game and the marketing team is putting up flyers around the school and the actual graphic design team is creating those flyers and the production team is doing the production around that basketball game, that should be the exact same thing in regards to esports as well. So from our perspective, we've been hyper focused in on working with Dallas ISD to showcase how that is possible. So therefore, those CTE directors can actively say, wow, okay, I see how the actual esports and gaming can actively showcase career pathways to apply these individuals with the perspectives of building a portfolio. Because most startups, as we see right now, they're still like, we're still scrappy. So we need to identify, like the best of the best to work with our actual companies. And we don't really look at it from a perspective of like, what's your degree? We actively look at it as like what you've done in your portfolio. I remember many times going into schools and talking to the teacher and saying, hey, can I talk to your graphic design teachers, and asking them, how many of you guys like graphic designing, and do you have a portfolio, and leveraging those portfolios to find the next talent that we have on our team. So when it comes down to it, is really being able to allow those CTE directors to actively put the actual students in environments where they can start to build out their portfolios to make them attractive enough to get into the industry. And ultimately, once you're able to do that, you really can be on a level playing field. And now it's about who's great at what they do. Now, when you put up someone who's really good at graphics designing, or from the southern sector of Dallas to that of the more affluent area of northern Dallas, and you can see who really puts in the amount of effort, amount of energy, then you can see the individuals get the opportunities. And so from our perspective, we really wanted to bring this facility in our area so they can actually see it, touch it, and feel it. I know when I was young, when my mom told me that I was going to go to the NBA, I believed it, right? I woke up at 9 o'clock in the morning, practiced my butt off, did great grades, and knew I was going to be in the NBA. If you tell someone that they can have an opportunity in esports and gaming and they see it and touch it, once they see it, then they're going to go for it, especially if they feel like there's no other way. That's where I see it going.
I wholeheartedly agree. Like our community has to see it. Like they see like the celebrities doing this. They may see that coming around their neighborhood, but they don't know that this is really real. Like you can really have a career, you can really go get an education, you can really take your creative skill set and ability and implement it into this industry, and you'll be okay, because there are different elements in here. Parents, hello, wake up. Like there are doctors in this industry, there are nurses in this industry, there are lawyers in this industry. The only thing that our community is lacking is the access and the visibility to see that this is real. And that's why I decided to step up just from an academic standpoint, because you don't see a lot of people. One of the biggest struggles I'm having right now is because I'm the only one that is conducting the research that I'm currently doing, is figuring out who do I connect with. And we just have to show and support each other to let these families and just children know that, hey, listen, we exist. It's not a lot of us. We exist. We're really like family, but these are the different ways that you can enter it. You can enter it from content creation. You can enter it from broadcast journalism. You can enter it from being a hair person. Listen, you have people online, people that are streaming every day that are professionals and getting paid, and they need their hair done. They need nail techs. They need makeup artists. They need fashion designers, and that's a new element that's being added. And so our community needs to understand that we are the creatives. We are the one that brings the culture. We are the ones that are designing. They are designing games after our culture, but we do not have access. Open up your eyes and understand that there is a difference right there. And that's the equity that we don't have, that they have kept from us. Like I'm doing a research paper right now on just the algorithm of oppression of Black women in NBA 2K. Like make it make sense for me. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like parents need to open, but parents, we also need to, because I'm a mom of a 13-year-old, we also have to get away from the negative condensation of that gaming is bad. It's not. Gaming is paying bills. Gaming is also helping with meditation focuses to help people just de-escalate just their problems, but it's also teaching cultural experiences. My son has friends from all over the world that he connects with through gaming. I've had a parent come up to me that because I advocate at FETC in Orlando, crying because her son found his community in gaming when he went to go major in gaming. And she was like, it's people out here, especially educators, that need to believe in kids. Like, kids are going to do what they naturally gravitate to, and that's gaming. So let's meet them where they are. There's curriculum out here. Hello, I'm at the #1 academic school for gaming and esports that has developed the K through 12 curriculum, UCI. It's here, it's out there. Let's start implementing it. You'll see the attendance rates going up. You'll see behavior changes decreasing. You'll see community start coming back into the community. But then you'll also start seeing parents and students building that relationship that has been long lost because parents are not understanding that, hey, gaming can bring our family together. And a lot of parents don't understand we are naturally born game designers. We design our life every day, and that our natural game thing is, and I have a program where I do, it's called You Could Get With This, You Could Get With This, that, right? From the old rap song. But it's where I put parents in the seat of becoming a child and bring them back to their memories. And it's, hey, our first computer game of education was Oregon Trail. Do you remember that? And then you'll see the faces just light up, and you allow them to have that inner child moment. And then I flip out, hey, Atari, Pac-Man, Mortal Kombat. We used to go to skating rinks to meet up with our crew. The only difference is our kids get to do it in the comfort of their own home. So understand that it's more than just playing a game, or I'm spending money on Robux and Fortnite skins. This can actually lead to a career, and you have to keep on and continue encouraging your child that it's okay to be a gamer.
I think Jahan hit on two very, very important aspects. The first is around parental support. We've been holding state championships and now national championships since 2017. And every single time we would hold the event, be it in person or virtual, the same response we get from parents is always, oh my God, I had no idea that this is what this industry actually looked like. I wish that I'd had that for myself when I was coming up. And now I'm like, oh, how can I support my son or my daughter in trying to pursue this as an actual career? So part of it is the messaging in terms of understanding that gaming and esports is a viable, lucrative career. And as Jihan pointed out, there's so many entry points into it, things that you wouldn't think about. And so I think also the other piece of it in terms of where it's going is the expansiveness of esports. It's not just playing games, game design, and shoutcasting. It's not just that. And for so long, that's been the way that it's been talked about. Like, it's just those three things. But, you know, it's like hip hop. It's everything. There's the fashion, there's the marketing, there's the law, there's the business. So pretty much whatever your passion is, there's a place for you within this industry. So I think those are really, two big things. And that's kind of where we see it thinking about where we sort of see the industry going. There is a lot of focus on preparing young people to be able to take advantage of these opportunities. Companies like Turner are already figuring out, oh snap, like, where are we going to be hiring the next generation of esports professionals? And so from my perspective, education and workforce development is really where everything is heading toward.
And with all those good points said, and thank you everyone, where's the funding, right? We all know that this stuff is going on. We need we need these kids. We need the adults that are either in mid-career that can also bring value into building and developing in this gaming space. Why does it seem that the funding does not reach the Black community when, again, the culture's there, the talent's there, but somehow, and then we can talk about it just from the what does it take to get someone into esports versus gaming, but also in the idea of when we try to build our community up in this space, somehow those revenue dollars don't make it to the places most impactful.
I'll start out here, and this is Jaquita Thomas speaking, from how I see it. This is my 8 cents, as I'll say, as an AKA. I think that many of us are all pursuing the same dollar separately. And there is a need for us to come together as a coalition. In the movie Soul Food, Big Mama talked about how, you have the 5 fingers and you have the hand, but when you make a mighty fist, you can strike a mighty blow. And so part of it, from my perspective, in terms of how we access the revenue, a lot of times larger companies are looking for a certain amount of scale, and individually we might not individually have as companies that scale. However, together as a coalition, your reach plus my reach plus their reach plus their reach, we get to the economies of scale that some companies are looking for. So that's one thing. The other thing is, I think we have to start thinking outside the box about where we go to secure funding, looking at private foundations and grant writing, looking at government as a place for funding, looking at some outside of just large corporate sponsors or in addition to large corporate sponsors. And then each of us have influence in our own spheres. And so bringing it back to the building of community and coalition, if we all are working within our spheres to help the greater good, we can actually create opportunities for us to generate income that we can then pour back into our community, cooperative economics, if you will. So I think we just have to think outside the box, or maybe not even think outside the box, but get back into the box that historically we have gotten into to fund the things that we do, right? So I think some of what we have to do is go back to the ways of cooperative economics that allowed our community to sustain itself, in a prior time, and then build those coalitions so that we can generate opportunities for ourselves, but also go forward at scale to pursue some of the other larger partnerships and opportunities.
Yeah, that's awesome. I like to add as well, right now what we're experiencing is a generation of individuals that experience a significant amount of learning loss due to COVID. And currently right now, there's about 1.6 billion students from over 192 countries. And that's 91% of the world's student population that experiencing loss in regards to COVID. And them experiencing right now, there's funds available right now. So there's particular funds by the name of like ESSER funds that the government is providing to make up this particular learning loss. Some schools in our area are getting $500 million to $14 to $20 million just to be able to to be able to engage with the actual students. But ultimately, it's about companies being able to say, okay, where is the next pipeline of talent coming from? It's stemming from that of the gaming industry. So how can we apply gaming tactics to be able to teach the students so they can make up that learning loss, just like they would do in any other type of industry? But ultimately, what we're seeing right now is like companies like Facebook going to Meta, or Microsoft purchasing $70 billion acquisitions for the biggest Activision gaming publishing company. At this point right now, there's a strategic mode to say we need to actively go into this type of industry because this is where the next pipeline of talent is coming from. So we have to utilize those same technological elements to really apply to that of the actual students and really be able to talk to the schools to say, hey, you can leverage these funds to participate in actual organizations or companies that are actually teaching the students in the same fashion of gamified learning principles. So therefore, they can actively catch up and not be in a position to where, by 25% of the entire population, 8.5 billion will not be equipped with skill sets. That's scary by 2030. Right? We don't want to think of that. So we have to be able to figure out what we can do right now to mimic what students are doing to actively learn outside of the school and bring that into the actual school, and actively being able to be in position to talk to these these thought leaders or the individuals that can make the decisions to say, hey, you need to think about the way education is moving. And if you don't think about it, it will move without you, and actively being in a position to really give the data to that in regards to how the actual students are learning today and in the form of gamified and immersive experiences. That's another way to be able to bring in funds to the companies to keep their actual initiatives going.
Well, yeah, Jihan, I'd love to, to round it out with you.
That is like it's spot on, because I've had these conversations with my friends that are principals and assistant principals, and I know just from budgeting as an assistant principal, there are a lot of money that has been placed into these schools for like CARES Act, and they don't want to bring gaming. Why? But we're steady pushing assessments. Hey, kids can learn this way and still pass their assessment. And so I think we have to get from the traditional model and understand that if we put our funds instead of these tiring curriculums, tiring professional developments where teachers are not learning anything, let's implement a immerse experience and provide gaming. Then you can see that your dollars are actually going to something. Another way is looking at federal ways to involve yourself. There, a lot of people don't know that there was a whole bunch of CARES grant money that disappeared. They sporadically found it, and now it's like available to fund any STEM programs. I wouldn't have known that if my mentor wasn't a part of trying to push different grant writing proposals out there to get the funding. Another one is the military. A lot of people don't know that the military now has a gaming and esports side that they are partnering with organizations to bring just mindfulness and gaming to the gaming industry. I'm actually about to do a program like that. Just bring in, and they're also using it a way to connect with their players overseas. And they're bringing these companies in to put these gaming industry functions on for the military families. And so that's another way that you could get money. But let's be real. Let's talk about just that startup companies. One of the hardest things that I think all of us have struggled with is that we do not get the amount of funding that these other corporations get. Or if we do get the amount of funding, then it takes us longer than it does than people that do not look like us. And one of the things that I just made sure that I put my foot out on is making sure that as a person that supports people of color, making sure that I'm stepping in and I'm an advisor at some of these companies that are giving money to cause impact, but our community doesn't know about it because it's not advertised to us. So how do we as Black-owned startups for gaming and esports get the same amount of funding, the same amount of treatment that these other companies get, instead of us continuously busting our ass, some of us coming out of our pocket personally, and really getting the access that we deserve? And that's one of the issues that a lot of us lack, is still getting funding. How do we get funding, and how do we partner so that we're getting the exposure that we deserve?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it comes back around really to that's why the coalition is so important. That's why coalition building amongst our community is so important, so that we come in with everybody. We're all in esports and gaming, but we all have a secret sauce, if you will. We're all enacting it in very different ways and with different communities. And, so everybody can come in bringing what they bring, and together it becomes a very compelling story. When you're looking at it from a funder's perspective, it becomes a very, very compelling story. So yeah, at the end of the day, we get the money, we can get funded at those rates through coalition.
Absolutely. And I'm probably going to jump right back to you, Dr. Thomas, just to say, it seems like when we do see funding in these spaces, and this is Dej's need, just the humble startup guy, is that a lot of our funding that comes to our community seems very performative, right? Like this month, we're very popular, but when March the 1st rolls around, all these initiatives and all these things that are to impact the Black community, and okay, we're your ally today, right? But then when that calendar rolls over, then it's silence, right? Or radio silence for a lot of our programs there. And, one of those spaces that we've seen an uptick in, but also, in my personal opinion, we need to be as protective as possible is our historically Black colleges and minority servicing universities, who very much like the Tulsa race riots, like people are just now thinking like, there's been historically Black colleges here. We had no idea, right? We didn't know y'all did that. and the same point of these places where they're celebrating, well past their centennials, but at the same time, we see a shift of this is a performative act that a lot of places want to put money in, but are we seeing that on a constant and consistent basis? And Dr. Thomas, I want to just give a moment to highlight the work that yourself and Eric and the story of Morris Brown, at least give us a moment on that platform. And then, of course, want to talk to it with our panel in regards to, are we seeing a performative response to our efforts to try to include our community in these spaces? Or do we see some authenticity or some opportunities to help bridge that space?
You know, thank you for that. I am a graduate of an HBCU. I graduated from Spelman College. Yes, come on, HBCUs. My co-founder is also a graduate of an HBCU. He graduated from Tuskegee University. And so for us, historically Black colleges and universities and other minority serving institutions are incredibly important. My father graduated from an HBCU, Morris Brown College. My co-founder's father graduated and his mother graduated from a minority serving institution. So those institutions have historically been so important in terms of us even having access to education and to upward mobility, if you will. So for us, it was very important to focus on HBCUs and other minority serving institutions, tribal colleges, Hispanic serving universities, and the like. Part of the reason why we decided to focus and do the work that we're doing at Morris Brown and some other minority serving institutions like Southern University and Knoxville College is because oftentimes, and I see this especially as somebody in computing, oftentimes when innovation is happening, our schools are not, and our students do not have access at the forefront and creation of industries and academic areas. And so for us, it was very important that we ensured that that seat was that we basically made a table, right? In terms of your question around performative philanthropy, if you will, versus authentic philanthropy, there's definitely a lot of both happening. There is a lot of performative philanthropy that's happening. For example, you know, somebody showing up, a company showing up offering free computers when they have given predominantly white institutions technology and money in six figures, right? But coming to an HBCU and saying, well, we'll give you these free computers for your innovation lab, but there's no, you know, Eric is, people may not know this about Eric, but he is a Baptist minister also. And so when you talk about the Bible, you talk about time, talent, and treasure. And so if you're not bringing your time, talent, and treasure as a company to HBCUs, then you need to question, well, and to minority serving institutions, then you probably need to be questioning what your motivations are for engaging. Is it for a photo op with the people of color, or is it because you really believe that there needs to be serious change and transformation? For us, it's about transforming these environments so that our young people, our Black and brown students and students of color have seats at this table now, not 10 years from now when all of the rules have been set. So for us, it's really important that we engage, and we engage exclusively with minority serving institutions. And it's not because, you know, we don't have love for predominantly white institutions. I'm also a rambling wreck. I'm also a graduate of Georgia Tech. But at the same time, we recognize the influence that we have as people of color. We recognize the dollars that we spend within this industry. It was already mentioned how much our community gains and how much we spend on other things, how we set trends. So we ought to be setting trends in this field as well, influencing the types of games that come out, influencing the type of messages that get put forward, influencing and bringing the swag that we bring as Black and brown people into this industry.
Yeah, and I would like to be able to add as well. You know, one of the things I battle with internally is the fact that, you know, I don't want us to be, especially since this industry is very small with individuals of African American and minorities. I look at our industry like an HBCU because it's a small subset of individuals. But what I'm very nervous about is us becoming the charity case, us becoming the element of we want to be in these instances, but we feel like we have a budget and we have to allocate that budget over here so we can look good. And that bothers me a lot. So I really try not to really think about it. I try to think about these are businesses, and they have a quota, they have a return on investment. And if that charitable funding does not result in a return on investment from them, they're going to only look at it as that bucket. They completed that bucket. But when you actually turn that actual investment into something where they're like, wow, we need to invest more because now it's adding value to our bottom line from a business perspective. So I tend to think about it from the same perspective of like performance. I look at it as like, if we can be able to showcase that there are dope individuals within our communities that are very good at what they do, you will not be able to turn that light out after the month of February. You have to keep that light on it because now it's changing your bottom line. And when I think about it, one of the things I'm very inspired by is, Deion Sanders at HBCU at Jackson. It's what he's done is he's actively gone and shed light on the actual performances of the individuals that are there. And now it's forcing individuals to rethink that it's possible. There is good talent in these particular schools. And that's how I really want to look at it from this industry perspective as well. I want to showcase like the really dope individuals that cannot be, you just got a head up because you are at this small subset, or you're at this HBCU, or you've been given a charity. I really wanted to showcase that this person is actually better than the best of the best individual. What's differentiates someone who goes from, that of Morehouse to Harvard, right? It shouldn't be any differentiation. So I ultimately want to start to focus in on the actual performance elements of giving the students out of my time and out of my capital, out of my resources, to be able to say, hey, this is what this person is doing. And this is why you cannot deny this individual's talent versus someone else's. And then once you're able to showcase that return on investment to that of the organization or the company, they, at the end of the day, they're going to think about a business perspective. So they're going to be like, wow, we need more of them. Right now, I don't see a Michael Jordan in esports, right? It hasn't happened yet. We have to figure out who that Michael Jordan is going to be and give that individual the opportunity to shed his or her light. So therefore, it can ultimately opens the eyes of the actual corporate entity to say, no, we have to start investing there because we need 10 more Jordans. We need 20 more, individuals within the space that are very good. And it's undeniable of their talent, whether it's a professional gaming realm or whether it's graphic designing, whether it's animation, whether it's dev. We need to highlight those individuals. So therefore, the actual companies can see that they're really good and it's actually beneficial for them to actually support all throughout the year versus that of a certain month. And once you have that, then you have a real true competitive spirit within the actual ecosystem of esports.
Wholeheartedly agree. As an HBCU grad, that's why I've decided to do my research in HBCU esports. Shout out to community and HBCU esports league for just breaking barriers of creating an esports league for HBCUs and showing these HBCUs there's a place for them in this industry, but doing more of like opening the lab so kids can actually go to a place instead of how we all used to be jumbled up in a dorm room watching everybody else play or in the lobby. But it really brings a sense of community to know that people actually care about our HBCUs. And so I wanted to do it from a research perspective and just, hey, listen, they're like everybody said, we have that talent. We have that creative skill set. Nobody is highlighting us. Nobody is collecting our data and putting it against these other papers and these other research assignments to show the durability and then just the transition and change. What happens when you use this into the classroom and now our kids are growing off of it and taking it up as majors up in HBCUs or minority serving institutions. And I just think that these companies we have to shake the table for some of these companies. Let's just be for real. The tables need to be shaken because change is not going to come. And I feel some of this is forced empathy for the Black community because of everything that has transpired. But they have to understand our worth and our creative ability. You guys are making billions of dollars off of Black and brown talent, but you may say, hey, let's give them some free, Red Bull. And it has to stop because we have amazing people that are game designers that are steady trying to push their games out, but they're not being seen because a name or just because of their skin color. But we have to understand that we have to bring these computer science classes into these, you know, universities so kids have access. That's one of the things that our HBCUs don't have. They don't have the computer science classes that we have at PWIs. I'm here at UCI. I'm living testament. And one thing that I love about them is that they now have a program that is bringing HBCU students here to get the experience in their computer science lab every summer, and then they get a free ride for their PhD or master's. And that's the community that we have to bring. We have to partner with it, but it has to be authentic. It has to be real. It has to have a value to it. If it doesn't have a value and it's just something great for your press release, then get the hell out of here. You know what I mean? Like, show these HBCUs, Morgan State and Bowie. Nobody has done a highlight of them nationally, of these innovation esports labs that they have opened up on campus. Nobody. And it's just like, it's things like that where we lack. Yes, Jackson State is crazy right now in football, but let's also highlight, hey, Howard University, Morgan State, Coppin, they're all in these national esports tournaments, and nobody's highlighting them except the companies that are, you know, sponsoring it or putting them on. We have to do better. And I just think that we need to all, like Jaquita said, all come together collectively and just bring awareness, but also show the importance of why this exists to our community.
Exactly. I was just getting ready to say what you said, Jihan, in terms of we as a community also have platforms. We can highlight our own. We do not have to wait for outside people to notice what we have going on and highlight it. And the other piece of that too is we also have to be very clear as a community. And when I say that, I'm talking about HBCUs and other minority serving institutions as well. We have to be very clear about what our value is. We have to understand what it is that we are bringing into these spaces, and that it is very, very valuable. And so we have a responsibility. This is one of the things that Dion has been really good at doing with Jackson State. He isn't accepting everybody's offering, right? He's not saying, oh, I'm going to take whatever it is that you bring to me. No, it has to be at a certain level and brought in a certain way with a certain amount of return for Jackson State, because he understands the value of what he has. And so it's incumbent on the presidents of our minority serving institutions and the provosts and chancellors to also be very clear about the value that they have in their students and in their student body and all the amazing things that are happening at all of these schools. And so they have to be willing to say, yeah, your free computer or your free Red Bull is cute, but again, it has to make sense for us too, right? So time, talent, treasure. I mean, that's biblical. We just gonna line it up like that. So, you know, it's incumbent on everybody and us as a community to recognize the value that we really have, and to not be afraid that we're going to miss out on an opportunity because we articulate our value. My experience has been that when you're very clear about what your value is and you articulate it well, people will meet you there, right? They'll meet you there. But if they feel like, oh, well, you know, I'm going to miss this opportunity if I don't take this thing that's lesser than what I know that I'm worth, people will let you do that. Companies will let you do that. So we have a obligation to make sure that we articulate and we're very clear about what our value is and what we're bringing into these environments.
Absolutely. And I think that really in sum just is our best opportunity, is leveraging our cultural currency, right? That only we can, you know, that's the thing that only we possess, right? And we know that brands, and we know that other communities, other companies, they understand the value of it. There's a valuation to that. A lot of times we don't get fair exchange, even when we're talking, whether we're talking education, gaming, or what have you. But particularly with something as important as the education of our youth, that we have to find a way to really make that make that valuation known, as Dr. Thomas said, but also the idea of holding a standard. And so that standard does translate across all of our conversations as well as all of our efforts. Because I know personally and professionally that everyone on this call is absolutely leading and doing all the things that would take to get to that next step. But at the same time, are we in a time and space that the companies truly recognize that are really taking what we give, willingly, right? Because it's the idea we can't help it. We can't help but be this good. We can't help but be this influential, right? That's been the African American and definitely the Black experience here in the Americas, right? That no matter what, we seem to still go forward. And to that, I want to talk about how do we go forward from here. I know the Dr. Thomas and everyone's kind of alluded to that, but I want to give everybody 1 minute, at least from the perspective maybe of themselves or their businesses or what have you. How can we go forward in getting our kids connecting gaming and education and some sort of agency in the way of tomorrow? So with that, I'll open it up to whoever wants to go first.
I'll go. Yeah, for sure. So from my perspective right now, it's, we're trying to build our technological platform to lead the actual educational metaverse. So at our instance right now with our learning management system, it's actively taking it from the normal learning management system that schools engage with, where you take an assessment, you look at content, but we're actually trying to create functionality in our technology platform. We're not even actually trying. We have created functionality in our platform that mimics what individuals do on a daily basis, from that of, social media coordination to that of animation and building your own websites. We're taking all those functionalities and placing it in our own sites, and now actively engaging within the metaverse. Like our dev team right now are building that of the elements where our students can create their own avatars and go into their own virtual worlds and actively be able to learn the same components that are very critical for them to be able to develop their portfolios, and doing it in a way that games do it, right? If Microsoft is going that route and Facebook and other companies are going that route, why can't we go that route? So from this perspective, is actively how do we give a better experience to the students that are coming through our platform? And I look, more than anything, we have spaces that we're building out, but we're an ed tech company. We're a technological platform more than anything. And I want to be able to build the best technological LMS and learning management system for the students. And I'm going to take it to the actual realms of the metaverse. And that's just the number one goal for us right now. And we just really want to give that a better experience to the students. So that's where we're going.
Yeah, so we're about to start doing gaming labs this year, and I'm trying to do them in different cities just so that parents and students can get the full exposure of just hands-on experience and the awareness of just, what esports and gaming is and why it's important. But my ending goal, I was just talking about this with my advisor, is to do a Black and Gaming and Esport conference here at UCI in about a year. And just bring up kids from the inner city, but then also all of the Black esports and gaming companies that I have in my network, and reach out to other networks and bring them together for a 3-day weekend to just be engulfed in just the academic side, the gaming side, the tournament side, but then also just have real life conversations for them to understand. And just working towards partnerships, man. Partnerships are important. Building relationships are important. I'm very spiritual. I believe in energy, and I believe in when the moment is right for you, you make those right moments. And so I'm just taking to this year to just understand and just continue to build like this awareness because it's important.
So for us this year, it's about scaling. We have spent the last 2 years in building the most non-traditional pathway to profitability that there is. And we found it and landed it. It came together like it needed to come. And so now for us, it's about scale. So our goal is to generate 500 Black and Brown esports professionals within the next 5 years. And part of how we're going to do that is, and how we've been doing it, is through our online skills building platform, making sure that young people are trained in these various career pathways, from game design and development to shoutcasting to law to business, by building continuing to build the pathway, not only through collegiate partnerships and the establishment of work sites, apprenticeship work sites at minority serving institutions, but also by partnering with organizations that serve those young people who are at the margins, the youth justice system, the foster care system, and working with a lot of those kids and building partnerships with organizations, primarily in the Southeast is our focus for this year. In ensuring that more of our kids get access, and then in continuing to build out our partnerships with companies in various pathways in the industry, getting these kids certified through our platforms, and then placed into internship, co-op and job opportunities at the high school and collegiate level. So really like working that pipeline at scale.
Absolutely. And for us here at Subsume, what we're just looking at is our Web3 platform. We're just really trying to get a space of adoptability that we can, again, make that particular program more accessible, right? I think for us, it's been funding for something we've been working on to develop. But at the same time, I think it's the second part of just doing the not-for-profit work as we do to just get kids engaged in gaming and game development, and to understanding that throughout this pipeline that there's a space for them. And so being able to have conversations like this, you know, within our own community, and just leveraging ourselves to always be a point of reference and support is really our key and our goal from there. So with that, I want to start with Danny, to Jahan, and then to Dr. Thomas. Just let us know how our audience can follow and support you. Obviously, we'll have that updated on our website at subsumesummit.com. But again, we want to thank y'all and just ask, just in closing, you know, where can we keep up and support your efforts?
For us, it's exposure.gg. And then most importantly, I leverage LinkedIn a lot. So in this instance, it's a great way to network with individuals within the actual industry, outside the industry just as much. And so you leverage that of LinkedIn to find me, Danny Martin. And then I would say that's pretty much, I can just go from there. That's pretty much it.
Great. Thank you so much. Gian?
Yeah, you can reach me on LinkedIn. That is probably the quickest way to get to me. But our Instagram is BEAT_botics, BOTICS. And that's how you can learn more about what we're doing.
Dedrin, I want to thank you for inviting me to have this opportunity to share with my people. I'm really excited about all of the work that everybody's doing. Definitely down to coalition build. That's my thing for the next at least 5 years. I'm all about coalition building, so that we can be that fist. But you can learn more. People can learn more about Pharaoh's Conclave by going to our website, which is pcxnow.com. And on all of our social media, we're Pharaoh's Conclave. On LinkedIn, we're Pharaoh's Conclave. And then you can reach out to me personally on LinkedIn at Jaquita Owensby Thomas.
All right. Thank you all so very much. Again, it's a pleasure, and wanting to make a space like this that we can see that it's not just one of us, it's several of us that are out here leading in our spaces, innovating and building, and we're paying attention and we're making that difference. And to that point, you know, with that concerted effort and support, that we can see where gaming and education can be the tool to leverage to have that Black tomorrow we all know we deserve. So with that, I want to thank you all so very much for being part of this process, and we'll definitely be keeping up and connecting, and we'll keep it on from there. So thank you all so very much.
Excellent. Happy Black Futures Month.
Thank you, Danny. My apologies. I want to give you a quick second.
Thank you so much again. You're 7 hours in today. Like that's loyalty, which is dope.
Yes.
We need these platforms. Keep this up. Do not take it for granted. This is awesome. And we respect your actual efforts, man. Kudos.
Absolutely. Make sure you eat now. Make sure you eat and drink water.
Make sure you eat, make sure you get some water. You've been going for 3 days, and I've been on.
Yes.
We're gonna make it happen. We're closing in, so no worries. So with that, I appreciate that. We will take the health breaks as needed, but we're gonna keep it going. We got just a couple of hours left, but we got a fantastic panel coming up, which I'm so excited. I don't even need water. So we're gonna just keep it right on going to talk with these good folks here. And thank you all so very much for our innovators here in gaming and education. All right. So again, thank you all. We'll go ahead and reset there. So again, my name is Dedrin Sneed, and we do thank you so very much for being part of our programming here with Black Futures Month 2022. So we are looking at the intersections of creativity, technology, and community, and how we can find ourselves included in a shared Black tomorrow. And with that, when we're talking about the future, we're always talking about the origins of creation and creativity, and basically where things and stories live and reside. And I think right now, if we all had to agree on one space that is the cultural capital of so many cool things, it is Atlanta. While that is a bit biased on my end, I would absolutely want to say that there is something special in Atlanta right now, not only from a creative standpoint or technology standpoint or community standpoint, but I think with the work and the efforts of a special group of folks that we want to call to the stage here now, that is crafting a thing called Atlanta Futurism. And so we here at Subsume are very centric in the space of Afrofuturism. I'd love to call to the stage Mr. Davis, Madam Meyer, as well as Kyoko M. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started with our next panel here. What is Atlanta Futurism? Right. Think I may have to hit the buttons on this one. That's no worries. I appreciate y'all so very much. Good day, everybody. Hope everyone's doing well.
Yeah, good to see you.
Hello, pleasure yet again. All right, thank y'all so very much. So we'll absolutely have some fun to not only talk about our individual projects as creatives, but what makes a culmination of these projects together something just unique, not only based on where our geographic location is, but where we are in this sense of time as Atlanta really is the focal point of the world. So before we get into that, we want to make sure to get a chance to introduce all of our talent here on the stage. Kyoko, we'll start with you. We'll go to you, Violet, and then to you, Mr. Davis. So thank you all so very much.
Okay. So I am Kyoko M. I am an author of 2 different series. I have the Black Parade Urban Fantasy series, and then the Of Cinder and Bone science fiction series, which is currently ongoing with the book coming out April 22nd this year. I've been to a bunch of different conventions, so MomoCon, Dragon Con, Geek Girl Con, Jordan Con, all the good stuff. But like you said, I think a lot of it has to do with being here in Atlanta, Georgia. There's such a great culture here that's continuing to grow and continuing, especially in the areas of speculative fiction, which is our topic today, talking about Atlanta futurism and Afrofuturism as well. So that's a little bit about me. Nice to be here.
Hi, I'm Violet. Excuse me, I'm a little scratchy today. My name is Violet Meyer. I am the author of 12 books. I'm actually a native of Atlanta here. And I am very excited to see the growth and the welcoming of Black creatives here. But it's always been a mecca of creativity in this city. But I think with the popularity of science fiction and fantasy and the embracing of people of color, it has really blossomed here. So it's a great time to be a part of Atlanta Futurism.
And I'm Milton Davis. I am the owner of MV Media LLC, a publisher that specializes in science fiction and fantasy based on African diaspora culture and tradition. I've published a lot of stuff, and actually I'm a Southwest Georgia boy originally from Columbus, Georgia, but I've been in Atlanta since 1984. So I guess you can consider it my hometown in a way. And like Violet and Kyoko M says, Atlanta has always been a mecca for African Americans and Black people, and I'm excited about being here. I found it very open and welcoming for all the projects that I've worked on, and the people that I've been working with, like our Atlanta Futurism group. And I think again, like everything else, that Atlanta is a center for growth for what we're doing now, what Black speculative fiction is.
Oh, absolutely. And thank y'all. So I want to kind of think it's going to be hard to quantify. So I want to kind of make this an open conversation where Atlanta right now is at the forefront of a lot of things, whether that's hip hop, popular fashion, technology growth, obviously where we are a majority minority space here. But also there's a point of a lot of civic unrest. Obviously the legacy of civil rights, but also still the struggle for a lot of those civil rights still to be very centric around it. Politically, Georgia's had a lot of extended opportunities. And what are you seeing just from Georgia, really, and obviously the pandemic in and of itself is a whole nother conversation. But when we're looking at how Georgia and particularly Atlanta is influential maybe in our works, is there any one thing or things that come off top of the mind that is driving anything that you're doing right now?
I can jump in first just because, so the current series that I'm writing, most of it occurred in the Boston, Cambridge area because it's based out of MIT. But the book that's coming out now, I got to really expand out And I wrote a scene that actually takes place in Phipps Plaza. If you've been over in that area, which is the mall, which is really fun because that's where my dad used to work. So for several years when I was in high school, I was always over there somewhere near the mall, or if I went to work to go see him, that kind of deal. And so it was fun because what I did is I went down there to do some research. And so I just took a walk through the mall and wrote all my notes out, because basically it's one long chase sequence of Jack chasing a wild dragon through the mall. The entire thing is a huge homage to the movie Evolution. I don't know if anybody remembers that other than me. That was the one with Orlando Jones, who I know you have slated for today. I saw that and I was like, oh, because he's great. He's such a funny person and just so knowledgeable. But it was him and David Duchovny and the redhead whose name escapes me at the moment. But that was a really funny movie. I enjoyed that. And it kind of inspired that. But it was just fun getting to incorporate the things I know about the city into that scene and to kind of like set the mood and all the different things. Because I actually think Phipps Plaza is really beautiful. I hadn't been there in a few years. So it was a nice little trip to kind of come back and just kind of take in all the things that have changed, the things that have stayed the same, the atmosphere and the mood of the city itself. So that was one really fun thing that I'm glad I got to include in the books because most of them take place in like the Northeast.
Well, I've had a chance to, growing up in Columbus, Georgia, Atlanta was always like the Mecca. The thing was that you would go to school, go to college, and then you go to Atlanta. That was kind of the thing that, and I basically followed that path, And one thing I can say about Atlanta, having had a chance to travel around the country and visit different cities and stuff like that, is that Atlanta is a very I say out of all the cities I've been to, is a very open city when it comes to Black people being able to progress and move forward in opportunities and stuff like that. It's an entrepreneurial city. A lot of the cities that I go to, when you're dealing with a Black economic situation, a lot of it is based on government business, doing business with the city or the state or the federal government. Whereas in Atlanta, you have a lot of entrepreneurs. And although when I first got into science fiction and fantasy here, I didn't find a lot of people who were into it. A lot of Black people were into it, but I found people who were open to it. It wasn't like, people were like turning you away from it. They would look at you and say, okay, well, tell me what you're talking about, what you're doing and stuff like that, And over the years, we've seen it grow. And again, I think it's because of that welcoming spirit, that fact that people in Atlanta are always open to new things. We are a popular culture. And it's always, in the beginning, when I first started writing science fiction and fantasy, I was focusing more on African diaspora, the past and that type of thing. But as I started to progress my writing into the present and the future, I'm like, well, my story should take place in the places that I'm most familiar with. That was my thought. And we always see people highlighting New York and Los Angeles and sometimes Chicago and stuff like that. But why not Atlanta? With everything that's happening here, even recently, when you look at a lot of the tech companies moving here. And I think that when you come into an Atlanta environment, it automatically speaks to diversity because of the population and because of how we are. And you don't have the same you don't have a lot of the same misconceptions that you have in other cities about Black people and what we're able to do and what we can do, what we're doing that you have in other metro areas that I've seen myself. So, it's just to me, it's just a fertile ground, and being able to work with, you and Kyoko and Violet and some of the other people we network with, it even expands, the concepts and the ideals. Not being a native, not growing up here, to talk to, especially when I talk to Violet, and she talks about, growing up in Atlanta, it gives you that insight of the city, and it really adds a different flavor to what you're doing when you're creating these type of stories.
Like Milton said, as a native of Atlanta, it gives me great joy to put my city in it, because when you grow up in Atlanta, it's like you realize everybody's kind of related. It's like a 6 degrees of separation. Everybody knows somebody's cousin of a cousin. So it gave me great joy loving the supernatural and sci-fi and fantasy to implant my imagination in familiar sights, to see my nieces and nephews and friends and have people write me like, oh my God, yeah, I understand where Panola Mountain is, or I know where this will be. And I think that gives me great joy. And also growing up in Atlanta, you realize as a Black person, you're growing up in a bubble, because I've always been accustomed to Black excellence. I know what Black poverty looks like just as well as I know what Black affluence looks like. And it's only natural to show us in our all our splendor. So we come from a land of greatness, civil rights, arts. We're like a Renaissance place. And I think I was happy when my genre became such an welcome thing. So it just shows another facet of who we are as a people.
Thank you. And for me, I think it was always the thing of Atlanta being it always felt like a huge hometown, like a huge small town. No matter where you went, it's all I think as was said, it's 1 degree of separation. It's what high school would you go to? Though I'm not from here, I was always at the college, as Bill said, it was always the goal to come down to Atlanta. So once I finally was able to make it, though I felt myself well traveled, I was like, I'm gonna have to. This is my space, and it was being able to very immediately come here and find just like-minded individuals, particularly in the creative and speculative fiction space, where having been in New York and been to LA, and it's obvious that those things exist there, it was just exponentially more welcoming here. It's whether that's the mix of good Southern manners or just what's our slogan, too busy to hate. It's the idea of, hey, you doing something over there? You can come over here and let's put it together and see what we got. So it is that sense kind of good country living. But at the same time, I think it's also this point of independence, because Atlanta, for a majority of the time, wasn't considered a big city, right? It's not considered on a global map, even though we have global influence. So I feel like a lot of that is still is maybe a little bit of a chip on the shoulder to say, we got something here, and so we can just build here. So it was never Atlanta was trying to be the Silicon Valley of the South. It just happened to be. Likewise, it wasn't the fact that we were going to be the Hollywood of the South. We just happened to be. And I think it's the idea that we're just such an innovative space and place, just because I feel like that's just what Black people do to survive and kind of progress through all the things that through the Black experience has been, that it just naturally lends itself to talent and to art. And so it was an easy translation when people start writing that we just have such a robust group of people to deal from. So with that, to be more centric to like the works of Atlanta futurism. So now I think we kind of got a gist of what's making Atlanta the cool place to be in some senses. But I think of the idea of speculative fiction, which again isn't a space that has always been open to the Black experience, right? Science fiction and fantasy in these spaces, a lot of times historically have been predominantly white. And even in current times, for what we see for popular culture, still as such. So what in Atlanta futurism really is bringing that secret sauce, as Kyoko said, to the table and making what is being created here, really something that that's resonating with folks.
Well, for me personally, that was a little bit of the motivation that I started my first series of Black Parade about. Because I had always grown up with both sci-fi and fantasy background, everything from, Batman the Animated Series to reading X-Men comics as a kid, things like that. Well, as I got older and I started to go more into books themselves instead of just comic books or watching cartoons or watching movies. And I was going through the urban fantasy genre and I was like, where the Black women at? To be frank, that's really it. I was just like, I was going through book after book and I was just like, okay, are there any Black women anywhere? Can you show them to me? And not that they weren't there, but as I continued, it was really hard for them to be visible. Not that they were never there, but they're not put into the spotlight. And so I was like, well, that's unacceptable. I know that they're here. And so I wanted to write my own urban fantasy story featuring a Black woman, because I thought, it's completely ridiculous to think that Black people don't love fantasy and don't love science fiction and don't love, the mythology behind things like Paradise Lost or, the TV show Supernatural, all of those different things. And that was what motivated me, is knowing that we belong in this space. We've been here, but in order to make that happen, for people to see it be more visible, I need to be someone to add to that pile. I need to help the Black women in this genre be more seen by, associating with them. So all these wonderful, wonderful Black women that I've been able to meet and associate with, like Violet and Linda Addison and a whole bunch of other really talented women, but it's specifically in this genre that people think we're not in. We're of course in it and we're excelling because we always do. But that really was the motivation that I took when I decided to write that book, is that I want to see me. I want to see Violet. I want to see Linda. I want to see all of these women doing the same exciting, fun, wonderfully written things that you would see a white protagonist doing in the urban fantasy type of series.
I agree. Like, I write mainly in the paranormal realm. I deal with horror and supernatural fiction. And when I first started doing it, I remember people saying, Black people don't like stuff like that. I say, how is that possible when everybody's grandma from a country got a ghost story? Everybody from the islands have seen a mermaid. And you got so many, it's like a part of who we are. We're spiritual people. So we tap into the speculative in our everyday lives. And like Kyoko says, I mean, it's just uplifting to see people of like minds to tap into our own mythologies, our own cultures, our own backgrounds, and to see our story on it. Because I too I'm still watching Jason and the Argonauts. I love old movies. I always love fantasy. And I always wonder, like, why is it no one who looks like me? And the only colored people on Star Trek was like maybe one woman and everybody else was blue and orange. So I wanted to know, where were our spaceships and where were our ghost stories? And that's the thing that motivated me the most to get into the genre. And when I became a part of Atlanta Futurism, it was just a beautiful thing to see so many Black women and men who had the gift of imagination like I did, and were creating worlds that I can immerse myself in. And I love it so much that it's like I only buy books from independent authors now, because I want to see those stories. I don't want to see a pinned down Hollywood version of our story. I want to see it where it comes from the source.
And I agree with Kyoko and Violet. I mean, it's the same reason I got into it. I wanted to see myself represented. I knew why I wasn't seeing Black people in science fiction movies coming up and fantasy movies. I knew exactly why we weren't seeing them. Growing up in the South, you know exactly why stuff like that is happening. But it was never. But the interesting thing about me growing up is that I had friends with all different kinds of backgrounds. Some of them were, very introverted, school bookish. Some of them were like, the athletes. Some of them were, the bullies. But they all read comic books. We were all into that. So for me, it wasn't. I never felt isolated about it, and it was nothing that I felt was different, because we all did it. And we all got together. We read our comic books and stuff like that. I had the bookmobile stopped in front of my house every day. And, me and my sister would just pile in there and grab a bunch of books. And when we came back, we bring those books back. And it was just something that was around me all the time. So when I finally decided to sit down and do it, it wasn't a big step as far as I was concerned. I want to do this. I know why it's not there. I know why I haven't seen it. So, and the reason I became an independent publisher was because I felt like at the time, the powers that be wouldn't be interested in what I was writing, but I was interested in it. And I knew that Black people would be interested in it if they saw it. So that was the whole plan. Write it yourself, publish it yourself, and put it out in front of the people yourself. Because, there's always been a tradition of independent publishing in the Black community. When you go to most of our Black bookstores, a lot of the books that are in the Black bookstores are self-published books, because we want to talk about things that other people don't want to publish. So, I mean, the whole street lit urban fiction genre, was created by independent authors, and it blew up because it was telling stories to a group of people who hadn't seen their stories being told before. And that's why, it became so popular within, the Black community and Black bookstores. And to be able to, we established the State of Black Science Fiction in 2012 to get people together. And then we started doing State of Black Science Fiction in Atlanta, which became Atlanta Futurism, because of the reason of wanting to have that camaraderie and have it closer. What's that African saying that said, if you want to travel fast, travel alone. If you want to travel far, travel together. And that's what I feel like we are doing with Atlanta Futurism. We get together, we have some great conversations. We get off track, but that's what people do. but in the end, we have a great time. The whole concept of one of the anthologies that we're doing, Terminus, was another way for us to come together and express our creativity in the city of Atlanta and covering all the different genres. I think we were when we did a couple of years ago when we did the Decatur Book Festival. We were the only table at the Decatur Book Festival that not the only table that sold Black science fiction. We were the only table that sold science fiction. Period. At the entire presentation and stuff. And so, you know, being able to get together with people and do stuff like that. We actually did the Auburn Avenue Street Festival one time, which was really exciting, you know, because this was a situation where there were, you know, this was a street festival that had nothing to do with science fiction and fantasy. But we sat out there, we had a big banner, and we did well, you know, because again, like, you know, people say that people don't do a certain thing, but we're in this environment. We've got somebody selling ribs right beside us, and somebody across from us selling, you know, African clothing, and we've got people, you know, in front of our tables buying science fiction and fantasy and stuff. So I think what we do is just is basically filling a need for stuff that was already there. It's just people assuming that it wasn't because they were, you know, making all these other assumptions that they always do about Black people.
I always think of what's great about our group is, you know, the saying that, you know, if they don't want to give you a seat at the table, make your own table.
Exactly.
That's it. The mainstream industry, they did a survey. It is still 81% white for the publishing industry. 81%. And there has not been, heck, it was like 90 for longer than that. They only just got to 80, down to 81. It was 90 something before then. So I think that independent is the way to go for people of color. Anybody who really wants to do something different from what is considered the norm, which is not normal anyway. That's it. We made our own table. Hey, come on over and we'll talk about everything that, you know, they don't want to discuss.
Exactly.
Oh, and it's true. Not only for the representation of just whiteness in that space, but even where we find Blackness, and particularly for like Black men and women, that we're below like the anamorphic books, right? Like it's the idea that they'll draw a talking turtle before they'll draw a Black woman as a protagonist in a book. You know, that's where we're saying, okay, like you say, we need our own table. Like we need our own house. Like we need something altogether different. And
exactly. Like the pushback you hear every time someone's like, I don't understand why these elves need to be Black. It was like, elves aren't real. Why would their skin color have how is that unrealistic? Right. It's like they're not real. They can be any color.
And that's
like
the biggest thing. Like, why are we discussing this? All this stuff is made up.
Like the pushback of the Bailey sister being like the Little Mermaid was like so insane. It was so insane.
It really was.
Yes.
But it's just a matter of people dominating spaces and not being and feeling as this is not necessary because it's already being done a certain way, and not understanding how important it is to be represented because they've always been represented.
Yep.
The thing I like about, you know, what we do here is that, you know, is being able to work in the community. It was just recently we had a we had a meeting that Clint Fluker was over with, and we were actually having a discussion with a young woman who was over the remember the name of the Coretta Scott King organization. And what they do is that they work with the Auburn Avenue area and looking at ways to improve the environment there and improve the culture there, and looking out for different people. And we were actually a part of a discussion where we were talking about science fiction as well as what's currently happening in the city of Atlanta. And one of the things that we were talking about is that in order to be able to get to the future, you have to imagine it first. And so, you know, it's just like we talk about Star Trek and the flip phones and different things like that. You know, somebody imagined it first, and then some person in a technical lab said, you know what, I think we can make that. And that's how you get progress. And as Black people, I feel like we've always been futurists because, you know, before, of course, we come from Africa, we come from different parts of Africa, we have our kingdoms and our civilizations. Once we came to this country and the situation we were brought here, it was all about the future. It was all about looking forward, saying that my life is like this now, but I've got a plan for the generations before me. because the present has never been ideal for us here. So we've always been futurists. We've always been looking toward the future. Even now, with all the progress we made, we're still looking toward the future because we're still not exactly where we want to be. So to me, it's only natural for us to do that. And it's been great to be able to do it with the people that we work together in Atlanta and being able to incorporate and tell these different stories. Violet has people going through experiences with a certain having a near-death experience that kind of brings them out with a certain spiritual connection. Kyoko's got werewolves running through Piedmont Park, things like that. It's just to be able to tell these kind of stories to me and have them resonate. Not only does it resonate to people who live in Atlanta, for people who read stories outside of Atlanta, it also gives them, takes this extraordinary situations, but also puts it in places in Atlanta. When they come here, they'll say, well, hey, I remember reading this story right here that took place in the food court at Atlanta Square Mall, or I remember something like that took place at this cemetery on Memorial Drive. And that's what we get when we look at other cities, when people are writing stories about this happened on 43rd Street in New York, or this happened on the freeway in Los Angeles. And it's been really cool to create that same kind of storytelling and connection with the city of Atlanta.
Oh, absolutely. The same way you can't have a Hallmark Christmas movie that doesn't happen in New York, right? It's part
of the rules.
It's the default, right? It's just like you can't fall in love unless it's Christmas Eve in New York. You didn't buy the right gift in time. It's about a point where we want Atlanta to be understood and appreciated in spaces right outside of just the people that tell it.
Yes, yeah, we need a Christmas day when it's 65 degrees and
right. Oh my goodness.
and that kind of thing,
There you go, right? So no, that's good. That's good. So let's be intentional about talking about the anthology, right? So you do want to go take a look back at the Atlanta Futurism terminus space between that as well as some as the work existing a bit outside of outside of it.
He's got you covered.
There you go. So we shall proceed. So tell us about Terminus, its importance to Atlanta. I think people may hear Terminus and think now Walking Dead, right? So the idea of Terminus and why its connection and what does that mean something about Atlanta? If there's any background, of course, that in the anthology, and let us talk about the book and so.
Well, the whole ideal of Terminus was when you get a group of talented people together like this, you got to do something. It's great to sit there and talk and and socialize, but to be able to come together and create something and do something that was one of the impetus behind it. The name Terminus, for those who don't know, that was the original name of the city that became Atlanta, and the reason they called it Terminus was because Atlanta was the end of a lot of railroads in the South. That's one of the reasons why, when the Union Army marched to the South, they wanted to destroy Atlanta because they wanted to destroy the railroad connections that all came through Atlanta and stuff. So that's where the name Terminus came from. So we wanted to do something that, again, would take all this talent that we have and all this imagination and center it in Atlanta. The first anthology, which I'll show again, is actually was focused on urban fantasy. And again, it's something like Kyoko M mentioned. It's something that you don't see a lot of urban fantasy stories that are out there that contain Black main characters. And that's the reason why I wanted to do that. I wanted to have a anthology of stories that would do that and stuff. And it came out really well. It's like I may mention to some of the stories already, but it does cover that particular area. Stories that take place in Piedmont Park and Atlanta Square Mall. I think I have one that takes place in the suburbs somewhere. So it's really nice. I think Balagoon story takes place like in the Fourth Ward and different things like that. So it's taking these different situations and putting it together. The cover art was done by James Eugene. And the character I've named is Phoenix because that's one of the symbols of Atlanta. The fact that Atlanta was burned during the Battle of Atlanta and the Civil War and rose from the ashes. So I felt like that was a good symbol to have for the anthology. And we're actually working on the next anthology now, which in the second one, Terminus 2, we basically opened it up. so people could write about whatever they wanted to do that took place in Atlanta. If it was horror, if it was urban fantasy, if it was science fiction, if it was, alternate history, any type of story you wanted to write, any type of genre you wanted to play with, but it takes place in Atlanta. And again, it's another way to exercise these creative muscles that we have in our group, and to bring different perspectives of the city of Atlanta. One thing I like about Terminus 2 is that we actually have some stories in this anthology that consider Atlanta in the future. Atlanta future, it looks at what would Atlanta look like 300, 400 years from now, different things like that. So that's why I'm really excited about this one coming up.
And to that, Kyoko and Violet, as far as being able to write stories, maybe more intentional in your current works, are we seeing that there's more appreciation when your audiences, that when you're including things that maybe are centric to Atlanta, outside of if you have something that may not, I don't want to presume that all of your work is centered around ATL. Are you seeing that there is that connection amongst your audiences?
I think so. Like the story that I wrote for the first Terminus is the daughter of the wolf man. She herself is a werewolf, is taking Dracula out for a night in the town in Atlanta. And it was really fun because I was thinking, all right, well, if I had like to just pick something that I really love about and more of the downtown area, more than like the spread out. And I thought about one of my favorite places to go before the pandemic was the Vortex, which is a burger joint. I don't know if you've ever been there. It is so great. It is one of my favorite like atmospheric places because it gives you such a vibe of what people in the town are about. It's so diverse and it has this like really quirky sense of humor. There's like this giant penis statue that you're supposed to rub for good luck when you leave. I'm not kidding. It's like 3 feet long. It's crazy. It's so funny. And there's no kids involved. Like there's no kids. You can't bring a child inside that restaurant at all. It's so funny. Cause I mean, like the alcohol was great, the burgers are great, everything. But that was what jumped out at me for when I was asked to write this, of like, I think this is representative of everything that I really enjoy about it. Just having their own sense of style and having their own kind of voice. It was always something that was really funny. And when that story came out, and so like my aunt and a couple of my relatives who have lived here their whole lives as well got to read it, and they were just like, oh man, that was so great that you went to the Vortex. I've always liked it there. So that was really fun.
I think it has connection to, of course, people who are locals because they understand the familiar streets. Like my story in Terminus 1 was Another Day in the A. So people who know the streets of Peachtree, they went to school in the AUC, they'll understand things like that. How it feels to be young and free, parties, mansion parties in Buckhead and stuff like that. But it also relates to just people of that age group. The times in your late 20s after you get out of college. And then when it takes a strange turn, it goes, okay, I didn't expect that. I didn't think that would happen. So I think it does relate to people in general because we have a universal story as young Americans and young Black Americans in particular. And of course, it's going to be always relatable to people who recognize the streets and recognize the lingo. And it was like, oh my God, I remember that. I remember those days.
No, and I think it's a good segue to now the real key of Atlanta being that we have a great migration, back to the South, right? We're seeing a lot of places, where it used to be the inverse, right? The great migration north. We were seeing that here in the pandemic and even pre-pandemic, of course, that we have a lot of people globally, but particularly here for the African-American experience in the Americas that are moving here to Atlanta. So we're seeing a lot more diversity, a lot more kind of interdiversity when we talk about what the Black experience in Atlanta is, but also just gentrification, is just what it is here, right? It ain't what it used to be, but at the same time, trying to look at what Atlanta will be defined in the next 20 years, it's been driven by tech, right? It's been driven by healthcare and financial changes because we're a big fintech. I think we're transactionality now, right? So we handle a majority of the financial transactions, I think on the continent. So with that, how do you see Atlanta futurism either shifting, changing, or holding on to, what we see as Atlanta today, or the Atlanta that up to this point?
I think that's a very interesting subject, and I think that's something that we will be tackling in the future. Is there was a story that I started writing a few years ago, and in that story, one of the main characters was a woman who owned a large real estate company. And when I went back to that story recently, I realized I had to change it because I had to change it because of what you mentioned about gentrification and how something like that would be very important in her business now, you know, especially if she's someone who grew up in Atlanta and she's dealing with here I am saying Atlanta like I'm not from Atlanta. and she would be, you know, maybe dealing with neighborhoods where she grew up that are now under pressure from gentrification, and how she would feel about, you know, being involved in business situations where that's a factor and that's an issue. And I mean, even the whole thing where the whole economic shift, where there are places that have always been basically considered traditional Black communities like the West End that are now changing and transforming because of that. And how it's shifting the population and people's attitudes about that shift and how they're responding to it. I mean, that's just one of the things that I think that we could look at under the under Atlanta futurism. And again, even looking at that again, you know, looking at that and projecting that into 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 years in the future. How would that change the city? Are these changes temporary? Are they permanent? The effect of people that are migrating to Atlanta. Like you said, we have Black people coming from all over the world, from up north and from New York and from California, from Chicago, from Jamaica, from Haiti, you know, from Nigeria, from South Africa, and the different flavors and influences that they are bringing to Atlanta, and how's that affecting people in Atlanta, and how it affects how we do things and how we consider things and how we're dealing with some of these solutions to these questions. So I think it's such a fertile ground to work with, especially with us being speculative fiction writers. It's just so much to work with, and I'm really excited to see, because Terminus is going to be going on for a long time. So it's going to be really exciting to see how the authors look at some of these situations and how they interpret them and what stories they get from them.
I think for me personally, the future I'm seeing for our city is that continued growth in the area of entertainment, in particular, seeing adaptations being made for streaming channels, given that they are so hungry for content. And they seem to have realized they kind of fished out that whole pond of like relying on the people who normally write stories, and they go, okay, everybody's tired of that now. So, you know, we want to reach out, and some of them genuinely want to reach across the aisle and tell more Black stories. So I think that's really going to continue to grow, given like just the number, since, you know, it's early February now, and you're hearing a lot of announcements for Black novels and different graphic novels being adapted into either TV shows or movies. I think they realize that Atlanta has a lot to offer, just because, I mean, lower cost of living, of course, that's why all the studios came here. And they were like, wait, what? I can get all this land and do all this filming, and I don't have to pay like 17,000 different people to do it. And so they came down here. And I think that not only will they come here to film, I think they are going to start reaching out to different places and kind of pulling those resources in once they're already here, because they realize there's so much talent to draw from. I mean, there's an endless amount of people here and in every industry that's related to entertainment. I always remember that one story that the actress who plays Shuri in Black Panther got her braids done in a place, and I want to say it was Fayetteville. I think it was Fayetteville. And they put that on their website. It was so cool, because I remember when I was living down south, I was looking around for a new place, and I saw that. I was like, oh, that's really cool. I'm glad that they, you know, got that experience. So I think that, like I said, overall, I think there's going to be more stories of ours that are being told, but I also think we're getting more people behind the cameras and not just in terms of acting. And I'm looking forward to seeing that, because it's always been something that was missing, and I'm excited for all the people getting those opportunities.
I think the future of speculative fiction in Atlanta is very ominous because I'm interested in a future cultural shift. As someone who has been there all my life, I see, and I'm deeply involved in cityhood movements. So we see the influx of gentrifications, the city of Atlanta moving from the central of the cities pushed out into the suburbs. So I'm interested in saying, would the African American culture of Atlanta still remain the same in the future? And although diversity is a beautiful thing, that what comes with diversity is the altering of culture. So would it be an intermingling of our stories, or would it still be, those things that have always been here, deep rooted in Southern culture, in Atlanta culture, of the culture of our grandparents and our parents who've been here forever? Because Atlanta is changing so rapidly. Like when I just ride down the streets, I can't even use landmarks anymore because they've been torn down and made into apartment buildings.
Yeah.
So it's just such a different place. So my question, neither positive nor negative, but I just want to know, will the cultural impact of Atlanta still remain in the near future because it's shifting so quickly?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
I think that what's bringing all these people to Atlanta, I think it's a bit of an unwritten contract that some of that what attracts people here is the fact that we have that sense of connectedness. So I think a lot of people are being drawn here because it is a lot easier to connect and collaborate, and because they've probably been burned out of that in the other spaces that they're coming from. Like why you see Hollywood so eager to come here to Atlanta, because we just want to work with you. We don't really want, if we want the work to be done, we want it to be good. We want to eat good and have a good time, and then we are pretty much set. I don't think we ask for much more than that, right? To be fed at least, right? We want to have a good meal, but outside of that, I think there is, in a true sense, what we look at Atlanta culture is that collaboration, whether that's in our music, again, whether that's in social justice and entrepreneurship, or in a lot of the other things that I think Atlanta being is popularized for, both good, bad, and indifferent. There's a point of restoration, and unfortunately, a lot of it seems to always come at the cost of Black lives. But we do have those conversations that do and are being centered around Atlanta and Georgia in some, which is really being defined by, a bastion of a political difference, right? Atlanta is the blue circle, right, and the dot in the middle of a very, very red state.
Yep.
And all you got to do is go about 10 miles any way you want out of Atlanta, and you get reminded of that really quick.
Really quick.
Oh, well,
Exactly.
again, I joke. So again, I am from here, like they are, and I went down to Florida, Central Florida, to work for about 5 or 6 years, somewhere in that neighborhood. I was dying to come back.
Yeah.
I was dying to come. I mean, I went back an entire year earlier than I planned. That's how bad it was. It's like I can't take another second. I need to be back with my people, like to the people that the mentality, the atmosphere, everything was so different down there than when I was like, I have got to come back. And now that I have, it's like all of it was just so reassuring. Like as soon as I crossed the state line, I was just like, oh.
It's not like any place. It's not a perfect city, but like I said, there was a time when I had my own business and I was traveling around the country basically, and I didn't really realize the advantages that I had being in business in Atlanta until I went to some of these other cities and started to do business there. And that's when I really got a real sense of the advantages that I had being in Atlanta, and the attitude that I had about doing business in these other cities came from being here in Atlanta and really not feeling as restricted. Because some of these cities I went to and I would start talking about, it was funny. I'll tell you one quick story. When I went to Jackson, Mississippi, and I went there to call on a guy who had a distribution company, I was going to sell something to him. And I had a list of people I was going to visit while I was there. And me, I'm just going there and I'm just calling on people. And there was these two guys that had a business across from the guy that I was visiting. And they were there when I got there. And when I came back, they were like, well, what'd you do? And I told them some of the places I went. And they were like, you went there? And it's like, what happened? I got so mad, So, to me, I didn't think about it because I never thought about that in Atlanta, that there were probably certain places I shouldn't go and call on because of certain attitudes. But for me, I was there to do business, and that was my whole attitude that I had in Atlanta, and that's the attitude I took everywhere I went. And I thought about maybe some of the people I called on probably said, they probably would laugh and say, he doesn't really know that he's not supposed to be here. So, he must not be from around here.
Exactly.
That kind of thing, you know. But I feel like, you know, Atlanta has this, I guess it's this, I say it's more of a relaxed sense. And even that people that come here, anytime somebody visits here, you know, you're going to change it. You're going to change Atlanta a little bit, but Atlanta's going to change you too. And you find that there's a certain attitude, a certain way that you work here, and you say, hey, why can't it be like this all the time? And I think you take that away when you go, you take it with you when you go to other places. There's a certain confidence that I have as a Black person, as a Black businessman, that has developed because of being here in Atlanta. It gave me that confidence. And I take it everywhere I go whenever I deal with other people. I think Kyoko made a great point that, you know, we're seeing so much demand now because of streaming networks, people looking for content. And that has really opened the gates up to people looking for people, independent creators like ourselves. You know, back 10 years ago, nobody would even think about talking to us. But now people are getting deals and stuff, you know, because people are looking for content and they're realizing this is a great content. And that this critical mass that we're looking for in this industry is coming from the fact that you have independent creators out here creating it. And a lot of those people are right here in Atlanta. And so, I mean, Pinewood used to be Pinewood Trilith. Now it's probably about 5 miles from my house. You know, Black Panther was filmed there. There was a scene in Black Panther, even before Black Panther, when the movie, the one that Black Panther was introduced, and my son looked at it, he said, hey, that's the student center over at Clayton State. You know, he recognized it automatically. And the fact that the powers that be here are trying to make Atlanta not just a place that people are here to get a tax break, they're trying to make it a permanent film industry. They're trying to make it a homegrown film industry. And all that, I think, creates opportunity for us as creators and creates opportunities for us in Atlanta Futurism, because, you know, we're telling the stories that people locally can relate to, and that people now are being able to relate to other areas because so much stuff is being done here. What was it? I can't think of the name of it now. It was the I'm trying to think of it, man. I hate to say it. I hate that I can't think of it, but it was another one of the science fiction shows on HBO. When they were driving down the street, I automatically looked at it and I said, you know what? They're heading toward downtown Decatur. And when there was a woman, she was on this phone, and she was supposed to be, y'all gonna be able to tell that she was supposed to be talking to Mr. Manhattan, and she was on this phone to communicate him. He's off planet.
Oh, you mean Watchmen?
Yeah, Watchmen. I knew exactly
where
it was, but I said that phone is like in downtown Decatur, and right in the central area and stuff. And people are seeing that, and I think those connections are making people more aware about Atlanta and what it is and who we are.
One thing that for me personally that was neat is there's a scene in Loki where he's being brought before wherever he's going to go, and there's in the the lobby of wherever he is, they filmed that in one of the hotels that they use for Dragon Con. So of course it still looks like the lobby. It just has those big old statues up. I was like, I know where that is.
Nice.
So you just get that little extra boost, which by the way, you can tell I'm garbage because I'm wearing a Loki shirt right now.
And Lord knows how many times the High Museum has been used in movies as a hospital, as a hotel, as a office.
Oh yeah.
Even going way back, the High Museum was used as the police precinct for Miami Vice.
Wow, no, I didn't know that.
So with all these great things about Atlanta and Atlanta Futurism, you know, I'll kind of just want to just make one last roundtable before we learn about your individual works. We see that Atlanta has almost a calling to so many other people. You know, what is it that we can make sure to keep, you know, as the future comes and as we bring these stories into the future, you know, what's one thing of Atlanta Futurism we hope to hold on to? If there is going to be if we can disseminate it down to that we want to make sure is always present, that when you see this element, you're thinking Atlanta Futurism.
I think it's the fact that to me Atlanta symbolizes unity. It symbolizes Black people, not only Black people working together, but people working together, period, because of the fact of the legacy of Dr. King. and what has happened in the city. And I think that's kind of always to me, it's always a central point when I think about Atlanta, being able to preserve that legacy. And I think that's something that always will be there because of the effort that's being made because of that. Preserve the fact that it's a center of Black education. You know, you got the AU Center and places like that. I think those are the things that to me pop out in my mind when I think about Atlanta and think about. I mean, and then there's the I guess you can say the growth that Atlanta shows. You got to remember in 1919, the Ku Klux Klan revived by burning a cross on top of Stone Mountain. You know, and now Stone Mountain is a majority Black area. You know, so it's things like that to me that are central to Atlanta. That always, when you look at the city, always talks about and always is an example of progress and what Black people can do and what Black people are doing and what Black people will continue to do. And I think that's something that will be always core about this particular city, this particular metro area.
I think one thing is the idea of staying humble, despite because everyone is at a various level of their careers and of success. And one thing I think that I've always enjoyed is most of the people in our group never have that I'm too good for you or I'm too big for this kind of idea. They know, you know, no matter where they are in the process, they are familiar with some other part of where you are in your career. And so they always are willing to reach out and assist each other in any way we can. I think someone mentioned before that you want to be friends with people where when you're in a room of opportunities, your name comes up. And I think that's one thing that's always been great about the city itself and our group as well, is that that's what it's about. I mean, you'll have people who are completely self-centered and they want to do what they want to do. But in general, Atlanta has been about reaching down, you know, to the next rung below you on the ladder and helping that other person up. And that's something that I hope continues in our culture moving forward, because it's so vital that, you know, everyone, it doesn't matter how successful you are, how you decide to measure it. It matters what you're putting back out into the world, who you're helping and assisting in the smallest of ways. It doesn't have to be some like, I got you a movie deal. It can be anything. It can be anything. And I think that sense of giving back is very, very much what I was, like I said, racing back to Atlanta for after living in Florida for a few years.
I would like to see a deep-rooted culture remain here. The beauty of the people, the excellence of a people. It's a liberated city. It's a city that pulls each other up. We're a community. We're a large family. And I think that's the part of Atlanta I will always want to remain. So it's always going to be a beacon of light for all people, but especially Black people. Because I have lived in other places like Texas and New York City, and people are very fascinated with Atlanta. And I want them to see why we have a deep love for this place and why it's such a place that embraces creativity. And I want to see everybody win. That attitude where we want to it's room for all of us to be great. And I think that's the thing that's unique for this group and Atlanta as a city, that we really support each other as a people. We don't have a problem with sharing a name. If I don't do it, I know who can. If you want to drag and be talking about Kyoko, we want to do this, we're singing to Milton. And it's never a competition or a big deal. It's room for all of us to win. And I think that's a beautiful thing about creative in Atlanta.
And I would say to that, it kind of closing some, for me, I think Atlanta's got a special kind of hustle. Not the fact of like taking advantage of people or always being like a fast pace, but I feel like everybody's got something that they're working on. I think that particularly our Black community is very entrepreneurial. I mean, it's just from a historical standpoint, Black businesses here, have a lot of history behind them. It's not something new that a Black-owned business is doing this or is a leader in this some way, somehow. So I think there's always an expectation when Black people start businesses here that there's a sense of success. And so that people come here and think that they can come in and start a music career, start an acting career, start a restaurant or what have you, because Atlanta's just known to do it. And because there's a legacy of having that kind of humble hustle. If I kind of lean on something of Kyoko's, it's a humility here for sure, but it's everybody's got a hustle on the side, and they're doing something. They're chasing the dream, and so really that's unique where we haven't gotten jaded about that and haven't gotten competitive about that. And so I'm hoping that's the piece that lasts, because then again, we like to see each other win around here, and so that's really something that I hope that we can continue to take into a shared future with Atlanta leading the way. So with that, I want to appreciate y'all, and I want to start with Violet, to Kyoko, and then close with Milton. Where can we support you? Where can we find your work? And then Milton, just give us the next steps with what's going on with the Atlanta Futurism Group, if you will, when you close.
You can find me at violetmeyer.com. That's VIOLETTEME. Look, I can't spell my own name. MEIER. I'm available on Amazon and anywhere books are sold. I'm also Violet Meyer on all social media handles.
You can find my work at shewhowritesmonsters.com. That's got all my books, all my social media links. Like I mentioned before, I've got a book coming out April 22nd of this year. Actually, it'll be the same date as JordanCon, if anybody's going to that. So I'll get to celebrate with everybody with the book coming out that day. And I'm in, as he mentioned, the second Terminus anthology that we've got coming out pretty soon, and that's going to be really exciting. So, and then in terms of Twitter, I am at Miss Kyoko M. So KYOKO and then M. So.
And you can find me at mvmediaatl.com. That's basically where my publishing company is. I will go through the social things, but I've got a different, unlike people who are smarter than me, I have a different handle for every social media thing that I have. And I've got to do something about that. But as far as projects are concerned, we've got the Terminus 2 anthology that's dropping. I have a novel, Black Rose, which is my first historical fiction novel, and I have the Spy Funk anthology. All three of those are going to be dropping on June 19th, 2022. So look out for those. The Terminus, like I said, Terminus 2 is going to be dropping then. Already got ideas for Terminus 3, so I'll tell the group about that pretty soon. And also working on a number of animation projects that are one of them that's really close to coming to fruition, but which I can't talk about yet, but hopefully we'll be able to talk about pretty soon. As far as Atlanta Futurism is concerned, we want to continue to grow the group. We've got a couple of new members that have just been invited in. I want us hopefully COVID will let up at some point so we can start back meeting face to face and continue to look at and apply our different ideals and concepts on the city of Atlanta and the metro area, and hopefully get into some deeper conversations, working more closely with some of the universities and some of the other organizations here, and continue to spread the gospel of Atlanta futurism.
Oh, absolutely, and thank you all so very much for being prime examples of why Atlanta futurism is the future, and while we can say for sure that the stories that are coming out of the ATL will absolutely find themselves in tomorrow. So thank you all so very much. Obviously, we all will be connecting and collaborating here soon, but I want to thank you all for being part of Black Futures Month.
And thank you
Thanks for having us.
All right. So with that, we are now, and what is Atlanta futurism, thanks to the fine folks here. So as we come to the top of the 5 o'clock hour, we have a fantastic new screening for the animated series Mine. We'll also get a close look behind the scenes with the creator, as well as one of our fellow educators, Ms. Lisa Farrell. So we're going to go ahead and reset for that. And we appreciate y'all staying included and staying with us through our intersection of creativity, technology, and community with us here at Subsume. We'll be right back. Thank you so very much. We are now for our next set here with Black Futures Month 2022, which is the intersection of creativity, technology, and community, as we look at how the Black Fantastic will take us from the innovations of today into a shared futures of tomorrow. So I'm so thankful for those of y'all still joining us, and for those tuning in. My name is Dejan Sneed, the founder of Subsume, and very excited to now bring on a new presentation that is going to be an animated short for about the first 15 minutes. And then we'll have a talk back with both the author, with one of the points of the animation team from Sloth League, Mrs. Lisa Farrell, as well as series creator. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and bring that show in so that we can stay on our time and talents. We're going to take a quick read of exactly what this program is. Now, mine is an animated web series that poignantly explores the timely theme of community versus individual survival through the eyes of a teenager. Set in the near future, this powerful 5-part series transports us to Beulah Voda, a hard-fought utopian world where each aspect of life is powered by a miraculous healing water source. Now, in the pilot episode, teenager Blaze reluctantly steps into the esteemed role of water bearer with the help of their precocious sister, Mia. But when the magical water is tampered with, they discover their idealistic community may not be as magnanimous as they think. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do a 30-second count in, and then we will present mine. Thank you so very much, and we thank you for staying included. We'll be right on with you in just a moment.
Started with the water. The world as we knew it was gone, consumed by flood, followed by drought. But then the water spoke to us. And gave us a second chance. We took care of the water, and the water took care of us. The water allowed us to build a new community from the ground up. We called it Bavoda, beautiful water. Water delivery is so crucial to powering our community that it's an actual job. The water bearer. The water bearer.
You're late for your last delivery, apprentice.
A bunch of new families just arrived to watch the orientation film. The projector's acting up, and Pedro asked me to take a look at it because he went...
It's not your job to fix everything, but it is your job to deliver water. Look, final chance to ask me questions before your inauguration.
I got this.
Uh-huh. Okay. We'll see about that.
It's Pedro here with your daily dose of reality. Happy Fountain Day. You're ready for the festivities? We better hope our new water bearer's ready. Speaking of which, on this cool 98-degree day, may your water allotment be crisp and refreshing. Everyone contributes, everyone benefits, y'all. Peace.
You're late. Must be Blaze's fault, because Mia, you're never late. Last delivery before the ceremony.
Nervous?
Oh, hey, careful. As our future water bearer, you know every drop counts.
Sorry.
Before you two go, can you check my hydro generator? It seems broken.
I'll take a look. That okay with you?
You come inside too. Blaze might need another set of eyes.
Hydrocarburetor's intact. Osmosis flow circuit path is clear.
You mean the circuit breaker?
I don't know why it's not working. Everything looks good.
Miss Simona, you try hitting it?
That was the first thing I did.
You try hitting it twice?
Yes! You did it!
Blaze! There's something all your fancy books can't teach. Intuition.
Wait, I think it's the water that's faulty, not the machine.
That's impossible. Come on, Blaze. It's my first ceremony as elder. My hair's gotta be right.
You're late. Birds of a feather, babe.
I thought you quit smoking.
It's beyond natural to be nervous right now.
I'm not nervous.
Don't tell him I told you this, but when Eustace became my first water bearer, he was so nervous. He broke a bunch of bottles on his first delivery day. Well, you're lucky you had your sister to train you.
Yeah, well, Mia makes it all look so easy.
You're more than ready. You understand the water in ways that very few people do.
Thank you.
Showtime. Welcome to Bavoda's 25th annual Fountain Day. Today we celebrate the new members of our community and inaugurate our new water bearer. Some say our water is sentient. Some say our water is magical. In Bavoda, we simply say our water is life. It sustains every aspect of our existence, and in return, we treat it with the respect and reverence it deserves, which is why more and more people are rejecting the old destructive ways of living and joining our new community. New residents, please stand up and be recognized. I'll now pass the mic to Elder Eustace for the water bearer inauguration.
Thank you, Elder Drummond, who, by the way, is an architect, not a shaman. As a scientist, I helped perfect the process that unleashed the awesome power of our water. And as the OG water bearer, I hope that our newest recruit is up to the monumental task of preserving and protecting this precious resource for future generations. Everyone, please give a warm Bavoda welcome to Blaze Dubois, our new water bearer. Now let's make this official. Our youngest, and in my humble opinion, brightest elder will do the honors. Mia?
Repeat after me.
Repeat after me.
I swear to honor and protect our beautiful water as the source of all spiritual and material health and wealth.
I swear to honor and protect our beautiful water as the source of all spiritual and material health and wealth.
Do you also promise to be a shining exemplar of our creed? Everyone contributes, everyone benefits.
I promise.
As our new water bearer, you may replenish the water and drink.
What did you...
Eustace, just stay calm.
Eustace, before the ceremony, I triple checked the water pressure and the current convergence. It's not the machinery, it's the water.
Nonsense. The water is infallible.
If the water is infallible, then it's trying to tell us something. I just need a sample.
The water bearer's job is water delivery, not divination. I should know. I originated that role.
I can fix this.
You are not fixing anything alone. Elders only. You know that.
Why would you even give me this job if you don't trust me?
Blaze, what is wrong with you? Stop it. You're a water bearer now, so grow up and follow protocol.
Check the bioluminescence. I bet you the water's dead.
Is Blaze right? Is it the water?
You gonna believe this cocky kid over me? Over the science?
I'm no shaman, but I know when you're stressed, Eustace. It's the water, isn't it?
We can't afford a water problem. Our resources are stretched thin as it is with the constant influx of your precious newcomers.
We don't live in scarcity anymore, Eustace. We left that behind. That's enough for everyone.
Let's suppose there is something wrong with the water. What will happen when people don't have electricity, food, or medicine? Talk about scarcity?
Blaze is right. We need all hands on deck. Call in a scientist and the water bearer. Blaze!
Well, Mia, has that famous intuition of yours given you any insight?
Well, the water does look dim. Maybe Blaze is right?
What are you doing? It's too deep. No one gets that close. Quickly, come on, we have to spot him.
See? There's nothing wrong with the water.
And thank you so very much for being a part of our programming here with Black Futures Month 2022. My name is Dejan Sneed, and I'm the founder of Subsume, and I welcome you. And thank you so very much for being a part of our program. So Subsume, of course, is our intersection of creativity, technology, and community. And where we're celebrating Black Futures Month, looking at the innovation of Black stories well into our shared future. And with that, I want to bring in our next group of panelists so that we can have a chance to talk about storytelling and social change. So with that, I'm going to bring to the stage a couple of talented young ladies. We have Ms. Lisa Farrell, as well as Paige Wood. And thank you all so very much for being a part of our program here with Black Futures Month. Hope y'all are doing well.
We're great. I'm going to speak for Paige. I think we're doing great.
I'm doing okay.
Thank you. All right. So with that, what I'd like to do is always like to give people the opportunity to speak to their platform experiences. And then I want to make sure to clear the way and let the intelligent folks speak. So with that, Ms. Farrell, if we can start with you, and then also for you, Ms. Wood, and love to talk more again about our program. Thank you. Lisa, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you all for joining us here for Black Futures Month. I was so excited when Dedran asked me if I'd like to speak on this and if I knew of anyone to join me. And of course, full disclosure, I have worked earlier this year with Paige Wood, who is an award-winning multimedia screenwriter and producer and storyteller. And on a project that she has partnered with others, the Rise Home Stories project. And I'm going to let Paige introduce herself and tell a bit about her story. But I am a producer, and I produce animation, visual effects, and live action, which is how I know Paige. So Paige, just tell us a bit about yourself, and I want to know about the Rise Home Storage project.
Cool. I'll try to keep it quick because both of those could be lengthy. But yeah, my name is Paige Wood, pronoun she, her, hers. I am a multimedia producer, storyteller, and screenwriter based in Detroit, Michigan. And a lot of my work, as I've now seem to realize, deals with race, place, space, and now time, whether or not I'm reconstructing it or deconstructing it in the story. So that is a lot of the work I do is at that intersection. And in addition, my own personal work is looking at genres of speculative fiction, sci-fi, and high fantasy, and telling stories that feature us as Black people, and oftentimes people of different sizes, people of different, such as neurotypical, neurodivergent, and really creating worlds that look a little bit like ours, but just something's different. But yeah, so in my work, I got to connect with the lovely Lisa through the Rise Home Stories project, of which I am the supervising producer. It's been it'll be 3 years this month that I've been part of Rise Home, which is like crazy. But the Rise Home Stories project is an initiative that brought together organizers with multimedia storytellers, experienced storytellers, to create 5 radical media projects that really reimagine how we look at land and home. And so of these projects, we originally started with like a bunch of crazy cool conceptual ideas and narrowed it down to 5. The 5 being Dots Home, which is a video game, But Next Time, which is a podcast, Alejandria Fights Back, which is a children's book, Steel Estate, which will be an interactive web experience, and of course Mine, which is an animated web series pilot. So these are all, with the exception of Steel Estate, which is still in production, they're all out in the world. Mine is currently in festivals across the country. And yeah, it's just been really rewarding to be part of this, and is now the reason I can call myself multimedia as opposed to a producer.
There are different aspects of your team. There are people who come from maybe like entertainment, people who come from government. Tell about the makeup of the Rise Home Stories team.
Yeah, it's definitely a diverse group. on one end, I would say you certainly have the media makers. So myself, my experience is largely within film. You have Louisa, who is the executive director. She has also worked in film, documentary, but has experience with more virtual technologies as well. Then you have Working Films, which is at the intersection of film too, but more so on the impact side and specific to documentary and looking at the issue, as well as some of the creators that are specific to each project. So you have our video game developers such as Neil Jones and Weathered Sweater. You also have our sort of podcast liaisons like Leah Mahan and the illustrators like Rob Leo Trujillo. So it's diverse in the creator aspect. And then it's partnered with organizers, grassroots organizers who are working across the country. So you have folks like Christina Rosales, who's part of Power Switch Action, or Ari Schwartz, who's at Local Progress, and Janae Bates, who is just a badass in Minneapolis doing so many things. And she's with Isaiah. So the team, I would say, and how it came together is that these are all folks who, in their work, they have identified a gap. Either they are people who have said, wow, these stories or these mediums are not reaching me and my audience in this way. Or on the organizer and advocate side of things, they're saying, how can we reach our audiences in a more meaningful way so that it's not just we are telling them about an issue or something that they're already living, but we can really call them to action in creative ways that aren't just screaming the facts that they already know. So with that, that's how we kind of melded together as a team, and that's where we got to where we are today.
Okay, I want to talk about mine because that's my sweet spot, because that's the part that I was with. I want to start out with how the pandemic actually helped us come together in a way, because didn't you guys start off this was going to be a live action piece, and then when COVID hit and it wasn't safe to get all these people together, so you kind of just redid your thinking, which you really put a lot of thought into. We were amazed when you got to us because Slathik, because we are animation,
right?
That you had already thought all of these things out with the world building and the characters, and so I don't want to talk too much. You tell me how you made that switch.
Yeah, so you are completely correct. Up until, gosh, I want to say it was like maybe second week of March, we were going forward with shooting this as a live action film in early April, like had the dates planned out, some flights were booked, all that. And then, of course, as it got more and more obvious that that was not feasible for a lot of reasons, most presently being the safety aspect, that is when the question of what to do with this came on the table. And I'll just do a disclaimer. I've been an animation fan my whole life. That is my favorite media. That is all I watch. So what someone put it on the table, I shouldn't say someone, it was me. I put it on the table. That
so once I put it on the table, I was all in.
That animation was an option. You know, I was really excited. And it's, as you said, there was a lot of decision making that had to go into figuring out if this was really the right path for how we do things, and also how we do it in a way that doesn't, we can be accountable to sort of the heightening the aspect of what we want to tell. So thinking about quality, thinking about storytelling, but also the type of team we want to work with, not just saying, all right, we want to go animation. We know people out there who does animation, but they're not, for example, y'all, so who have the same values and ethics. So how can we be really principled about finding who we want to work with to tell this story? So yeah, we did I think about a couple of weeks of just this back and forth of decision making. I did a pitch of animation and why it's amazing, and you know, we eventually all landed on that being the right path. We found y'all through multiple recommendations, actually, and the rest is history, I guess.
Well, you know, the wonderful part about it is Louisa was talking to my partner, Ginger, and you were talking to me, and then Ginger and I started talking, and we were like, this is something we have to be a part of. I know the people who are watching this are either going to see mine or have seen mine, and I'm not, but I'm still not going to give any spoilers. But it's the way that it touched on Afrofuturism, which I want to talk to you about, the way that it placed marginalized voices in the story, not as like just a special case, but as just normal people going about their day as part of the world. And I love the magical realism aspect of it. So do you want to talk about how you came up with the mine story?
Sure. Yeah, it's radically different from what it was originally thought of, which I think is actually pretty exciting. But essentially the story that is mine today came from a summit we had in Detroit. And it was sort of like a writer's workshop, just throwing paint to the wall and seeing what sticks. But one thing that we really want to prioritize with mine is essentially, how can we envision what we are calling, in all intents and purposes, a utopia, and unraveling that by people who are living in that utopia adopting the behaviors that we think are inherent today, that are actually instilled because of capitalism. And the irony of that is, this was before COVID, so we were thinking about things like hoarding, and maybe a strange sickness sweeps through and causes people to like hoard materials. Little did we know that toilet paper shortage was coming. You know, we were also thinking about paranoia as a symptom. How do you lose trust, and how is that built when things are right and then lost when people adopt these behaviors? So with that frame of mind, that's where the world of mine and the world of Bavoda came from. Is sort of this subversion of like, if everything was great, what would society look like? And then if we tried to live, or if they tried to live like we are now, how does everything blow up? And from there, we were able to draft up 5 episodes and scripts for an entire season. And yeah, we were able to produce the pilot as an actualized example of what all we were able to create. But there's a whole world beyond just that pilot too, which I think is really exciting.
Well, you know, when you and I first started talking, I think we clicked over the whole Octavia Butler conversation and Afrofuturism. How does Afrofuturism play a part, or how do you see it being woven in through not just mine, but through through your entire project?
Yeah, I would say that ultimately, when rethinking, say, the world we live in and what a just society looks like, that means that white supremacy doesn't exist in Bavoda. And ironically, that was like, I think, kind of hard for some of us to imagine.
That's so funny.
It was just like, yeah, there were a lot of just questions that were raised, whether they were like unconscious or conscious of like, why do we think this is normal, and how has white supremacy played into this? So when thinking about Afrofuturism in mine, you know, to me, I think of Afrofuturism as one, there being Black people in the future. That's very straightforward. But two, there's this aspect of returning to nature, returning to the earth. And three, this embrace of technology, but in a way where it's for collective and it's for community and not just for the one or the individual. So, and also when thinking about technology, it's not just this sort of progressive look of like, an iPhone or the next, Apple or whatever software, but like the wheel is technology, the fire is technology. Mm-hmm. So how are you innovating upon these different terms, but once again, with the idea that nature is part of that as well. And then the other aspect, which I don't think mine touched on, but I think is inherent to most Afrofuturism projects, is like this religious aspect of bringing in sort of African deities, religion or mythical religion figures, and including those in narrative as well. Not having so much of a focus on Christianity is like the end all be all.
I love everything that you're saying. I think I told you that I was doing these webinars all year long with Tananarive Du, who's a writer, Afrofuturist horror, Black horror, and a very good friend of mine. But we were discussing in the Earthseed series about like how religion played such a big part, but the religion was not. It included African deities, like you said. It wasn't so much worshiping of a thing, but it was a return to nature. Mm-hmm. And I think that what we've helped you create with mine, it touches on all of that. And it's just a beautiful story, and I'm so proud that that Slathique was able to join with you all and help you get it told.
Yeah, and I actually think a lot of y'all's ideas help take it further too. Just thinking about the art, the art aspect, y'all were animating it, but even in character designs, even in architecture, how are we taking the world of Bavoda from script to screen? I think a lot of that aspect of futurism and Afrofuturism at that was in the character designs and thoughtfulness behind the illustrations too.
Well, it's interesting because our team here at Slathique, and I think it is a conscious thing that we make sure that all voices are represented. And I think that's why we made such a great team with the Rise Home project. So how are you planning on moving further with this? What else do y'all have planned?
We have a lot. Currently, we were in a really interesting space once the pilot was finished. Of course, now it's in the festival circuit. We were able to premiere at Tribeca, which is like, woo, light work, and we've gone on to be at a number of festivals, New Orleans Film Festival, Cucalores. Actually, this Sunday, we'll be at the Denton Black Film Festival in Texas and are up for an award. So in terms of the festival life cycle, that's one aspect of where mine is going from here. And then there's a question of also, how do we take it further? How are we producing or making the rest of the episodes possible? And so we've actually in some ways gone back to the drawing board, not in a way where we have, I would say, or how would I say this? We deconstructed a lot of our story to reconstruct it into an even bigger series than we first imagined. So we really tried to say all right, if we had all the means in the world to tell the story that we wanted to tell, rather than thinking about what we could tell as we did from the initial 5 episodes, how do we just get it all on paper. And if people are for it, they're for it, and move forward that way. So that's what we've been working on is really taking it to like a epic, which it's been fun. It's now definitely something that you're not going to finish in an hour.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question that seems like really simple, but I think that it needs to be stated. Why do you feel that it's important to get these different voices out and told, and these different stories out into the world?
And I assume you mean one specific to like social change or relooking at land.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's I think that there's real power in narrative, if I were to simplify it in terms of like fictionalizing or more speculative fiction storytelling, in the sense where we can take a look at the society and the systems that we're part of or that we have to navigate through, and see them in a way where they can be critiqued, and it not be so straightforward or didactic in how it's told.
Mm-hmm.
And I also think that in narrative, and particularly our approach to mine, it is allowing us to reimagine and look at alternatives, or look at, if we continue down this path, where will we end up now? Which I think is a little bit more hard to imagine if I just think of folks who, for example, deny global warming, which is very much a thing that's happening, but it's a bit hard to see in the present. And so I have to wonder if people look towards examples of media that is really set in this future that says, if you don't change, this was what will happen. Is that where they're able to see, oh, I've got to change my behavior? And so it's this idea of, I think, being a tool of reflection. And not only that, it in some ways can call folks to action. So them seeing themselves in media, or seeing what's wrong with the systems that they're navigating today through media that is completely fictionalizing it or telling it through different terms, may be this incentive for them to say, well, that's messed up, I'm going to do something about it. So that was part of our other idea with mine and what we hope to inspire.
Well, we've got maybe about 5 more minutes. So I want to wrap by asking you about the time that these stories are being told, where we're living in a time where they're trying to make bills or pass bills that we can't tell or teach things that may be uncomfortable for other people, or they're banning stories and books. Do you feel that the time that you guys have chosen to come together to tell this was coincidental, or was this conscious on your part? What do you think?
Did I think that the country was gonna get worse?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
My job. No. I did not think we were spiraling down into a dystopia by the time I started my job in 2019. But, I do think it is, it does allow us to be relevant in the moment, or be more relevant in the moment. To one, say that there is media out there where, if it isn't, if it isn't
the state approved story.
Yeah, state approved, government approved story, that doesn't make it any less meaningful. I don't know. I was a voracious, or I am a voracious reader by any means necessary. So yeah, in regards to like the book banning and censorship, usually that just boils down to like all the isms of racism, homophobia, transphobia, all the things. And I think with our storytelling, one of the other priorities that we've been trying to consciously think about is accessibility. So making it so that, all right, if this isn't readily available in your schools, which for some of the projects we are trying to pilot in different schools, how can we think of different ways where this can be accessed by your own means or through whatever, through whatever means what make the most sense for you, so that you can get the most out of them as well. So yeah, I don't know if I answered that correctly.
No, you did. I was trying to find a way because I'm just glued on what's happening now, and I just wanted to get it in there because it brings us full circle. Because, like you said, when you started, did you think that the world was going to spiral down into this dystopian place where we are now? And it happened quickly.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's been on a supersonic timeline, but yeah, it's one of those things where I think this is all a culmination of a lot of different factors. And so the question is more so, what are we going to do now about that? And if that is revolution, if that is radicalization, that's one thing, but also knowing that there are tools, there's media out there to be able to teach you about alternatives or speak to alternatives so that when a shift does happen, we're not falling into just creating something that's the same cycle of what we went through. Hopefully, in whatever change what happens, history won't repeat. That's all I can keep my fingers crossed for.
Well, I guess together as artists, we're going to do our best to make sure that that does not happen.
Right.
And before we wrap, Paige, is there a place where people, if they want to know more about the Rise Home Storage Project, where they can go to see?
For sure. So the Rise Home Stories Project is available in terms of a website at risehomestories.com. That's also our Twitter and Instagram handle. And for the projects and where you can find them, you can find But Next Time, which is our podcast, anywhere you can find podcasts. You can find Dots Home on Steam, itch.io, and then on both the Google Play Store and the App Store on Apple. You can find Alejandra Fights Back, which is our children's book, off of the Feminist Press website. And as I said, Steel Estate is still in production, and mine is currently in the festival circuit. So wherever a festival is near you, we're trying to go across the country. Or if you want to set up your own mind screening, you can reach us on the Rise Home site as well. And then also, if anyone wants to reach out to me or talk to me for any reason, my website is blackdaria.com. So it's the glasses and the monotone. I had to go with that URL.
I love it. I have loved this conversation as I knew that I would. Thank you so much, Paige.
Thanks for inviting me.
Oh, no. I've been looking for, I want you to come to Atlanta and get out of the snow and see everybody. So thank you. And thank you, everybody who joined in to hear us talk.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
We are back. It is been a fantastic run with us here at Black Futures Month 2022. My name is Dejan Sneed, and I thank y'all so very much for joining us on 3 days of a fantastic journey through a diaspora of talent, the Black excellence that is creating the Black history of today, that will be celebrated as the Black history of tomorrow. So we have had just a litany of amazing guests from every walk of life and from every point of talent. And our 3 tent poles of creativity, technology, and community here at Subsume. And now we come to the end of a 3-day session. And so this Black Futures Month and wanting to showcase that we in real time are building tomorrow in so many different ways, being intentional and exceptional in our attempts to make sure that the Black community, that our Blackness and the stories and legacies of the past and the work of our present absolutely exists in the best of circumstances in a shared future for tomorrow. And so just one final introduction of who I am, and we will continue to converse for just a moment. So my name is Dejan Sneed, owner operator of Subsume Media, Subsume subsidiaries, and a whole bunch of other Subsume type things here in Atlanta, Georgia. Subsume as the main platform is the intersection of creativity, technology, and community. And we want people to be included as they are in the things that they want to be. And so I always say that Subsume is a real word, right? Subsume means to be included, something to be included in something else. And for me, the idea of Subsume was to find myself just as I was and to find my culture, to be included in spaces of technology, in spaces of art, media, entertainment, and in spaces of civic and social change. So an amalgam of projects and processes and people, relationships and failures, successes and struggles, all were put together as a testament this weekend that I get a chance to work in a lot of different industries with a lot of different folks, and am blessed to do so, but realize that a lot of people see me as one way, but don't see the other things. I think some people think of me as the comic book guy, or I'm the tech guy, or I'm the we need you to fly down here and fix it guy. It's a lot of different hats that I get a chance to wear, not only just as the things I do with Subsume, but in my personal and professional life. So all of that come together is some type of a project that's been Subsume for several years now. And a lot of the folks that we had a chance to connect with today in some way, shape, or form probably have collaborated, connected with, or have some upcoming announcements for. So I hope in this breadth of talent that we've had a chance to showcase, we can try to understand that putting all this in a nice single sentence has been a charge of mine for a very long time. So I figured I'm just going to subsume whatever it is that I'm working on into this master plan or master craft. And I'm just going to take a little bit of time, and not even a full 30 minutes, because again, I really appreciate everyone's time and attention to all the great panelists and folks that we have. But I do want this to be just an intentional close, but also a continuation of some conversation to come this month. So I won't belabor it here now, but just to say that I've been working on a lot of things over the years, and I feel like this is going to be a space that I can continue to talk about the things that will hopefully come to light as far as some of the work that we've been doing in collaboration, not only with the efforts of the folks that you're seeing here, but we've been trying to figure out what this future is. Now I get a chance in my life to have her views to a lot of things, the way that we talk about the metaverse, the way that we talk about tech, but also how we as people try to find the best in and of ourselves. And so I've been called upon to do some fantastic work. And I want to talk about a project of mine that I hope will kind of bring these things together. So I want to first acknowledge that this is Black History Month, and that there's a legacy that we stand upon, not only just as Americans, not only as African Americans, but as human beings and as folks that understand that there's a connection between us, that there's more among us that is similar than is different, and that has been something that can be replicated because it can be understood, despite language, despite culture, despite geography, that when we talk about civil rights and humanity, a lot of times it is the African American experience that is the is that story, is an author of a book that whose pages need to be understood and appreciated. So I do want to acknowledge that Black History Month is not just a singular space or event, but something that is ingrained in our lives and is worthy of celebration each and every day. So though I have Black Futures Month because I am a future forward and optimistic type of person, absolutely am a student and someone that's appreciative of the sacrifices. I hope I said it in another panel, but I say it a lot. My path is soft because theirs was not, right? The path we tread upon is light, and it's a lot easier because there was a lot of people that simply could not make it that far, right? From a myriad of circumstances, intentional, accidental, what have you. So it's not a singular place or people or races struggle, but at the same time, we do want to acknowledge so many that they give us the platforms that we have for now. So I do think I'm thankful for that. I'm going to say just a couple quick things before I go to my program and then go ahead and close out Black Futures Month 2022. For Subsume, our books. I've been getting a lot of good notes about our program and our books for Sorghum and Spear, and I really appreciate it. I'm glad I don't have to show the singular book to show that this book got mailed out and is in life. I want to give a thanks to the team that was part of this. Myself, let's just read it right off the book. Myself, Wellington Novo with his brilliant artwork, Seda Temafonte with edits and the letters, Sarah A. Macklin, who absolutely should be getting co-writing credit, but settled for to be our editor on this book. Also, the lovely and talented Rhapsody, and of course, my goddess, Nichelle Nichols. So, books out. We're expecting to have an update on this. We got one or two final things that we'll be doing on this because part of the announcement today was going to be something about Sorghum and Spear, but I want to parlay all the other comic things outside of one particular project I'd like to introduce. So just want to say to everybody that it does have our book and that has had our book on the way. I appreciate your patience, your love and support, and am so happy that thing is out the door and on shelves and that people are getting a chance to enjoy what we hope is a next big saga, not only in Sword and Soul, but just in good literary entertainment. So to keep it with Black history and then talk about a project that you'll be hearing from us about with Subsume, I'm going to turn to another book. This is a book been in my family a very, very long time. This book, I don't think this book's older than me, but it's pretty close. This is the book of my family that was done back in 1983. So, it's an 80s baby. But at the same time, this book was a handmade collection that my family basically put together from oral history, from what records we could find, and trace back the very first of our ancestors, Balaam Yeverton, which our family's surname is Yeverton, out of North Carolina, pretty much Greene County, Wilson, Pitt, Lenore, those are our spaces. So right around Faro, North Carolina, I think is where we say our family started. So that is the middle of nowhere, North Carolina for sure. But at the same time, good country living if you can get it. But I'm going to just take 1 minute. I'm going to read a passage out of this book. I did this during Creative Juneteenth, but I don't think it came out the way I wanted. So if you would just... thank you. So with that, we're going to read a quick excerpt out of it, and then I hope the rest of this will make a little bit of sense. So I appreciate everybody who's been with me these 9 hours here in this chair. But I just wanted to read something that is the introduction of our book, and I hope that it makes sense, right? So George L. Suggs, one of my family members, wrote a small opening poem. In memory of the stones of which we stepped, in memory of the branches from which we grew. The steps are getting higher. The branches are getting stronger. And we thank you. And so it's the idea, at least my interpretation of said poem, that we take steps and we live from the grace of others who sacrificed and paid the way and put us in positions to be their wildest dreams. And then particularly in the Black or African American experience, a lot of times we're building for things that won't benefit us, won't be the charge that we'll be able to pass directly to ourselves or maybe even our families. But at the same time, understanding that there is a larger need in our communities to make things better, but also to recognize that we have capability and talents among ourselves to change our circumstances and to protect what's precious. And so with that, I'm going to try to read a quick note here about history and how we perceived history for our very first ancestor. All right. So I believe the contents of this work will qualify as history because what is here is important enough to be recorded. History must also be placed in the proper perspective. Because of the very unusual circumstances surrounding the mass appearances of the Black race of the North American continent, our history is fragmented, diluted, and is generally untold. While the direct link between America and Africa has not been established for the Everton family, work will continue to establish that link. Establishing that link is vital. It is vital because we would begin at the proper place to understand ourselves. We will begin with our history with Balaam Yeverton, the first Yeverton known to have lived in the United States of America. To focus further on the perspective of our history, one must turn to the readings and teachings of conditions in America for the past 300 or so years. To have been a Black man living here when Balaam was living here was anything but easy. It was tough. You must understand the simple, most pressing issue then, as it is now, was economics. Simply stated, it was then, as is now, a war between the haves and have-nots. So picture Balaam, not one generation removed from that awful condition known as slavery, with the same aspirations and desires as any other man. His aspirations and desires were the same as yours, such as survival, respect, dignity, education, comfort, safety, and most of all, a proliferation of family. I'll remind you, he didn't have a Civil Rights Act, a labor union, or a Supreme Court. Balaam was up against the greatest of odds. But when you become aware of the accomplishments of this family, I think you will have a better appreciation of just what kind of family we are. Not only did Balaam survive, he flourished and maintained a family right here in Greene County, North Carolina. And so I remember reading that as a kid, and I kind of borrowed this book a long time and have been the keeper of this book. The heads of each of our family, which is only about 4 or 5 that I knew of at the time. Everybody got one. And so this thing is our Yeverton family one, right? So I kept the idea that I was at some point in time was going to be the recorder of our family's legacy and history. But at the same time moved on. And so with that, 1983, I definitely did not understand any of this stuff. I wasn't talking, I don't think. But at the same time, the idea of legacy and seeing ourselves in a tomorrow and understanding that where we come from and what we do absolutely impacts where we're going is where I really wanted to come and build a Black Futures Month. Not because Black History Month wasn't enough. It was because of Black History Month and because of Black history existing that we do want to record. We want to make history because we say it's history. We want to write down these successes because I think we're about to be and are in the midst of a brilliant renaissance of Black talent. I think it is going to be a shift in the positive way that we are absolutely going to thrive and be included and see ourselves as we want to be in this shared future. And so to that, there's a project that I've been working on some years. Maybe a couple of you may have seen it, but more than likely, they have not. And so I'm going to share it with you now. Just a quick note about a project that I've been working on that takes the history of our family, but imagines it in a new and fantastic sense. So I won't go into a full pitch about it. I'll kind of show you some of the work that I've done and kind of get a space where we'll share it a little bit further. And so we'll see if I can bring it to the stage. And so I'm working on a new project, and it is called the Temporal 10th. Now, the Temporal 10th, obviously, or we'll say obviously, is a play off the idea of the Harlem Renaissance, W.E.B. Du Bois, and the idea of a 10% of the most intelligent among us that would be responsible and capable of steering the successes of the remaining 90%. And so it was an elite and an elitist space where the intelligentsia of the day, which was robust and was very pronounced, would make a way and navigate the rest of Black history. And so I had a story into which the smartest among them decided, why don't we build a time machine and go back and change the Black experience for the better? And so the story is, and I don't think I can really show or share it the way I want it to. Basically, our pitch is that the figures of Black history build a time machine to go back in time and change the Black experience. And so this particular program here is going to be where the very first attempt at a time machine is actually going to be made during the Harlem Renaissance with W.E.B. Du Bois, as well as why am I blanking on everybody now? Because I'm tired. H.G. Wells. He gets a copy of the Time Machine book from H.G. Wells, and he comes and speaks with his luminary Booker T. Washington, who then decides that they try to build this time machine. So, and I know it's small, but I've been working on some pages with, and we actually have a few things here. But what happens is, as they try to build this machine, obviously it's beyond their time and their comprehension. So what they try to do is they decide to build schools to be able to find the most talented among them that in secret could help them build this time machine. And so as these schools are being created, Black intelligence is all being called to build what's called a chariot. And so throughout history, the best and brightest and most influential people are called together to build this time machine. And of course, it is built. And so a group of scientists go back into time and they meet my ancestor, Balaam Yeverton. So in the midst of being attacked by a group of supremacists or Klan members, we can simply say, these scientists find my ancestor and they try to work to build the next steps of Black history. And so we basically follow the story of Balaam Yeverton and these four scientists as they travel, not through time, but within a period of time, look to change the course of the Black experience. And so the Temporal 10th is something I'm coming out with a graphic novel here in just a bit, already in production, but at the same time, felt it'd be quite appropriate to talk about not only Black history, but a space of Black futurism. And it was important to me to talk about that because I feel like futurism really came from the space of the African American experience, being able to imagine yourself in a place and space that was different, that was completely different and fantastic than your current circumstance. Just imagining being in any of these times, or in the time that we are now, and understanding that the things that, you know, our families and our families may not experience, that still there's a space for us to try and to get towards. So I felt like that particular project I wanted to share and say that is coming soon with us at Subsume. So I appreciate you allowing me a bit of time to ramble and meander about that. But let's get ready to close by saying that for Subsume in and of itself, we have some amazing things to come. There's some things obviously we can't talk about, but at the same time, what we can talk about is an appreciation of this community. That this weekend, I really wanted to make sure that I could think of all the amazing people. Oh, I wish these people understood or knew about, and try to figure out the way and space that our community can come together, particularly now, to find a way to leverage all that we can do, and really find a way not just to entertain and sustain, but to thrive. And so that's really going to be my charge this year. To a lot of the verticals that we talked about here today, parts being education, parts being technology, obviously a sense of futurism to what we work with Subsume, but at the same time, a sense of humanity and community above all. So I'm hoping, and it is my intent, to build a space, a physical space, that will represent the works and the efforts that we're talking about here today, that we can invite our community to be a part and be a part of in a long-term sense, in a sustainable sense, and in a holistic sense, that they can see themselves exactly as they want to be. And they can feel that they can stay included in the worlds of tomorrow. And so I think the best thing that we can do is to do. And so that's why we want to practice this premise of Afrofuturism in action. And I've been called a futurist and Afrofuturist many times. I think the idea is that I'm all about well done over well said. So learning at my expense these past couple of years as we kind of really founded Subsume and being intentional of building the business right as the pandemic started. It's been tough. It has been tough. But I think it's tough because we can take it, but I think it's also tough because it's necessary. And so if it was easily gained, it would not be anything of lasting value. And so I feel like the state of Subsume is that we really are about to be on a path of lasting value. And so that's all I really want to share, at least in this point, to not make this a meandering rant. Unfortunately, and I appreciate everybody. I just want to make a couple quick notes before we look to depart here for our 2022 session. I do understand and appreciate everybody's consideration with our virtual space, based on almost all of our staff was sick during this program. So I had to hit a lot of buttons, switch a lot of things, and I appreciate y'all let me make slides between the shows. We're controlling it on the front and the back. All that to say, unfortunately, we could not moderate or control our virtual space the way that we wanted to. We've already, and I know for some of you already reported, that we have had some type of spam, I don't want to say spam attack, but we have definitely had some type of interference with our chat system, and appreciate your understanding of some of the language and points that may be on our website now as we try to clean that up. But at the same time, I feel like if we weren't, we must be doing something right, because that never happens, right? So I feel like the same way that we see people will call in to an HBCU and do a bomb threat, if we're talking about Black success and being viable in the future, and all of a sudden all of our sites get these spam bots attacking it, we must be doing something right. So that's why I know we have to keep going, and I appreciate your patience through that. That said, what we'll do is we will reschedule the opportunity to take a look at our virtual space for those that couldn't get in last night, as well as our overall vending space, with the with our intent to showcase some of these next steps here in the next couple of weeks. So it won't be long. So I appreciate that. Likewise, I just want to give a quick rundown of some really major helps and supports that came through here. Just our sponsors for this year being the Kubert School, which is incredible. Also the AI for the People, Black Girl Nerds that helped us with our media sponsor, Pep Squally with the voiceover support, as well as just bringing in this type of high-end talent. Want to thank the Hines Family Foundation for their connection with us on our Armitage project and support. Also, I want to just really give an extra shout out to Orlando Jones, who from a project to be determined really came in and gave of himself, and I really appreciated that. Likewise for our special guest, Jay Francis with Disney, as well as our keynote speaker, just the incredible Sydney Clifton from Clifton House. So I know that these are the type of folks that in and of themselves definitely are not in a rotation. You know, they are a destination. So for them to give of their time, as well as our sponsors who allow us to have these special sections. And everybody really could have fit in that category, but just wanted to highlight a handful, but definitely not in more appreciation than another. So all for everybody that, you know, really rock with us the whole idea of this Black Futures Month, and let this little country boy think that that I'm not just a voice of the future, that there's a future I can see. And I'm very excited for what I hope is to come in the next couple of months. With that, Team Subsume, again, I know everybody was going through something this weekend. It just happened. But I think, again, things like this show and share, like, you know, we're here to show up. It will show up and to show out. So I want to give thanks to just off the top, Tanya Woods, our patron saint of everything behind the scenes. Please send a special prayer and any type of just healing vibe considerations to that her and her family. They are it is needed, and I know is appreciated. Likewise, truck operator Janelle. I know snow in Chicago still came through with helping us with our new writing and our social media, which is absolutely in the right way and direction. I know she couldn't make it throughout the whole thing, but still came through what she could. And then on the back end, Sarah, who helps us with our video and special effects, had laryngitis the entire program. We literally had not one word between us. We had to communicate by text the entire show. So every transition across the country, we ran a whole show without talking to each other. So if that's not teamwork, I don't know what is. Also, just a Squad Z, just in sum, y'all know who you are. We appreciate you because trying to go down and list everybody is a lot, but we want to just thank the crew, just our direct collaborators with Subsume. Now starting to be more than name. Just thankful and appreciative of you, and as we kind of take these next steps and not even pivots, but steps ahead finally on a lot of projects we've been talking about. The pandemic really has shown us that we're supposed to be here, and we're not only supposed to be here today, but we're supposed to be here tomorrow. And so with that, we hope and pray that to all of y'all that you found something of yourselves in this conversation. Found maybe some spark, some point, some shred of hope and appreciation that no matter what, that your stories matter, that you matter, and that we need you here today to be a part of our share tomorrow. So with that, I am going to give you the tip of the hat and say this has been the conclusion of Black Futures Month 2022. My name is Dejan Sneed, and I am the founder of Subsume, which is a technology startup that is the intersection of creativity, technology, and community, where we look to leverage media and story to share our tomorrow together. So with that, thank you all so very much. Please go to subsumesummit.com. Make sure if you have not that you have at least registered for a ticket on the Eventbrite. We've got a ton of giveaways. I didn't get a chance to even fully share, but we'll go through our registered attendees there. For those that we were able to connect with on Saturday, we'll be following up. And that is all. So thank you so very much. We'll see you in the future. Thank you so much. Take care.